Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the SLE stream. Playoffs has returned, and of course, we are not seeing. Oh, actually, it says interview with Sanix there. What the hell is that about? I need to take that off. But yes, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. Uh, I am joined by someone who's making their casting debut, the mid laner of the departed to the SLE, Black Lotus Esports. Gloomy, welcome to the broadcast for the first time for you. How are you feeling?
Hello, thanks for having me. I'm feeling quite excited about the upcoming matchup. Um, I'm feeling good. I'm excited to see good League of Legends here. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. And I love to see that. Now, let's get stuck straight into the action. Today, we have Good Yang playing up against the Blazing Pandas. And Gloomy, you actually were knocked out by one of these teams in Good Yang. What can you tell us in the stream about what it was like to play against them and what you think was their strengths and their abilities to be able to take you guys out of the SLE?
Um, they, at least in the games they played against us, they had incredible early rotations around the Drakes, Heralds, all this stuff. They just moved the map a lot better than us, and Rebrief had a phenomenal series. He 1v9'd every single game, and yeah, I think the biggest issue was that we had nothing to stop him, and he just destroyed us.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's not call it a 1v9. I think his jungler had a great performance too. Um, I'm kidding. Well, and Gloomy, on the other side, another team that you have played against in the SLE, correct me if I'm wrong, in Blazing Pandas.
I'm pretty sure we have not played against
Oh, you've
them.
not played against. All right. Well, I can give a lot more information on Blazing Pandas. I think they are a team in the regular season, pure domination coming up from them. They held the top spot for so long. Sanix and Lurgs in the bot lane dominated so many of the SLE, the top tier SLE bot lanes. And paired that with the great neutralizer, as one of my co-casters, Savage, calls him, Rain D. Not many mid laners can get advantages against this guy. And you mentioned Rebreathe, someone who's having a bit of a resurgence in the SLE as we are in the playoff sets. Rain D is someone who it's hard to find advantages against this guy. He doesn't give you an edge. He doesn't make many mistakes in the lane phase. But that's regular season. What we saw in playoffs last week is I think we saw Jonathan Isaac step up in a way that no one expected. He put in such a good performance in that playoff series. But one side of the map for Blazing Pandas that didn't do that was the bot lane. And it's usually a strength for them, but a little bit too aggressive. And they got caught out many times against Solaris Eris. And do you expect, Gloomy, that the bot lane will be an area for focus for Gucci once again?
Um, Probably. I could also imagine that Gucci Yang will try to kind of recreate this way they played last week because it worked quite well. I mean, they didn't play with like the roster they're playing today because they had multiple subs last time, but I could also imagine that they saw how good it can work when just playing through the mid lane and not abusing the enemy bot and just letting bot cruise.
Yeah, I believe so. As you can see, we are already starting the draft. Cassante first picked for Blazing Pandas, and you can imagine this is something to take off Ruzu. On the other side, Jax, Ivan locked in. Is there anything catching your eyes right now, and how do you expect these two teams to draft out this playoff series?
Um, I don't know what to expect from the draft personally because I feel like every game drafts are kind of different between team and team every time they discover something new. I'm surprised by such an early Jax pick. That's something like I haven't really seen that much here in SLE, but I can see it working quite well.
Yeah, you can see it working quite well, and you can imagine this Jax was picked into the Cassante, as that Cassante was locked in very early on. I think Gucci Yang had the precedent that Cassante is not a flex pick, so they were confident in locking in the Jax, and they locked themselves in the Ivan, a champion that has seen a lot of play in the SLE very popular, and as you said, Rebreathe put in a stellar performance against Black Lotus against you guys on the Victor, and he's going to have that Victor once again.
I personally do not like the Victor pick here at all. I think Victor struggles really bad against all 3 champion picks so far. I think Syndra is completely winning the matchup, neutrally seen, and I also don't see what Victor really can do against the Cassandra and Rel.
Yeah, Victor, a champion that doesn't necessarily have the high level of burst that a Syndra can have, but of course, a very reliable and solid control mage. I think I have to agree. The Syndra is this isn't a counter pick into the Syndra. I think when you consider certain picks that are open, like I think Echo is one of Syndra's worst matchups. I think Akali is one of Syndra's worst matchups, but obviously you have to take into account does that player play it? And I think Rebreathe is probably a player who wants to keep on these control mages. He's been doing so well on them. But bans coming in now. Senna taken down so far in the drafting phase. What can we say about both team compositions?
I think overall, Gucci Yang kind of wants to like lay back and scale. That's why they're also banning out the Senna and Seraphine. So I will also expect a more like scaly bot lane here in that case. I don't know what exactly the plan for Blazing Pandas is yet. Probably just a normal team fight, but I think it will be quite a neutral early game. I don't think Gang will want to fight that much early with what they've drafted so far.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to agree with you there. And just a reminder for everyone watching, the stakes here are incredible. These two teams were seen as title contenders going into the split. And unfortunately, one of them will be going home today. At the end of today, one of these two teams who have been seen as favourites will be bowing out of the SLE. This is a knockout series. This best of 5 will be the last one for split 5 for one of these teams. So it's all on the line. And as you can see, both the rosters, they're not taking any risks here. They're going for full scaling on blue and red side.
I like the Varus pick here. Like it got also quite popular in at Worlds, and it can be paired with like other ADCs like an Ashe or something like that.
Yeah.
Or just normal support.
Yeah, I agree. I think the support meta has kind of changed recently. It's weirdly shifted from engage melee supports, and it's transitioned slightly to, we see picks like the Renata and the Bard coming in so strong in the meta. Players speak about words. Players like Carrier are picking up the Renata and the Bard. They're like almost picking it so early into the draft with confidence. Blazing Pandas, as you can see, interestingly enough, they were aware of some incidents in the last series, and they go for the Jinx Tahm Kench, very, very safe bot lane, making sure that they don't slip up and make mistakes. As I said, one of those power picks in support, Bard being hovered for Flay today.
I think Bard is an incredible pick here. The carries on Blazing Pandas are quite immobile here, but it does go for the Leona.
Does go for the Leona, and I think it kind of makes sense because by the looks of it, Gucci Yang's team composition, it's got a lot of damage, it's got a split pusher, it's got an enchanter almost in Ivan, and they want to top it off with some sort of engage, so I get that. But I have to say, Blazing Panda's team composition looks extremely, extremely powerful right now.
Yeah, I also not sure how Yang is supposed to deal with the Jinx right now, because if Jax jumps on the Jinx, Kench can just eat her. I don't really see how Yang will be able to kill the Jinx in the later team fight. She has amazing peel from the Rel, Kench, Cassandra will also be there. I think Jinx can just run the team fights later on.
Yeah, I feel like if Jinx gets us excited with the protection that that Sanex will have from Lurgs, will be very safe. Of course, it really depends on the laning phase, because what we've seen from Varus Jinx lanes is you have two machine gun AD carries in the late game. The only difference is I do think Varus is a lot stronger in the laning phase than the Jinx. Jinx is notoriously known for not having the biggest amount of damage in the early game, Whereas I think Varus is known as a champion who can win out in these lanes. And we've seen that at Worlds, the priority of this champion has risen up. And you have to argue the versatility of the champion. You can essentially run with a lethality build. You can essentially run with a on-hit build. But regardless of what you do, the champion as an all-round in the game is so powerful. And paired that with the Leona, until Tahm Kench hits level 6, there isn't too much protection there for the Jinx. So I can imagine Gucci Yang will be looking to punish their bot lane as much as they can.
Yeah, definitely. Ivan should definitely go path to bot lane this game. Like you said, before level 6, Tahm Kench doesn't really have any big protection for the Jinx. And his peeling is also not that great. I think in a 3v3, Blading Pandas could win because Rel is a lot stronger than the Ivan in the early games till he gets his mythic.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think the combo as well from the Blazing Pandas 3v3 on the top side, Yolanda Syndra's son, the Rel combo is going to follow up with that, and Cassante will be so unkillable in the early stages of this game. Like Victor Jax in the early, I think Jax has a decent matchup, but Victor in the early game just doesn't have enough damage until those upgrades come in to kill the Cassante and the Rel. So yeah, that's a very lethal 3v3 in the top side, but I mean, we'll have to see. But Gloomy, as always, we always ask this question at the end of a drafting phase. Is there a particular team that you are going to favor specifically on draft?
Definitely Blading Pandas. In like, I think 8 out of 10 cases I would like to play Blading Pandas well.
Any reason or specific explanation for that?
I think that Yang doesn't really have any ways to kill the Jinx and let the team fight. And Jinx just outvalues every other champion that is in the draft if she gets excited.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you. I think Blazing Pandas, their team composition just looks so straightforward to play. It doesn't look like it's too complex. Whereas with Gucci Yang, there's too many variables that are not necessarily outside of their control, but if they don't hit the targets with their team composition, they won't be able to hit a point where they'll be able to do anything in the game. For example, if Jax doesn't win out in this lane, you know, you pick this Jax so early into the Cassante, you got to have some value on it. You pick this Ivan so early into the draft, it's got to have some value as well. Similar with the Victor, because usually what teams do, they go for the bot lane early on and then solo laners later. But obviously, Gucci Yang, they've gone for top mid as a response to what Blazing Pandas have done. So these picks here really have to stand out, and if they don't, their team composition will suffer as a result of that. But I think in general, I have to admit, I think both team compositions do have their strengths and weaknesses. But Blazing Pandas, I will give them the draft win here.
Yeah.
So this series in general, Gloomy, best of fives, it's gruesome. You lose 3 games, you're completely done. We saw that at Worlds. You experienced that last week, and unfortunately in this situation, let's say you do drop 3 games in a row. That's your split over. How do you think these two teams want to be approaching the game 1 of a best of 5?
I think it will be overall quite a safe game. Because especially game 1, if you win game 1, you get so much momentum. But if you lose it, it's like such a downward momentum. I don't know how to say it. But I think it will be a safe game from both teams. Just trying to not overforce anything, trying to play good League of Legends, play safe. And then I think in the next game, the second game, will be a lot more aggressive.
Yeah. That's a fair point. I think game 1, you know, as you said, sets the momentum so well. And you know, what's in your opinion of these two teams? Who would you think out of these two have a better chance of moving on and progressing better in the SLE than the other?
From what I've seen, I haven't sadly seen that much from Blazing Pandas, which I wanted to, but I wanted to see more. I believe in Yang though, but that's just because I played against them. I think they play incredible League of Legends, and if they get their thing, I believe they can win it. Blazing Pandas also is an incredible team, but I just personally haven't seen enough of Blazing Pandas compared to how much I've seen of Gucci Yang to like say that.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I think for me, obviously, as a biased individual, I will always be supporting Yang. But regardless of who goes through, there is a guarantee that one of these two teams will be progressing further in the tournament. And it's always nice to know that at the end of today, we're going to have one of the strongest teams in the league progressing and potentially even making their bid for the SLE finals. SLE is a title where, when we look at SLE champions, it's such a coveted title. You know, there's not many people that have championship winning titles. How many players do we have in the SLE? How many players have actually won it themselves? Not many. You know, there's a small percentage of the community that have won it themselves, have that gold medal. And I believe these two teams will have so much passion, so much motivation to go and grab that for themselves. And Blazing Pandas, a team that have existed in the SLE sphere for so long under several different names, several organizations. There's been CCG Muffins. There's been, in general, the Curtain Call Gaming brand, and now they've rejugged themselves as Blazing Pandas. And I think we are seeing two of the best teams in the SLE battle each other here. Do you have a prediction for the SLE with champion this split?
I don't really know. I think both of the Gucci teams have quite good chances. I think if Blazing Pandas win, they also have good chances. Like, I think all the teams that are like in the top 5, 6 have quite good chances to win it all. There is quite close in power level, in my opinion.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I just think both, like all strong SLE teams that we have right now, yeah, there's not much separating them, and yeah, I'm very excited to see how this series pans out because, yeah, we have two. As I said, I feel like I'm repeating myself at this point. We have two of the best teams that we have in the SLE, and yeah, I'm very excited to see. Do you expect anything to be happening in the early game?
Not necessarily. I think maybe something happens. I think top can be quite bloody, and I think that the Gucci bot lane will try to force something in the early game to punish the pre-level 6 Tahm Kench. But otherwise, I think it will be quite calm. I think before the first dragon.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of scaling going around on both team compositions. Don't imagine any of these guys will be looking to do anything too aggressive, as Uzi almost walks into his impending doom. We'll just walk away. Don't know if he kind of spotted out Cassandra there, but yeah, it seems like just a regular 5-point for both teams, and Jungler's going to be matching each other's pathing here.
Which means there will probably be a fight around the Scuttle Crab, unless one of them tries to give it up. Or actually, probably not. Ivan will probably go for the top side Scuttle, since he's just gonna clear all this jungle camps with his passive.
Yep. Well, I think see Ravilo, or Supreme Ape is what he goes by now, doing a bit of a creative path. He won't do a full clear. Honestly, I don't know too much about Ivan's pathing, as Ruzu hits level 2, will go in for an aggressive trade. And already you can see the Jack's value in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. The lane will be really hard for Michidi here. See, the bot lane of Gucci already like punishing, pushing aggressively.
Yep, indeed. Pushing aggressively. I think Gucci Yang, you can see they got priority in bot and top lane. No priority in mid. Talk to me a little bit about this mid lane matchup and how this one works.
I think like Syndra should win 90% of all the game duration against the Victor. If Victor gets incredibly fat, he can really punish. What's for the early game extremely important is who gets their wall first. If Syndra gets a W first, or if something happens and Victor gets his E first, can decide a lot about the early mid game in this matchup.
Oh, well, actually, Camera's going to pan over to top lane, but we did see Supreme Ape run into mid lane. Doesn't seem like anything will happen. Mishi Darko going so aggressive onto Ruzu, forcing him to jump away to safety. Low HP. You can see already Jonathan Isaac hanging around mid lane. It seems like both junglers will take the opposite side of the maps with the Scuttle Crabs, so not too much action as we imagine to happen. But yeah, I think crucially, what we've seen now is the level 3, no, sorry, the 3-minute mark here, and the side lanes that did have priority for Good Yang were the ones to give it up for now.
I wonder how that happened, because I feel like the side lanes of Good Yang should always have the priority here in the early game. I wonder what happened there.
What do you think happened?
I mean, probably some bad trades. Getting cocky, pushing too much, or just fucking up the wave a little bit.
Yeah?
That's my guess.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think often time is the case in Rebreathe now, potentially under a gank. Jonathan Isaac actually going to land a stun as Rebreathe does walk into it, so has the flash available. It's going to drop the force field, and it's forced to flash away. Victor, without the flash, 4 minutes into the game, going to be a very vulnerable, very immobile control match.
I think Rel missed the initial stun over the wall, and I think that allowed Victor to actually escape this overall quite beautiful gank.
Yeah, it was a very nice gank, very nice idea. I think Rebreathe didn't really have the navigation of where the Rel was. You can see Houston in the lane a little bit too aggressive as Jonathan Isaac really looking to make things happen here. Ruzu now under a gank from the Rel, does have the flash available, going to use the E to get the stun off, but Mishi Darko uses the W very well. Beautiful side step from Ruzu, and he's probably just going to be able to Q to his wave to safety without having to blow a flash. And with the jungler showing in the top side, you can see Good Yang already starting up the dragon here. They will drop the leashing, but yeah, for now, attempted ganks from Jonathan Isaac, but the only thing he's managed to get out of it is the flash from Victor.
I'm surprised that Gucci's not fully forcing on the Drake here in that case, because they've seen Jonathan Isaac in the top side. No smite in the bottom side of the map, and I think they could have just forced it quite hard here.
Yeah, well, nonetheless, they are going to push out the bot lane first and then put their attention to the dragon here. And yeah, the Rel being in top side and bot lane priority was secured by Gucci Yang, meaning that this dragon pretty much free to take, and even the Victor was able to get priority into the Syndra, so I don't imagine this would get contested.
Probably just a free Drake for Gucci Yang here in that case.
Yep, very free.
Scuttle is taken by Jonathan Isaac here in top side, which means they will overall have quite a vision edge for the Herald, which should spawn soon.
Yep, should be spawning soon as the Rift Herald. It is usually the objective that people focus on, especially when you lose that first dragon. It's almost like we lost Drake, we just play for Herald. Obviously, Gucci Yang, they got that dragon. The first objective is in their pockets, which is always a very nice thing to have. I think the big thing now is to play for this this Rift Herald. But I think one thing we need to identify is the farm leads that are growing for Blazing Pandas. First objective was secured by Gucci Yang, but if we take a look at the gold numbers, I mean, it's not significant. It's essentially 800 gold, which is quite a lot in this point in the game, but a lot of that is from farm leads.
Yeah, they're pushing the matchups, the counter matchups that they got quite well, having farm leads, especially top lane. The farm lead is incredible with 20, 15, and now 25, something like that, which is really a lot in the early game.
Yeah, it is a lot. Well, obviously Ruzu does have this fat wave pushed into him, so he will be able to pick this up, and it probably will be even if not a little bit behind. Depends how well he can farm on the turret. I think laning wise, Blazing Pandas have to be really happy with the situation. I think from their point of view, you've got the full scaling team composition here. There's no rush to accelerate the game. We outscale the opponents, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong. And we're just playing for that. We don't need to take any risks. I think Gucci Yang, a team who hasn't shown themselves to do anything too aggressive in the early game. And just as I say that, Flay today has going to go in onto Lurgs and Sanex, and the Chain of Corruption is going to stop the knockup from the Tahm Kench. It does seem like Kanza is going to play aggressively forward. The Ghost has been popped, and he's going to look to play so aggressive onto Sanex. He's forced to flash away, so the flash from the Jinx blown straight off a pure 2v2 in the bot lane.
Yeah, unlucky that Tahm Kench didn't have his level 6 there. I think this could have turned out quite bad, but Gucci Yang punishing it, that they have the level lead. Really, really amazing here.
Yeah, Gucci Yang bot lane, I think coming into the split on paper, a lot of people feared them, but you know, I think as time has progressed, a lot of people started to say underperformance or not as good as they should have been. But I think now Sanex and Lurgs will be competing against them, and Lurgs gonna walk aggressively forward. I don't think Lurgs knows that there is an Ivan in this bush. Lurgs is gonna have to blow the flash. The Daisy is gonna land the final auto attack, and the first blood comes in for Supreme Ape.
Beautiful gang. Quite well set up, playing with the bushes vision. They're noticing that Blazing Pandas bot lane there has no vision in their rushes, and Ivan's just waiting there, and they're going for more. Oh, no.
Could be going for more, but I think they will just be securing themselves that turret plate and backing off. So the first blood is going to get secured by Supreme Ape, the jungler of Gucci Yang, who's had such a compelling story in the SLE. He wasn't there last week, and he's arrived back again. He's returned to his roster and already making a mark in the game.
Definitely, he needs to prove that he's the best jungler here in the team and better than the substitute there was last week.
Whoa. Easy, easy. But continue.
No, I think he's doing really well. He's getting out farmed a bit, which I think should normally not happen. Ivan CSing in the jungle is really good with his passive. I also think he could have invaded a bit more in the early game, which is a good, quite a strength of the Ivan.
Yeah, I have to agree with it. I mean, you know, Jonathan Isaac able to get the advantage when it comes to the clearing speed, but you have to say, I think part and parcel of playing against champions like Victor is when you blow that flash, that's such an easy kill, almost. You know, he should basically just be dead within the next 5 minutes. That flash has come back up, and he hasn't been punished for missing that flash. And you have to feel that's pretty massive for Rebreathe to sustain that 5-minute period without a flash. And Rift Herald was secured by Jonathan Isaac, so one objective in his pocket. But another objective spawning is going to be this Inferno Dragon, and you can imagine this will be very important for both teams to want to secure.
I think this will decide a lot about the early game. Who gets this dragon now? Either the second dragon for Gucci.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Rift Herald is going to get spawned into the bot lane, and as you can see on the minimap, the teleport has come in from behind, but 5 members strong, Gucci Yang, they're going to make the aggressive play onto Jonathan Isaac, and the Rel is going to be the first one to fall. Mishi Darko has flanked onto the members of Gucci Yang, but Rain D is going to come under some heat. Ruzu, he's looking to get the jump on. Super Mega Death Rocket isn't going to claim any victim for now. The Cassante getting the blast cone. The Victor is in the heat of everything. Cleanse being blocked by Sanex. Syndra is going to get rooted up, but still doing the damage. And it looks like Gucci Yang bit off a bit more that they can chew. And the teleport flag coming in from the Cassante was just too much for Gucci Yang. And it looks like Blazing Pandas will secure the second dragon of the game.
I think in the team fight, exactly the thing we were talking about in the draft happened. The Jinx was just able to perma auto attack for free and didn't really get punished at all. And it was just a disaster. It started really good for Gucci with the pick, but the Jinx just, over the long period of time, even if she doesn't have many items, just got so much damage here.
Yeah, the extended fights was so good for Sanex there. And you could see the Jinx, once he got that one initial reset, that's where the fight took a turn for Gucci Yang. Obviously, it's not done and dusted now. It's just one dragon apiece. The gold lead is in the hands of the Blazing Pandas, but a lot of that is from the farm leads. Now, the concerning thing for Gucci Yang is they do get outscaled. In my eyes, the Jinx Syndra combination is going to be a stronger threat, carry threat, than the Varus Victor in the late game, and you don't want to be falling behind already.
also feel from the carries, I think Syndra definitely has quite good ways to one-shot the Varus here, but I don't see how Victor will kill the Jinx, especially with the Tahm Kench there.
Yeah, I mean, we will have to see, but for now, Blazing Pandas will be extremely happy with that take as, I think, you know, we talk about the farm lanes. I think Gucci Yang in the early game, they were making the right movements, but for some reason, Blazing Pandas were winning out on every single matchup. Player for player, they just played better in the lanes. They cleared the jungle better, and they get to that objective fight. In my eyes, Gucci Yang played out that objective better. They were all 5 there. They were there first. They engaged the play first, but the members of Blazing Pandas, they just laned better. You know, they just played out the laning phase better, and they were able to get to that objective. They were able to play up that fight. Beautifully played from Mishidarko as well on the Cassante. And yeah, Blazing Pandas won out as Play Today will play aggressively onto the bot lane of Blazing Pandas. The flash has been blown, but Play Today is now going to be met in the face of the Rel. But the Ivan is going to come and provide some support. Going to try and keep his carries alive. But look who's here. It's Randy on the Syndra. Scatter the weak lands on Tattoo. And the Unleashed Power is going to finish off the Ivan, which means 2 kills now in the hands of Blazing Pandas. The Syndra is going to move down first before the Victor and reap the rewards as Blazing Pandas go 2 kills up over their opponents in Gucci Yang.
Play engaging a little bit too early. Ivan was not really in range to follow up, and was just, he should have waited a little bit longer there, I think.
Yeah, it was a little bit premature, a little bit too angsty, but you can imagine here, Gucci Yang, they're in the face of a lot of scaling here. They need to make things happen on the map, and right now, they are behind on every single lane. This Jax counter pick did not work. This Victor counter pick did not work. Nothing is going in the way of Gucci Yang right now, and they need to get the ball rolling somewhere. They need to look for something. They did get the Jinx Flash, which is a tiny victory for now. But yeah, in this game right now, as it stands, it's all going so well for Blazing Pandas.
It's just a path of roses so far for them into the late game. Just free scaling basically, already early leads. And Gucci will now be forced to do more aggressive stuff, because if they just wait and do nothing, it will just be favorable for the Blazing Pandas here.
Yeah, they are coming under some heat here because, I mean, yeah, as you said, this Jinx and Syndra will be so difficult to deal with. We're already seeing so much damage coming out of them at this stage of the game, and this is only going to get worse and worse. And just feel for Gucci Yang, a lot of their strengths come from bot lane, and we saw in the laning phase, they were able to get small advantages, but as soon as Blazing Pandas got that dragon and started to make plays for this Jinx and Tahm Kench, that's where it flipped on its head, and yeah, they are very far ahead right now. And, you know, Gloomy, as always, 16 minutes into the game, it is not over just yet. But for Gucci Yang, what do they need to do to fight back in this game?
They definitely need to find ways for the Jack to play around flanks. I think if there's a lot of chaos and they're in a fight and Jax can find the flank on the Jinx, I think that's their biggest hope to win the fight.
Yeah, but yeah, well, Ruzu is actually going to get stunned up by the Syndra and the Rel. Ruzu going to jump forward aggressively onto Rain D, but that turret is going to go down, so the Jax is now turretless. This isn't even a turret dive because there's nothing there, and the Scat of the Weak is going to get flashed away. Jonathan Isaac flashes forward to finish off the kill. Meanwhile, 2v2 in the mid lane, Supreme is on the horizon. Their teleport flank is coming through. You can see Rebreathe going to pop the TP as well. The Chain of Corruption is going to stop Lurgs in his tracks, and Mishidarko uses the all-out to get Ravilo away from his team. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to go wide, but the Cassante is going to just do too much damage, as Flay today is going to be the one to fall. And once again, Blazing Pandas are just running away with this game as Gucci Yang are making all the wrong moves and all the wrong plays.
It starts with the play in the top, where I think Ruzu just held his flash for a bit too long. Then in mid lane, they wanted too much, I think, forcing with what they lost in top lane. We need to get something in mid lane now, but it just didn't work out. No.
Yeah, it didn't work out, and right now we're looking at a very, very dicey game here because, you know, we keep harping on about it, but this Jinx is going to get repeatedly more difficult to kill. As more of those items come in, Sanix is going to have so much more freedom to play these team fights out. And it's already looking disastrous for Gucci Yang. You have to question their draft as a whole. It's not bad, right? But if you are going to take this Jax counterpick that early on, you have to make it work. And Rusu, he's just not winning. He's just not winning the counterpick. And similarly with the Victor, if you're going to take that into the Syndra, you have to make it work. And it's a similar story. The Victor's just miles behind the Syndra. The Jax is miles behind the Cassante. And right now, Blazing Pandas, they are in control of this game.
Yeah, also talk about the Jinx with her items. He just hit the Infinity Edge. The fight that was there right now, it's already so much damage, and now she hit her big spike. The solo lane's not quite working out. I think that there also was a bit of miscommunication probably, because Ivan should have been a lot more on top to help the Jax when they noticed that he's so behind in that counter matchup. If it doesn't work, you should try to like put some band-aids on it, in my opinion. Now everyone just back on the farming again. No fight really happening.
My mic's muted.
Oh.
This happens a lot.
Nice.
Anyway, no, I've noticed Sench mentioning something in Twitch chat about leaving the Jinx open, making the game just makes the game difficult. And I have to agree. You're Gucci Yang here. You've got a very set playstyle. You've got this identity about yourself that you like to play front to back. You're not necessarily that good into team compositions with hyper carries. I've seen them play against many hyper carries, such as, you know, BC Esport. Was it Revel Links that they played against where they draft hyper carries? And this Gucci Yang roster, they just struggle. And leaving that Jinx open is shooting themselves in the foot because, as you can see, 2-0-3 up against Kansas Virus, who, you know, isn't really present in the game. There's a fight breaking out in the jungle. Play today with a bit of fancy movement, going to dodge away from the stun. But who isn't going to dodge away from the stun? It's going to be Supreme Ape. Unleashed Power is just going to finish him off. And Gucci Yang, they're getting absolutely Goomba stomped in this game.
They can't even enter their own jungle anymore. I think it's really hard for Gucci Yang to come back here. I don't see it. I think they need to play it really well with the side lanes, trying to abuse the power of the Jax, because now in side lane he starts winning again.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. As you can see, building towards that second item, but Baron buff secured 21 minutes into the game. Yeah, Gloomy, I'm gonna turn on my Gucci fan hat again, and hopefully this turret dive goes well. Yes, Chain of Corruption is going to land onto Mishi Darko, and the kill, please give it to the... Oh, gosh. Oh, my God.
That Leona gets the kill here is quite unfortunate for Gucci, because either the Jax for the side lane or the Varus for the team fights would have needed the gold, I think, a little bit more than that Leona here.
You're going to have to take this one for a bit, because I'm just tilted.
Understandable here, but... I mean, I think it was the proc of the Leona W that did take the kill in the end, which is overall quite hard to like communicate with.
Yeah, I was just messing around, don't worry about it. But yeah, push coming in from the mid lane for Blazing Pandas. They did lose Mishi Darko, but I think that is the least of their concerns for now. As Ruzu is actually going to find a catch onto Jonathan Isaac. He's going to have to use the W defensively. You can see Tom Kench going to jump in, and a beautiful knockup coming out from Daisy, of course, because it seems like he's doing a lot of work in the back line there as Mishi Darko going to try full combo the neutral target as Rain D landing this Scatter of the Week onto the Jack, and it just seems like a trade of spells for now. Crucially, Mishi Darko did use the teleport here. They will be able to get this mid lane turret, which will open up a lot of the maps. So Blazing Pandas, they did lose a few... actually, they didn't lose anything at all. Blazing Pandas, they just get that mid lane turret. They lost a bit of HP, but I think they will be able to happily take that for free.
Yeah, Gucci stepping up there aggressively without having any, without having Varus R, Leona R, or the Jax. They just didn't really have anything to fight back, but engaging there aggressively. I'm surprised that Blading Pandas didn't punish it more with the ultimate missing from the bot lane tower dive there.
Yeah, well, I think Blazing Pandas, they will continue to get the objectives on the map, and you can see Gucci Yang, they've switched the flip here. They are focusing a little bit more on these side lanes here. As well, there is only 1 minute here, so minion here, so I don't imagine they'll be able to get this successfully. Yeah, Gucci Yang can see a lot of desperation plays happening all over the map. Personally, I think this game's over. But, you know, is there a way that Gucci Yang comes back into this?
Well, I think the only way for them is the side lanes with the Jax, hoping that you can just split push.
Oh, actually, I mean, there's going to be a catch onto Lurgs here. He's going to have to flash away, but Ruzu has arrived onto the scene. He's going to get himself a kill onto the Tomcat. And just as we said, the Blazing Pandas bot lane, this is their specialty. Getting caught out where they just shouldn't be getting caught out. And a shutdown getting into the hands of Ruzu on the Jax. This is massive. Teleport coming in. Play today. Beautiful flash forward. He's going to catch Rain D. And this is massive for Gucci Yang. They're going to get shutdowns. Kanza is going to get the kill, but gets taken out with the Unleashed Power. Get outplayed, son, as the Syndra ultimate will take him down. Gucci Yang, they lose the inhibitor, but you have to say, this is probably the best scenario for them, as they get 3 shutdowns, I believe, on the bot lane and mid laner of Blazing Pandas.
Yeah, this is incredible for the Gucci Yang. The flank of the Jax here was incredible. It's exactly what I was talking about in the early game. If the Jax can get these flanks off, it's your best way to get a kill on the Jinx, and it just worked here. And I think Blazing Pandas was also like quite overextending in the bot lane. After seeing that their bot lane got caught in mid, they were still pushing there. I think they should have just leave earlier.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree there, but I think Gucci Yang, they will happily take this, and a lot of shutdowns have gone into their pocket. And even the kill score evened up for 8 to 6, but nonetheless, let's not get carried away here. Blazing Pandas are still so far ahead. And listen. I think one of Gucci Yang's biggest issues throughout the entire split is they've got a super carry in Kanza. He is coming into the SLE. He was seen as one of the best players that was incoming as a rookie. CW World Champion multi-time. I think one issue that they've had is he just has these builds that just don't make any sense. And he's gone for the Blade of the Rune King into Trinity Force Varus. Any thoughts, Mr. Gloomy?
This is the first time I've seen this build. I mean, I think he used to go Essence Reaver for a short time, so maybe this is just a modern version of it. I'm confused. I mean, I think I overheard him in the Discord one time say that he has a special build for the Varus cooking.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to see how that one works out. As Sanix is going to get the first kill of this team fight. Ruzu spinning away, but not going to land a stun. Rain D actually chunked down to low HP. Reboot on the Victor is doing a lot of damage, but Sanix is doing just too much as the Trinity Force Varus is tickling the front line of Blazing Pandas. Kanza, please stop kicking your stupid goddamn build because it does nothing. Blazing Pandas, they're going to keep pushing forward the pace. This is going to be game 1 going into the hands of the Pandas, and Gucci Yang, they are going to draw down. They are going to fall over as game 1 in Blazing Pandas.
What a phenomenal game 1 from the Blazing Pandas. Just choking them through the entire game, and except for that one little mishap that happened near the end where they got caught on mid and bot lane. But overall, it was just clean. They didn't do many mistakes. They didn't overforce a lot. And yeah.
Yeah, they did overforce a lot. Well, I mean, I think admittedly for Pandas, that was a dominant game, and you have to kind of step back and look at things, because in my perspective, Blazing Pandas just dominated the lanes. I think in the early game, Gucci Yang, they did make nice movements around the map, but individually they were just so far behind. I think mid lane you were behind quite a lot of CS. The top lane was losing out as well, and let's not forget they picked into the Syndra and the Cassante. The Jax was a counter pick. The Victor's not a good. For anyone watching, Victor is not a counter into Syndra, but they picked the Victor into the Syndra, and they both lost. And so Good Yang, they will have to bounce back in game 2. And yeah, Gumi, do you have an MVP to give out for that first game?
Mm, it's a good question. I think everyone played incredible. But I would just give it to the Jinx, I think, because it's just what I've seen the most from this game. Everyone played incredible. I wouldn't have like a clear MVP, but it was the Jinx. She auto-attacked quite well. And I think especially the first Drake fight was really good from the Jinx.
Yeah, fantastic play from Sanix. But ladies and gentlemen, myself and Gloomy will go into a tiny break. But when we return, we will have game 2 of this banger series, and hopefully it becomes a banger because that was a little bit of a stomp. But yeah, for everyone watching, do not go anywhere. We will return very soon. Hello, everyone. Hang on, let me just change the size of these. Yeah, well, Glimmy, we are back with Game 2. The Blazing Pandas, they keep doing this thing. Every time I'm doing this stream for their games, they just don't tell me when the draft is started. But anyway, we're back in draft, Gloomy. Game 1 went very one-sided for Blazing Pandas, and they are 1-up in the series. Gucci Yang, they now respond with a first pick Jarvan. What else do they need to be doing in this game to bounce back in this series?
I think they need to try to play more aggressive early game. They moved really good. I think they need to pick champions that actually support that for the early fights. They set up the Drake really well the second one. They got the free first Drake, but the champions just didn't really support what they tried to achieve in the first game. And I think if they just pick some champions that are just more aggressive and can deal more damage in these early games, I think it should go a lot better for Gucci Yang. Yeah, the Poppy normal answer into Jarvan. I'm surprised that Gucci Yang didn't ban the Poppy if they were planning on picking the Jarvan. Corki blind pick coming through for the Blazing Pandas, which I think is not that good of a blind pick. It opens so many good mid laners here. I think aggressive champions like an Akali would... I mean, they're getting denied by the Poppy pick, but I think you could just play some more aggressive type mid laners. Azir Corki would also be like a normal mid lane matchup, which could be seen. I think the Poppy saves the Corki quite a lot, but Syndra also, just a safe pick. Also wins early game against the Corki, also an understandable luck. Worked really well for the Blazing Pandas. Now Gucci Yang is picking it on their side for this round.
Syndra locked in. We saw the power of the Syndra in the last game. A champion where if you can get priority, you can move around with your jungler and make things happen all across the map. I think the only challenge here is you have Jarvan into Poppy, which isn't the easiest matchup. It's not a matchup that gives much freedom for the Jarvan. You know, Poppy literally has an ability that stops Jarvan going in and engaging onto his opponents. But you can see Gucci Yang, they're taking the notes from their opponents. They're locking in that secure and safe late game insurance in this Syndra and the Jinx. Of course, Blazing Pandas, what they showed last game was this ability to play so disciplined. They rarely made a mistake in the mid to late game, and you can see already, like, this is game 2 of the series. Blazing Pandas, they're going for a very similar draft here, very standard front to back 5v5 team composition where they can scale into the late game, don't lose out too much. But yeah, Ornn locked in. So what do you expect Yang to respond with now?
I think they definitely need a more like aggressive top laner here, something that can be strong, because if they just go the tank, meat slap fast in the top lane, I think that will be very winning for the Blazing Pandas here with the Ornn upgrades, with the Corki. I think something like a Camille would be insane on the side of Gucci Yang here, being able to go for the flanks on the Corki, being able to play really aggressive into the Ornn. And the Poppy can be quite obnoxious for the Camille and can just stand on top of the carries in that case and just be ready to activate the anti-dash. But with a good flank, the Camille can play around that, especially if it's off cooldown because of something like the Jarvan. But I'm not sure if Gucci Yang plays the Camille.
No, well, I don't want to reveal too much, but Ruzu definitely plays the Camille. He's played it already once this split. I don't remember against who, but yeah, he already has taken that champion. And Mishi Darko, I need to talk about this guy because this guy is an SLE veteran. And when I say SLE veteran, it's not like the likes of people that were here last split. He's been around for so long, and he's a player that is very controversial amongst the other veterans of the SLE. Not if you ask a lot of SLE, mainstays, they don't necessarily have the best opinion of Mishi Darko. That was before Split 5. Coming into Split 5, this guy has proven himself to be a man deserving of praise. He has played so well, and he's performed to a degree that no one expected. And respect has now been put on Mishidako's name. He is no longer a player that people are disrespecting, and he's gotten the praise that he deserves. And Blazing Pandas, as I said, that they're going for a secure, stable draft. They lock in the Draven, which is absolutely crazy. And Gucci Yang will take the Rumble into the Ornn. And so far, who are you favoring in the draft?
I think so far it's really hard because on one side we have the Jarvan Rumble combo, which is just disgustingly strong, but also there's a Poppy countering the Jarvan on the Blazing Pandas. I think the Corki can be really dangerous if he gets to hit for free and just a Poppy standing on him to deny the engage. But I think overall, I prefer the draft of Gucci Yang.
Yeah, Gucci Yang do have a lot going for them in this drafting phase. I think the one concern I would have right now is almost along the lines of, you have Jarvan, who is your main engager, alongside the Rakan, but you are playing into a Poppy. It's really difficult to get onto these units, and also this Rumble pick, it's great into the Ornn, but I would have liked to have seen something like the Aatrox picked here. I think Ruzu has shown that he is one of the best Aatrox that we have in the league. And not taking the Aatrox into the Ornn was a little bit of a mistake. I think, I would have just greatly preferred an Aatrox pick here. It just works a lot better into the Ornn. That being said, Jarvan Rumble is a very well-known combination and is very lethal. If Draven gets locked up into that, he's basically dead. He is done and dusted. One thing about what Pandas have done here, the Renata pick has so much value because taking a look at these units, they like to group up. Gucci Yang team composition, let's not forget. Jarvan, Jinx, Syndra, they want to stay together, especially with the Rakan. And if you get a massive hostile takeover on the Renata, it could be lethal in a team fight.
Definitely, especially if she just touches the Jinx with it, one of the Gucci Yang teammates will die. On the upside for Gucci Yang, though, it would be a free get excited.
Oh, is that how it works?
But yeah, I think the Renata can do so much damage here, especially save the Draven from the burst of the Syndra. And then the Draven just instantly bursts back, which can be quite life-saving, which Blazing Panda showed last game. The support is really good at saving the ADC. The Corki will be, I think, a big problem later on. With the Poppy being there to peel for the Corki against the Jarvan engage, the Rakan engage, he can just poke for free, and then they just go for the Renata engage with the R, or just a good Ornn Horn, and they're just gonna run down the already crippled Gucci Yang because of the Corki poke. But it can turn out quite differently. I think Yang has a lot of tools to just play aggressive in the early game, to just force these stuff, especially the top side level 6 is incredibly strong. In the early game, Corki cannot really fight alongside the Syndra. The Rumble Jarvan level 6 combo is just really strong. So I expect the first Herald to definitely go on the side of Gucci Yang. With the Drake, it will be a little bit more interesting because the Draven just has so much damage in these early skirmishes that Jinx doesn't have. She just wants to scale. She wants her at least 2 items, the Infinity Edge, and then get excited with the lot of stats that she gets from these items and slowly play it front to back. Which I also realized Gucci Yang doesn't have a big frontline meet, which the Jinx really like. I think something like a Nautilus, maybe even a Taric would have been really good for Gucci Yang here.
Yeah, could have been better, just a little bit more protection for these carries. But the one thing for Blazing Pandas here is, despite having a Draven, I actually don't think their early game is too good. Outside, as I said, outside of Draven, there is not much early game damage coming out here. Blazing Pandas had such a good early game. I almost feel like this Draven is a little bit out of place with the team composition. I think the way that Blazing Pandas have drafted all across the board, you're almost crying out for an AD carry that is scaling into the late game and is going to be on point or on an equal footing with the rest of his team. That being said, of course, if the Draven snowballs, then that is also a terrible situation. Gloomy, I'm going to ask the same question again. You've already stated your opinion that you really like the Gucci Yang composition. What's your prediction based on draft?
Based on draft, I think it's overall slightly favored for Gucci Yang, because I've already explained, I think the early fights should be, especially on top side, Blazing Pandas has no way to do anything against something like an early Herald fight on the side of Gucci Yang, unless they move the Draven, which just lets the Jinx rescale. So I think no matter, in the top side will be won definitely by Gucci Yang, and I don't think the Draven alone is a champion that can carry against the Syndra, against the Jinx, unless the Renata pick just Giga 1v9s here with the best ultimates in the game. It will be rough for Blazing Pandas, in my opinion.
Yeah, tough situation, but there's a lot riding on this Draven snowballing. But yeah, I think the thing about Pandas here, you go off that last game and you're so confident because every lane was dominant, every lane had their advantage in counter matchups. Well, not necessarily in mid lane, but yeah, every lane went super well for them. So why would you not want to try and take this aggressive AD carry here and take the fight to your opponents? Gloomy, in terms of last game, was there a particular individual that you were extremely impressed with?
I think top lane of Blazing Pandas. I was really impressed. Like, it's a really rough matchup for the Cassandra, and he still had the early prio. He won the matchup. It was just going so well, and the Jax couldn't snowball, and he was just unable to be that big threat.
Yeah, I have to agree, and I think, with this draft coming in, I think, is there a particular individual for this game that you imagine will be crucial for both sides?
I think Rebreathe this game will be quite important for this matchup, because now he has a laning phase where he actually can do stuff. The Victor into the Syndra doesn't allow him to really fight early game. He couldn't get to snowball to evolve his E early on, and in this case he can just do so much more in the lane against the Corki. And I think what we have seen from the last series that he played, when he gets his goal, when he gets his lead, he can do so much.
Yeah, he can do so much, and we can have a little bit of a segment on Rebreathe as a player. I think someone who, when the split started, a lot of people were saying that he was a little bit behind the pack when it came to skill level. I think he's 17 years old, he came in as a rookie with a lot to learn, and it wasn't easy for him at the beginning. But he's grown into a player where he is a mainstay in the SLE. He is a player that can hold his own. He's up against Rain D, one of the SLE's greats, one of the strongest mid laners that we have here. First game did not go too well for him, but a player that you have a decent opinion of, and a player that I know has grown so much. And it's now his time to step up to the plate, because he's going to be so important for this game.
Definitely. I think if I was like Rebreathe in a game like this, I would just like try to not get into my own head by losing the lane in the first game, going down CS. I would just say to myself, yeah, matchup diff, GG, go next, and just focus on this game, like trying to not let it get to your head.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the harsh and brutal nature of best of 5 series. Is as soon as you lose that first game, you need to go into the next one, kind of resetting your mentality, kind of rewinding whatever happened in that first round, and bringing it back to bringing it back to earth, essentially. And this next game is going to be difficult for Gucci Yang, because you're even more pressured. As you said, game 1 is super important for momentum, and momentum is massive in best of 5 series, and right now the momentum is in the hands of the Blazing Pandas. And so I'm going to ask you, I asked you your prediction based off draft, but I'm going to ask you your prediction based off of momentum. the way these two teams are playing, and overall how you think this game is going to go?
I think that this game, the momentum won't matter that much outside of the bot lane. I think momentum especially is the thing that shows mostly in the early game, because that's the start of you just lost or you just won, and then you just still feel it the most at the beginning. The only really place where it can be abused, this like momentum, is in the bot lane with the Draven Renata. I think especially on the top side of Guqiang, they will should be able to mentally recover, especially if early some stuff goes right, goes better, because they have the better thing, the better early game champions this time around, and I think this will change up a lot. I still think they could play too passive now, which is also always a possibility. And there's an invade on the side of Blazing
Yeah,
Pan.
we could see an invade here, but I don't think it will lead to anything, as both teams will just back off for now. Can you expect much to be happening in the early game here?
I think that there will be a lot happening in the bot lane. They will definitely want to feed kills into the Draven. Maybe they will try to do some dives. But so, as you see, Jarvan needs to path down here, which he's doing. So there will definitely be an early fight there in the 3v3, which I think Gucci shouldn't take. But I think in a straight up 3v3, they have no real chance of winning that. But Jarvan definitely still needs to be there just to cover the dive, to just not let his bot lane die.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really, really important going into this game. And bot lane wise, who is going to have priority here? Because I can imagine. Oh, we've got some top lag, but yeah, bot lane wise, who would you say is going to have the priority? Because I can imagine Draven is going to want to push in this Jinx quite intensely.
Yeah, I think that Draven should always have his wave around the enemy tower. He should always have the prio. I also think he wants to have the prio early game. He wants to move for the scuttle if something happens, so he can just cash in his passive.
Yeah, I have to agree then. You can already see the pathing from Jonathan Isaac will be top to bot. Talk to me about the value of this poppy here, because you know, we've discussed a lot about this Gucci-Yang team composition. It is as simple as butter. Jarvan, Rakan are the engagers, but Jonathan Isaac on the poppy, he is the only individual, don't worry guys, this is just a spectate bug, he is the only individual on Blazing Pandas that is going to be responsible for stopping the Jarvan and Rakan from engaging.
Yeah, I think later on, Jonathan Isaac is probably the most important member on the side of Blazing Pandas here. He needs to make sure that the Corki can shoot his rockets, can do his poke without getting instantly one-shot. Syndra can still try to fight back against the Corki in that case, but I think if just Poppy stands on the Corki to let him poke for free, and then when the enemies are low and crippled, they will just use the On Horn or the hostile takeover to like just catch them in one by one while they're on 200 HP down. I think this will be how they need to fight the team fights.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to look at it. Talk to me about these solo lane matchups though. On into Rumble, and we also have Syndra into Corki. Yeah, how are these solo lanes going to play out? Because we saw in the last game, the solo lanes really important for these objective fights.
I already talked about it a little bit at the end of the Champ Select. I think that Rumble and Syndra are just like 100 times stronger than their respective opponents in the early game. I think Corki can't really say anything till he has his level 16, his 3 items. Till then, he just can't even be near the Syndra in the fights. I think the first Herald definitely will go to Gucci. They just should be able to always have the prio. They will have the stronger 3v3 top side in every scenario. And I think this will be a really weak point for the side of Blazing Pandas here. If Gucci-Yang plays it well here, they can just abuse it so hard that the early game is so weak there.
Yeah, they could do that indeed. Objectives will be massive. And we saw last game, Gucci-Yang took the first dragon really, really early on. And after that point, all the dragons went into the hands of Blazing Pandas. Do you imagine that we'll see something similar where Pandas might give up the first dragon, but they will be able to secure the dragons later on?
I don't think Blazing Pandas want to drop the first Drake here. If they have the Draven, they want to win as much in the early game as possible. And they will definitely try. I don't think they will just drop it for free. They will definitely should be the first Drake for the Blazing Pandas here, unless there can be a Smite steal on the side of Gucci Yang.
Yeah, of course, and so, it would be pretty cool to see a Smite steal, but you can already see the aggression coming out from the Blazing Pandas bot lane. They are trading as much as they can. In terms of laning phase, this time around going a lot better for Gucci Yang than it was in the last game. You see mid lane still at a deficit. I think that's the only one for Yang, but top and bot even, which is much, much better. And more importantly, Supreme Ape is ahead in the jungle over Jonathan Isaac as opposed to last game, because I remember, I think, the Rel was so far ahead in terms of camps against the Ivan. Different story this time around.
Yeah, definitely. I'm still surprised that Gucci Yang doesn't have the cry on the solo lanes here. I expected this to go out much differently. But in mid lane I could think that it's probably because Syndra needs to wait for at least the double Q. But I still think that they should have the early prior here, but...
Yeah, well, gank gonna happen in the top lane. Mishidaka going for the knockup onto Supreme Ape, and the flag and drag is gonna secure First Blood. Mishidaka using the E to get the knockup instead of play defensively, and he's gonna pay the price for it. It's First Blood going in Gucci Yang's hands.
I think he should have just tried to dash out there. I can see why he tried to just knock him up, to be like, yeah, you can't gank me if you're stunned. But just a beautiful gank from the side here of Gucci Yang. Just sadly, the Rumble didn't get the kill. It would have been very, very strong there. But a kill on the Jarvan also is quite nice. Free Dragon here on the side of Blazing Pandas, like I predicted.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of the opposite of last game, isn't it? But yeah, First Blood going into the hands of Supreme Ape in the jungle. I think one thing about the way the lanes have been playing out, of course, we've seen priority uncharacteristically taken by the Corki and the Ornn. But what I noticed was they got prior, but at the cost of being low in HP and mana. I think when the camera panned to Rain D in mid lane, he pushed in the wave, but he was like maybe 2 rotations from death, low mana, and we saw there Mishidaka was the one to get punished for over pushing with the low HP. And you know, is this something Blazing Pandas will have to look out for? Is like you're getting priority for that dragon, obviously, but as a result of it, you're losing out a little bit too much on HP, and that's where Supreme Ape can look for a gank angle on you.
Definitely, that's also the Syndra and the Rumble would just do so much damage if the Ornn or the Corki will try to push. You can see the Ornn tries to push the wave. Just do so much damage.
Actually, the Forge God is going to get called down. Ruzu, he's going to overheat. We could be looking at a solo kill, and Ruzu is going to get himself on the board in this series. 2-0 now for Gucci Yang. Last game, the lanes were going so well for Blazing Pandas, and it's a completely different story this time.
Ruzu didn't even have the ultimate here. He used it on the wave before he reset it after the first blood there. Still being able to kill the Ornn. I think Michi D definitely underestimated the damage here on the side of Rumble, having only the Merc Jets.
Oh, actually, a 2v2 breaking out in the bot lane. Sanix forced to use both summoner spells. Lurk's getting caught out. Kanza, that lethal tempo has now proc, and that is active for the Jinx. Super Mega Death Rocket also available. You can see the 2v2 going in favor of Gucci Yang as well in the bot lane.
Yeah, which is surprising. I think the Blazing Panda bot lane here were chewing off too much than they can take. They stepped a bit too much forward, and Gucci Yang punished it beautifully.
Yeah, beautiful punish coming up from the bot lane of Gucci Yang. And Draven now summon. Oh my god. Oh. Did Kansas steal the crab with the ult? That's crazy. That's crazy. I respect it. Someone's got to do it, you know what I mean?
They will just... I don't think a lot will happen here. They will maybe try to... Oh? Poppy is trying to gank the bot lane here.
Jonathan Isaac is going to go for a lane gank. I'm not sure if the bot lane of Gucci Yang are aware of this happening right now. The Poppy does have everything available, but crucially, there is no exhaust on Lurgs. There is no heal and flash on Sanix, and another gank happening in the top lane. You can see the wave is going to get pushed in. This could be a potential turret dive. All summoner spells are available for the bot lane of Gucci Yang. Not sure if they want to take this. You can see Jonathan Isaac now starting to advance forward, and the camera is panning to top lane for some reason, but usually when that happens, it means nothing really happened in bot lane. As well, Kanza did blow the flash, but Jonathan Isaac didn't execute the gank correctly. So the Poppy wasted a lot of time, and will only just get a flash for it. So I think Gucci Yang, good respect from the bot lane there to play safe against the potential turret.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, no, Draven is trying. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I think the Gucci Yang played it really safe, really well. Didn't greet too much. I think Rakan tried to engage it really quick, but overall, they just played it safe. They didn't try to contest it, because I know sometimes bots be like, okay, enemy ADC doesn't have summoner spells, we can't really free this. They didn't risk it. They didn't try it. They smelled something was off. They just took the minions and they just said goodbye.
Yeah, that's all they did. And, right now, Gucci Yang needs to be feeling very, very good with the way this game is panning out. And I think for Blazing Pandas, obviously it's not down and out just yet. Like, of course, top lane is going a bit disastrous for you. The jungle matchup not going great for you. But one thing, the Corki is beating the Syndra. Rebreathe behind against Rain D, and we've seen the trades go in his favor as Supreme Ape will show up. I'm going to go aggressive for the EQ, despite being out of range. Scatter the weak also getting to land to the Corki, and I believe this might just be a Rift Herald pop. We'll see if he actually uses it. But yeah, the Corki winning out on the Syndra, is this something that you expected going into this draft?
I didn't expect this at all. I think the Syndra would beat the Corki quite handily, but Rain D playing it really, really well. Still being able to CS. I saw Rebirth did some amazing trades here, but it didn't matter. Corki just farmed, didn't try to fight back, got his minions, and just reset when needed. He played it safe. He played it really well.
Yeah, Reboot trading very, very well on the Syndra, but props to Rain D, the great neutralizer for being able to stay out. But a beautiful scatter of the week, landing onto two members in the bot lane. Supreme Ape has also arrived late today with a beautiful engage. I believe that's going to be the first kill going down. Lurgs is already taken out. Sonic does have his flash coming back up. Jonathan Isaac is going to be the next to fall, and it's all going in favor of Gucci Yang as the equalizer is... Oh, I wasn't the equalizer. I got confused with the Corki package. It is going to slow down Supreme Ape and bring him down to low HP, and it's going to be the team fight win going in the favor of Gucci Yang. They won't be able to take the dragon due to low health bars, but nonetheless, winning out the team fight is absolutely massive for them.
Yeah, here's the thing. Even if, for example, the Corki has the CS hit on Syndra, there's so much damage here coming out from her, and the Draven couldn't snowball that much. He got a kill, but here he couldn't snowball to like solo carry the fights, and the early damage overall on the side of Gucci was just way too much here.
Way too much indeed, and as you can see, Rebreathe landing that beautiful two-man scatter the week to kick that all off, and Lurgs was just completely deleted off the map, and Dragon starting out now for Blazing Pandas. Even though they did lose the team fight, and Gucci Yang, they are not going to want to give this up. Beautiful handshake coming out there from Lurks, but Scatter the Weak is going to land right onto the Renata. And look who's called out. It's going to be Sanix, but a Call of the Forge God is going to come in. Jonathan Isaac just got absolutely one-shot at the start of the fight. And the jungler for Blazing Pandas, he's taken down the Dragon, 1.7k HP. The Smite is not available for Blazing Pandas, but the damage is they will secure the Hextech Dragon, but they're not securing the team fight win. As Gucci Yang, they're running rampant. There's going to be two members falling down already. Jonathan Isaac just respawned out of the base. Sanix left to retreat to his turret. 7 kills to 1. Gucci Yang looking so much better in this game.
Yeah, they won this fight having no cooldowns up. They just played the team fight so beautifully. I think Blazing
Oh,
Pandas should
Rebreathe looking for a solo kill as the great neutralizer Rain D is going to fall to the young gun in Rebreathe in the mid lane. Sanix now left to his own devices, and Supreme Ape is going to land the flag and drag, going on to a rampage 4-0 and 3. Gucci Yang, they're winning all across the board.
This just doesn't look like the same team in the game before. Gucci just plays it so incredible. They just find it, they find the angles, they see, okay, he steps up just 1 millimeter too much and just punish in the mid lane. Gorgeous solo kill. Wonderful power dive in the bot lane. Just everything going so well for Gucci here.
Everything going so well as it's 1v1 breaking out in the top lane, but unfortunately for Ruzu, this slowly turns and quickly turns into a 2v1. A great stasis is going to buy some time, and the equalizer is going to get dropped down, but a beautiful knockback from Jonathan Isaac is going to pull him away from that one. Supreme 8 now, potential 1v2 repeat, but not going to take that one. But Gloomy, Rebreathe in playoffs is a completely different beast, as it's almost landing a scatter the week onto Sani. He's already doing so much damage on this Syndra here. Yeah, Rebreathe in playoffs, a completely different monster to what we saw in the regular season, and we said he's going to be so important for this series. 2-man scatter the week in the bot lane to start that fight. Solo kill in the mid lane now. He is doing bits as Rift Herald is going to get started up. And another scatter of the week landing onto the Draven. Hostile takeover is good, but there goes the Cataclysm. Samix, what can you do? Can you survive? He does. The shutdown goes over to Jonathan Isaac. That's exactly what Blazing Pandas needed to get back into the game. And it was a beautiful scatter of the week, but Ravilo goes a little bit too aggressive. He finds himself caught out. Rebreathe landing in another stun onto Lurk. And this Syndra is doing so much work in the team fight. The knock-up landing from Flay today. Ruzu is going to get the kill credit. Herald not finished off just yet. 6k on this important objective, and it looks like Gucci Yang will take control of this for now. There is a smite available for Blazing Pandas, but they will back off. Kanza was able to get a turret in the bot lane. You can see Wade being pushed into mid lane. They will want to take down this turret, but more importantly, Ruzu chunking down that Rift Herald, waiting for Supreme to get in there with the smite, and he will be able to do that. And once again, Rebreathe pulling the strings and landing the spells to start off the fight and reaping the rewards for Gucci Yang.
Yeah, it feels like Gucci Yang's like taking 2 steps ahead.
Oh my god, Rebreathe landing so much damage. Rain D, is he gonna die? Almost falls. And well, Herald is going to get popped into the top lane as Super Mega Death Rocket does go wide. Jonathan Isaac trying to find a catch onto the Syndra, but he's just too goddamn strong. Kanza, he's now going to supply some backup DPS, but instead it's going to be the Rift Herald taking down that top lane turret. You can see some reinforcements gonna get sent up there from Ishidarko. Gucci Yang, they could be overstaying their welcome. Supreme Ape might be looking for something. Flag and drag to safety. Handshake gonna get dodged away, and they will be able to get out with their lives. And right now, Gloomy, how OP is blue side?
Blue side's it just looks incredible. Like, not only here in Worlds, everywhere. Blue side just almost always wins, and it's just a mental diff, I guess. You got when you're on blue side, you think, okay, I'm gonna win anyways. Just either there's like a magical buff while you're on blue side, because both of these teams just played so incredible while they were on the blue side.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot recently that blue side is the strongest side of the two. I think with red side, of course, you do get counter picks, but it's like if those counter picks don't play out the way that you imagine, so that's where blue side gets a massive advantage. You essentially get to pick the champions you want to pick before your opponents. And also the way the map works, your access into these objectives are better on the blue side. And one thing for Blazing Pandas that they have going for them is these dragons. They do have 2 dragons in their name, and so Gucci Yang, they will be pressured to make something happen for this Drake, but for me, Gucci Yang, their carries are just too goddamn strong. One combo rotation, I think this Draven dies straight up, so what can Pandas do to make sure that they get onto Soul Point?
They definitely need to try to find a pick on the Syndra at least, because as you see, the Syndra has 9 Darksteel stacks, and if you don't find a way to clip these down, she will just be so obnoxious to play against. the Draven couldn't really snowball. I had I think the hope was that even if Syndra one-shots the Draven here, he will just get revived from the Renata.
And Lurg's doing the Lurg special. That's an enchanter, buddy. You don't want to be walking forward front line, and he's going to get caught out. We've seen that happen so many times this split, as Jonathan Isaac now going to get some pressure on from Supreme 8, and crucially, the Corki package is going to get used defensively just to clear out this mid wave, which means Blazing Pandas, they will lose out on the soul point. Gucci Yang, they get a dragon of their own.
It's just stepping up a bit too much, the Renata here lurks, and getting instantly caught. So, once again, beautiful scat of the week from Rebreathe here. He just plays so phenomenal this game.
Yeah, Rebreathe really is putting in an MVP performance. The 17-year-old young gun taking it to the experienced squad of Blazing Pandas, and I think this is a player who, bear in mind, when it comes to, if you ask the mainstay SLE community, what do you think of SLE mids? Rebreathe does not get mentioned by anyone, unless you're me, because I love this boy. But he doesn't get mentioned by anyone. But anyone who watches his games, anyone who's played against him knows this is a sleeper player. You can't sleep on this guy. He's improved so much over the split, and he's taking it to Reign D. Not many people have been in this position where they are outplaying the Blazing Pandas mid laner. Solo killing the mid lane early. He's looking for catches left, right, and center. Lurks has been on the receiving end on Scans of the Weeks, which has just taken him off before he can do absolutely anything. And the Syndra right now, really putting in a performance for Gucci Yang.
Yeah, Syndra's really, really dangerous. I'm thinking right now what Blazing Pandas needs to do to actually be able to catch the Syndra, but as you see, they just try to engage on him, he just knocks them away. He just wins these trades, everything, no matter what. I think he has a point where his poke is better than the Corkis right now. Unless Blazing Pandas finds a way to let this game go to like 16 minutes and the Corki and the Ornn just like Exodia, I don't see a way where Syndra just does solo carry the game here.
Yeah, really tough for the members of Blazing Pandas to get onto the Syndra. I can imagine what you kind of do want to try and do is layer the Call of the Forge God with the Corki package, and that's going to be your best shot to take down Rebreathe on the Syndra, because at the current moment in time, we're seeing it's just the Poppy who is making attempts onto the Syndra, but for the Scats of the Week, you can just push her away. Well, actually, Gucci Yang, they are starting up the Baron buff 21 minutes into the game, and it's a repeat of last game where Blazing Pandas were able to secure this extremely early on. You can see on the mini-map there, the vision control is so good for Gucci Yang. They've just spotted out Jonathan Isaac to try and make a movement into the pit. Call the Forge God is going to get used, and it's going to knock up 2 members. That's massive, but Flay today, great defensive work to get Jonathan Isaac away from his carries, so the Baron is going to get reset, so it won't get secured for now. And crucially for Blazing Pandas, they were able to defend that Baron buff take, get priority in the mid lane, and this is exactly what Blazing Pandas need to do. They need to play around their key ultimates and their key tools as a team composition as they manage to get Gucci Yang off of that Baron.
Yeah, just the vision.
Oh, there's actually a fight breaking out in the river as Ruzu gets pushed away by Jonathan Isaac. Hostile takeover, only landing onto Kanza, but a beautiful cleanse is going to get himself out of that, because he was starting to put some autos down onto the Syndra, and we didn't want to see a sticky situation there. But, we say Blazing Pandas, they were able to get Gucci Yang off the Baron, but now they've just used the Ornn ultimate, the Renata ultimate. See Gucci Yang knowing that, getting a bit more confident stepping into the Blazing Pandas jungle. And it will just be the resets coming in now, as we see the Whirling Death is just going to cancel a recall for now, as Ruzu is basing on a wall. Yeah, we'll just be the back off. Not too much happening, just a bunch of spells being thrown around without anything too major occurring. But yeah, I want to see how many stacks this Draven is on, because okay, Draven is on 180. He's almost on 200 stacks. So if Sanix gets a kill, he's going to cash in so much gold. But if he doesn't, if he dies to this, that has to be one of the most tilting things in the world.
Also, Right now, if he gets the goal by a good kill, especially the shutdown on the Syndra, would be incredible. But right now, not even the Syndra is not the only problem anymore. Jinx just hit the Infinity Edge, and just in team fights, you need to focus the Syndra, not get completely chipped to death by the Jinx at the same time to let her get her excited. It's really hard to even get the cash in because team fights are just so one-sided from the gold side here.
Yep. Very one-sided, and the teleport coming in the bot lane, that's going to be Mishi Darko making sure he is in position to contest this dragon. I have to say, Blazing Pandas, they've done such a good job at slowing this game down, and Ruzu is going to spot out the Ornn, and actually Flash already having to be blown. Supreme Ape is going to follow that. We see in the mid lane, Unleashed Power, and a beautiful combo from Flay today is going to get 3/4 down into the Renata W, won't be able to reclaim himself back into life. Rain D with the package, going to find himself a catch onto Ruzu, so 1-for-1 for now. And actually, Kanza find him to kill onto Lurk, so 2 members down the bot lane. A little bit of a pause there, but the bot lane of Blazing Pandas already taken down. You can see Jonathan Isaac does not want to give this up. Blazing Pandas do not want to give this dragon for free, but it will have to be the case because they cannot contest this as the bot lane of Pandas once again overstep and overstay their welcome. They get caught out in the mid lane, and Dragons now evened up. Gucci Yang in a fantastic position here.
Yeah, there goes the 200 stacks of the Draven, the one big hope. They got at least a Syndra flash, like the carries of Gucci don't have flash anymore. Rumble, they even got a pick on the Rumble. They did give up the Drake, which will be now the second Drake for Gucci Yang, which will be unfortunate, but now Rebreathe had stopwatch for the next fight. They will definitely try to go and look for the Baron. They're moving to set up the vision. TP on both mid laners, so they will just play around bot lane, and I think the next Baron will be quite game deciding.
It will be very game deciding indeed. A Baron buff was started up earlier. Then I have to say, Blazing Pandas, even though they are behind, they've done so good in terms of defending the objective takes here. Even the Dragons this far ahead have not been easy for Gucci Yang. They have had to fight for their takes and fight for their food, and Baron buff is going to be the focus now because there isn't another objective spawning for a while, so the dragon is going to be the focus. And as we said, the Draven had so many stacks and wasn't able to cash in before dying. So Sanex just lost out on so much potential gold, and as a champion like Draven, that has to feel a little bit unfortunate. And yeah, as you said not that long ago, the Draven just didn't do enough in the early game, and it's looking like a difficult position for Sanex.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Draven won't really have any chance to go back into the game. He couldn't snowball, and now he's just getting so outvalued by that Jinx. What I'm seeing though is the Corki has 2.5 items, the Hex Drinker, level 14, really close to 16 on upgrade soon, which I think will be their shining light, hoping that the Corki level 16, once they reach it, will be able to fend off against Gucci.
Yup. I believe that is true, but Corki is one of those champions where you can really turn the tide of the game as soon as those power spikes come in. For Rain D, he's opted to run for the Hex Drinker, which does make sense. You are up against the Rumble and the Syndra double AP threats, and it is a very high value item, not that expensive. But it does mean that that 3-item spike that Corki is so notoriously known for is going to get missed out here, because I think Hex Drinker not the highest damage item in the game as Baron buff gets started up, and you can imagine Blazing Pandas are completely aware that this is happening. Rangy in the bot lane does have teleport available, the Ornn ultimate as well. Blazing Pandas have access to many tools to stop this from happening. The Call of the Forge God is going to get popped down, but Jonathan Isaac is going to get caught out. Rebreathe hanging in the way. Scatter the Weak is going to land onto Rain D. He's being brought down almost to half HP already, and they're starting the chase onto Jonathan Isaac, and you can see Supreme Ape going to land the Cataclysm. Means that Rain D half HP, no teleport available, meaning he's going to have to rely on some fruits here to get himself back up to health. No ultimate coming up from Mishi Darko available here, and the Baron buff has been restarted. Rebreathe going to have to rotate from the mid lane and will be dangerous. You can see Blazing Pandas positioning towards it, but a beautiful stun once again landing from Rebreathe, and the equalizer is beautiful. The Unleashed Power, get out Blade Stun as the ultimate is all it needs for Rebreathe to take down Sonic, and the push comes through. Super Mega Death Rocket lands onto 3, but but it's just going to be a retreat for now for Blazing Pandas, and for Gucci Yang, it's going to be the focus onto the Baron buff here, and with Sanix being taken down, no teleport available for the Draven, this could almost be a free objective take for them.
Yeah, unless Poppy goes in, gets a magical steal. I don't see a way how Gucci Yang does not get the Baron here. I think... Oh, a knock up on the Poppy.
Oh yeah, knock up onto a Poppy. And look at the damage that Rebreathe is able to do. Jonathan Isaac is going to get the bailout, but the Baron is going to get secured by Kanza. The DPS from the Jinx is going to be enough. Lurgs is next on the menu. Supreme Ape, he's going to keep going forward. The flash of the Corki is available. Won't get used for now. Flag and Drag is going to whiff out, but Supreme Ape is going to finish off the kill. No, he's not, as Rain D is going to trade one back. But nonetheless, you have to feel like maybe the damage has already been done, as the mid lane push is going to come through, and it's only Sanix right now defending this push. They will back off for now, but Gucci Yang in such a good position to close this game out.
Yeah, I think Blazing Pandas had a small window for like 2 seconds after the on ult hit, and Syndra was in a short second in the 1v1 with the Draven. I think they had a chance here to completely collapse onto the Syndra, which would have been really crucial, because on that point she was on exactly 10 Magi stacks. You would have lost all of them. And after that, I think they could have easily turned the fight. It could have been a big shutdown, a big loss on AP on the Syndra here, and that would have been the Baron. But I think they were a bit too scared, which is understandable, having such a gold deficit.
Yeah, very understandable, but you see Blazing Pandas, they want to get as many objectives as they can, and they are focusing down this Ocean Dragon. Supreme Ape hasn't arrived yet. Dragon already taken down to low HP. Scatter the Weak didn't land onto any key targets, and the Dragon is going to get secured. Gucci Yang, they were sleeping at the wheel, and the objective secured by Blazing Pandas. Jonathan Isaac is going to play Sacrificial Lamb to the rest of his team to see if they can try to get out. We can see the push is going to come through. Hostile takeover isn't going to stop Kanza, as he's going to run forward. Another rocket into the heart of Lurgs. A double kill coming in for the Jinx. Rebreathe flashing forward aggressively to try and find a catch. Sanix is going to get stopped from a rocket from Rozo, and Sanix is going to get taken down. Rampage coming in from Kanza, and Gucci Yang, they still have the Baron buff. They're still healthy with the minion push. They will look to push down these turrets of Blazing Pandas. What can Mishidako do? What can Rain D do? You have to feel like this might be the end of the game.
Yeah, I think Gucci can definitely try to look for an end here, but they gotta pick on the Rakan back, so maybe they will just try to play it safe. The Poppy's respawning, Renato's almost here. They will probably just try to take the 2 inhibs and then leave again.
Yeah, they might do, as Jonathan Isaac has respawned back onto the field, so we'll be able to put down some facilitation and utility, give that front line to Rain D to clear out these waves, but mid lane inhibitor taken down. Gucci Yang, doesn't look like the fights are turning away from them at all, as the Jinx now is starting to get strong. 3 kills picked up in that fight for Kanza. Before, it was all Rebreathe doing the damage, and it was all Supreme Ape and Ruzu setting up the fights, and now Kanza on the Jinx is now online. This is so scary for Pandas.
Yeah, it's really hard from here. The situation they're in right now, like outside of the gold part, I think that they have like 1 open inhib. They were able to defend the bot side. There is no objective coming up soon. I think this will be a good opportunity for the Corki to farm up even more. I don't think it will matter that much. I think that the Jinx and the Syndra are way too strong. But if they're trying to hope for some way to come back, it is definitely by letting the Corki get the mid farm here.
Yeah, I think, well, Pandas, I feel like if you're Blazing Pandas here, your call is to funnel this Corki, get some gold into that Corki. That's basically your only hope back into this game. Gucci Yang, Baron buff used. I don't think it was utilized to the best of possibility, but of course, Blazing Pandas did a great job contesting that dragon, securing the 3rd Drake for them. Gucci Yang, they've played this game exceptionally well. 20 Magi stacks for Rebreathe. The confidence exuding from this youthful player is so high. And again, I have to sing his praises. But the Forge God is just going to score a goal for now. I think that was useful wave clear. But look at the Jinx damage. It's going to do so much, as Mishidaka already brought to low HP. Supreme Ape is going to try to flag and drag, but a beautiful stop from Jonathan Isaac. But the Poppy W is down meaningfully today. He's going to land a knock up into Jonathan Isaac. You can see mid-wave is going to get pushed through. So Gucci Yang, they can just chill here. They can just wait here for the incoming top wave, as no one right now is moving to the mid lane to defend defend and clear that out. Jonathan Isaac taking a flank position to see what he can do against Gucci Yang. This is going to be the final stance. This is going to be the last dance for Blazing Pandas in game 2. They will try to clear out the wave. Another scatter the weak. He's going to chunk down Lurgs. Rebreathe. This is going to go dominating as the fight is already going into the favor of Gucci Yang. Kanza landing rocket after rocket. And Zanix is going to get one kill in the fight. That's going to be able to Supreme Mate. But the resets come through. Get excited as Kanza now with the Jinx is going to get a double kill in this fight. Ruzu might be the one to fall down, but it's okay. You've done your work. You've done your job. Kanza gets a triple kill. The Jinx is 7-1. Now, Rebreathe is going to try to push down the minions as the wave is going to get cleared. Jonathan Isaac is going to be the last one remaining for Blazing Pandas. What can he do to defend away from Gucci Yang? The answer is going to be absolutely nothing as the members of Yang are going to push through. They are heading down the Nexus. Kanza, pew 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 pew, is going to take the Nexus down in 3/4, leaves the game as game 2 goes in the hands of Gucci Yang.
It just felt like watching two completely different games. It's hard to believe that these are the same teams that just played the game before. I think it was a bit more like, not scuffs, like more fist fighting compared to the first game. Was a lot more aggressive. You could see the game 1 nerfs were coming up. Everyone just played more freefully, but what a performance from Rebreathe.
What a performance from Rebreathe. And like I said, this man is almost being ignored in the SLE. No one talks about him. No one mentions his name because he hasn't performed bad. He hasn't performed good. But as soon as playoffs has hit, this mid laner has paved his story into the SLE. He is making that bid for being one of the top mid laners that we have in this league. And performances like that will start getting people to talk about you and start to get people to remember your name. Mr. Rebreathe, keep performing like that, and your name is going to be written in the history books because that Syndra was unreal. Landing Scatter the Weeks to start fights, landing massive burst damage. He basically man-marked Lurgs every point in the game and took him down over and over again. Gloomy, I won't even ask you who your MVP of that game was, but let's be honest, all across the board, this was the opposite kind of game. Blazing Pandas dominant game 1, Gucci Yang an even more dominant game 2. Actually, let me rephrase that. It wasn't an even more dominant game 2, but it was a dominant game 2 because I think Blazing Pandas did better in game 2 than Gucci Yang did in game 1. So, that's that. Rebreathe is the MVP of that series. I'm not even going to ask you, Gloomy. If you have any ideas, you can shut your mouth. But for now,
yeah, no, definitely the MVP here.
Yeah, definitely the MVP. Do you have any closing statements before we head into another break for that game?
Sorry, what again? I didn't hear it.
Do you have any closing statements before we head into our break?
Just Rebreathe Syndra is just so gorgeous. Blazing Pandas definitely needs to find a way to deal with it, either ban it or pick it away. But if they let Syndra open again for Rebreathe in game 3, I think it will be quite rough for them again. Yeah,
potentially will be rough. But for now, let us proceed to the break. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1-1. The scores are all tied up now. This series is exciting as ever, and I need to state the significance of this. One of these top teams will be going home today, and right now they're tied up in the series. This game 3 is going to bring one of these teams to match point, so don't go anywhere. We're going to head to a quick break, but yeah, for now, grab a drink and return soon. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the quarterfinals of the SLE. We have returned with game number 3. Oh, that's not the draft. What am I doing? Hang on. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have such an exciting game. The SLE community. Well, I saw Mikis type in the chat, 551 players exist within our sphere, and only 16 of them have been able to claim the title. And one of these two teams, I think a lot of people know as individuals that will be looking to make that bid for that championship trophy. And you know, there's loads of games happening later on today, but for now we've got a 1-1 tied series in front of us. And with draft underway, I have to feel both teams, there's a lot on the line here. Whatever this game does, it brings you to match point. This is the match point game. Whichever team takes this has so much breathing room going into game 4. And it sort of allows for that sigh of relief that you don't have a do or die situation in the next one. But yeah, Rel already locked in for Jonathan Isaac, a champion in the first game he showed, proved to be so successful hit for him. Supreme Ape is going to answer back with his signature Wukong. I mean, it's all in the name as that Wukong gets locked into the Rel. Bear in mind, Rel is a potential flex pick for them. And you can see the adaptation that Gucci Yang have done in the draft here. Cassante banned away against Blazing Pandas. They knew that they wanted that first rotation, first pick even in game 1. And that's going to be taken off the board for Mishi Darko. Yeah, jungle pick being locked in for both teams, or potentially for both teams, as the Jinx is going to get locked in for Kanza. It is just that insurance-y policy, making sure that you have some sustainable and reliable late game damage. And Kanza, you know, had a stellar game on the Jinx last time around. Is going to look to have a bit of a repeat on that one, as a Vi gets locked in. And now this is the flexibility of the Rel. They put it in the jungle in the first game, but this time around with Jinx locked in, you can imagine Blazing Pandas locked in the Vi, knowing that, yeah, we want to lock down this Jinx, we want to press R on that Jinx unit and take her down. And the Xayah gets hollowed here. I have to admit, I do not like the Xayah from Blazing Pandas here. You've got a full engage jungle support. The last thing you need is a Xayah. Xayah is a champion that notoriously is terrible at running forward with the rest of the team. But what is going to get locked in is the Ahri. Now, Ahri Vi, we've all watched international tournaments. This has proven to be one of the strongest mid-jungle duos in the world. This is absolutely lethal, and Rebreathe is going to lock in that signature Lissandra, going to be put on that facilitation role. And I think Lissandra, a champion that doesn't get picked enough into the Ahri. Ahri is such a mobile unit, but the way Lissandra operates, you get a flash ultimate on that Ahri, you chain CC with the W, and that Ahri just cannot move. Symphonics is dropped. Yeah, to be honest. Yeah, maybe I helped them in draft a little bit, but it's fine nonetheless. Yeah, Lissandra, really good pick into the Ahri, because I think you essentially get this unit that can lock down a very mobile unit. The issue now with Blazing Pandas, they do have the Rel, which works really, really good into teamfight compositions. If we take a look at what Gucci Yang are drafting, you have a draft that Lissandra is going to be able to do so much in the face of the Vi and the Rel. The way this mid-jungle duo works is Vi and Ahri follow up on each other. The way Lissandra works is you essentially stop that from happening. You can't stop the Vi ultimate, but you can stop the Ahri from following through. And let's say Vi ultimate gets onto the Jinx. If Lissandra can root up the Ahri, that Vi is going to be engaging all on her own, and she will be left to her own devices. So that's the scary thing for Blazing Pandas here, and something that they need to look out for. Now, the second rotation of bans are starting to come through. And for now, I think I don't expect too much to be happening, but with the supports left to be picked, well, not supports, but support for Gucci Yang left to be picked, there's a very good angle here. And what I kind of like what Gucci Yang have done here, because they're going to be able to pick mid into a mid. They're going to be able to pick a support into the Rel, and they will go for the Braum, beautiful, beautiful pick here to be able to supply some defense. Renata just as good, if not better, to supply some defense into the Jinx. And we saw last game the Renata was not that successful, but I think a lot of that was just because Syndra was doing such a good job at punishing the mispositioning of the Renata. But in this situation, I think there's so much defensive tools for Gucci Yang, and I think, yeah, it's looking really, really good for them. Nonetheless, Blazing Pandas draft is looking incredible still. It is still looking like a really, really good draft. They're going to round up the damage dealers with the Kai'Sa here. And it seems like they've got this go forward death ball team composition. Jonathan Isaac will press R, and everyone else will follow through. As, yeah, lock-ins will come through. Mishi Darko hovering that Jax in. He's had a decent series so far. The Ornn game, not his best performance, but we've seen in game 1, he absolutely dumps the Ruzu into the ground on the Cassante, and he's hovering the set here. We'll just go for the Gnar pick, and we'll see what Ruzu goes for. As, I can imagine, you know, game 1, he did get the counter pick into the Cassante, but it just wasn't quite enough. He was able to lose out, and Mishi Darko did win out in the end, and this time Ruzu is going to have another bite at the cherry when it comes to the counter matchup, and we'll see if he can have a better story this time around. And well, it will be the Malphite hover. And speaking of Malphite, I'm kind of looking at things right now outside of the Kai'Sa. No one kills this Malphite. There is just not enough on the board here to take down the Malphite, and it does get locked in. Malphite will get picked up. Guys, please help me. I have no idea where my co-caster is. I'm so tired. I want a drink of water. Someone help. Nonetheless, okay, it's fine. Yeah, Gucci Yang, they will be able to lock in that Malphite, the R5 Malphite, and yeah, chat, you know what, Twitch chat, you can be my co-casters. What do we think of this draft here? Because the way I see it, Gucci Yang have a team fight composition. Blazing Pandas have a team fight composition, but they both play the team fights in completely different ways. They both play it in such a unique style, so different to the other, that I can't see how they will be able to operate in the same way. I think both games, what we've seen is that the laning phase is so important for the play out of the game, and yeah, this will be a similar story. And one thing I've noticed is both games, no team left the early game with an on an even footing. Both games resulted in one team just being ahead of the pack of the other, just straight off the back of laning. And that's going to be crucial to look at and crucial moving forward into this game. Yeah. Yeah, solo casting's fun. Twitch chat, how are people doing? Well, I'm gonna keep trying my best to carry on. Yeah. So. Yeah, complete mute. Yeah. Can I have someone join me, please? Because my throat's gonna explode.
I am really sorry for the little delay. There were some personal big issues. I'm so sorry.
He's back! Alright, Gloomy, you have to talk for about like 10 minutes straight.
Okay.
Because I need to drink water. Go.
Okay. So what I'm seeing here, I see Ari Lissandra matchup in the mid lane, which is the first thing that catches my eye, which is very favored for Lissandra. But on the side of Blazing Panthers, I see the Vi Ari combo, which will be very dangerous, especially if we look at how both these teams played the last two games. I feel like on the side of Blazing Panda, in the early game, mid lane was quite a lot stronger, like having the mid prio, all that stuff, which I think will be very, very good with the combination of the REY this game. But seeing Yang has their hands on the Jinx again, Jinx Renata this time around, playing against another more scaling like ADC the Kaiser. So probably not that much fighting in the bot lane this time around, which I think is the right approach because the Draven didn't work that much around for Blazing Pandas last time. So I think just trying to scale evenly with the Jinx that didn't do much early game around is, I think, definitely the play here around because they played very safe. They played it really good, didn't get punished by the Draven, and just being like, okay, we're not trying to fight you, we're not trying to punish you, we're gonna go for the Kaiser here is definitely the play. I see Nav versus Malphite here in the top lane. I don't know much about top lane. I just my top laner, there was a bit of a Nar OTP, said that's definitely a really good matchup for the Malphite. I think Malphite doesn't have that much value here this game actually, because who is he gonna ult? I mean, it's good in lane, all that stuff, but Ari just dashes around, Vi dashes around, Rel is a full tank, Kaiser dashes in the backline. I definitely think it's the draft is very favored for the Blazing Pandas here. I think Ari Vi can do a lot of damage. The Lissandra is a very good neutralizer into the Ari. I'm not denying that part, but I feel like they can just deal so much damage. Unless Lissandra Wukong can do some stuff early to deny it, to deny the strength of that combo, I think it would be very hard for good Yang to play here around, especially for the Jinx. It's like if she just gets Vi ulted and Ari ulted, she has the peel and the hostile takeover from the Renata on her side plus her Chompers. I'm not sure if it will be enough. The CC is just so insane, and even if she gets the revive off from the Renata and does somehow kill the Ari, there's still the Kaiser that can just dash behind her, one-shot her again, and where's the damage on the side of Gucci once the Jinx is gone? There's no damage outside of the Jinx, but there's so much dive on the side of Blazing Pandas to punish that Jinx.
Yeah, welcome back to the cast, and unfortunately I'm going to hit you with the fat disagree because I understand where you're coming from, that the Malphite, it's difficult to find someone to ult here, but, take a look at Blazing Panda's team composition. All they do is go in. They have one button in this team composition, which is to go in. If they walk around, don't engage, their team composition doesn't do anything. You don't have the regular wave clear over control mage like an Orianna or a Syndra. Kai'Sa is a short range AD carry, so you're essentially needing to fight. Now let's look at Gucci Yang's team composition here. You have a Wukong, and I get what you're saying with no damage. Wukong is one of the highest damage champions in the game. One of the strongest 2-item power spikes that exists in League of Legends. Like, Divine Sunder into Shojin is like, this champion is unleashed. Literally, that Q does so much damage. And alongside the Lissandra and the Malphite, like, these are disengage tools. This team composition is built for disengage, and Blazing Panda's composition is built to engage. And as a result of that, you're essentially getting like almost a rock paper scissors situation here, where Blazing Pandas have a paper and Gucci Yang have responded with literally rock. Rock doesn't count paper. I should have said scissors. Yeah. You get the point. I think there's not necessarily a lack of damage. Like, even if the Jinx does go down, let's not kid ourselves. Blazing Panda's team composition, they're not exactly the tankiest units in the game. These aren't units that are difficult to wipe off the map. Lissandra combo probably will be enough to kill a Kai'Sa. I think Gucci Yang's draft potentially is a little bit more difficult to play, but I think it completely counters the team composition of Blazing Pandas, in my opinion, at least.
I just feel like if we look at how both teams played the last two games, that the draft of Blazing Pandas just plays so well into how they try to win these games. And I think, at least from what I've seen the last two games, that I'm not so sure if Gucci Yang will do that well with this type of draft.
Yep, we'll have to see, because I think the name of the game here is being able to play patient, being able to not make mistakes, but that's kind of what I said. This team composition for Blazing Pandas, I'm taking a look at it. They do get outscaled at some point. No one's going to kill this Malphite. If they get to a point where... Oh, I need to change the scores on that. Oh, no, it says 1-1. Wait, what's going on? Okay, yeah. Cool. um, yeah, as I said, what was I saying?
Scaling Malphite.
Oh yeah, no. The scaling on Gucci Yang is just better than Blazing Pandas. Like Ori and Vi aren't champions that scale that well into the late game. Obviously, Kanza will have a very difficult task ahead, but he's got such a good team composition around him to protect him and make sure that these heavy engagers do get punished. So we'll have to see, of course. I think what we've seen in Game 1 and Game 2 is that whichever team just wins out in the lane phase ends up winning the game in general. So that's going to be the main thing to look out for.
I definitely feel if Blazing Pandas fall behind at any point of the game, I think it's really, really rough for them to find any way to come back. But I think with the champions they picked, they also opted for the Hail of Blades Kaiser, which just gives more burst and early damage. I just feel like if they just get ahead a little bit early, which they were able to do really well, they're amazing at like getting these families in this laning phase, then just fighting around the first break. Like if they just play like they did in the first game, I think their team comp suits them so well. And they when they are ahead, if we look at the game one, they just played it so clean. They didn't give Gucci any space to breathe, didn't give them any second, which is slowly choking them out till they die. And I think this team comp is actually so well to that, because if you're in side lane, you do one little misstep, there's the Viol, there's the Ariel, if it's in range, Kaiser can ult there as well. And on the other side, you just have the Nod that can just split push the enemy to death.
Yeah. That's not a bad take, to be honest. But yeah, we'll have to see how this game plays out. As well, lane already going in favor of Gucci Yang, as you can see. Sanix dropping a lot of farm here to Kanza, and then being brought down to low HP. I think the biggest thing to look out for here is the movements. Oh, actually, Michidako is not winning this. Traders, Ruzu is going to find a potential solo kill onto the Gnar. Michidako having to run away here and maybe not understanding the intricacies of this matchup well enough, as Michidako already almost being brought down to low HP. And Ruzu going with the Comet Run. A lot of poke damage coming down from this Rock in the top lane. As Lurks goes for a flash Q as Jonathan Isaac has arrived into the bot lane, holding off that on the Q. Play Today with a beautiful flash forward, might keep him alive. As Play Today, he's going to get away with his life. The exhaust goes down. Kanza is going to try and body block what he can, but Supreme Ever is going to arrive onto the bot lane. And just as you said, there's no damage coming out from Gucci Yang. Psych, brother, there's no damage coming out from Blazing Pandas as First Blood goes into the hands of Supreme Ape on the Wukong.
It's just such a disaster for the side of Blazing Pandas here. I think the target selection was a bit weird. And they've got the flash from the Jinx and then still decided to focus the Renata here, but really nice counter gank on the side of Gucci here.
Great counter gank indeed, as once again in the top lane, we see these Qs coming out from Ruzu doing so much damage. Interestingly enough, and I'm not a top lane expert, maybe you can fill in a bit more information. Ruzu going for that Doran's ring, meaning that these Malphite Qs take so much of your HP, and he's gone for the Comet as well, so the slow is going to pretty much guarantee that the Comet will land. So yeah, this Malphite is basically a poke champion at this point.
It's just such a hard matchup for the Gnar to play. When we locked Gnar, Malphite was definitely our go-to ban, which made me sad as a Stylus player, but it's just really rough. If the Malphite times his Q well and just not spams it all in the first minute of the laning phase to like waste all his mana, especially if you look now, he now has the Sheen, he can just go in, Q slow you and then run you down with the W auto attacks. It's just really disgusting. Jonathan Isaac tries to go for a play here now that there's no summoner spells on the side of Gucci Yang. And the jungler, the Wukong, is on the other side of the map, so it would just there's no way for a counter gank.
No way for a counter gank indeed, and the wave is in such a rough position for the bot lane of Good Chi Yang. But Jonathan Isaac gonna be patient here. You have to imagine that this gank is gonna go so well for him if he is patient enough. The only problem is that you can see the bot lane of Good Chi Yang, they're playing so safe, almost to suspect that something is happening here. Hansa is gonna step forward. Lurks doesn't have the flash, but Jonathan Isaac still waiting. He's spent a lot of time in the bot lane here, and he's now starting to step up. The handshake isn't going to come through, and actually going to stun up the Rel, and Kanza is going to survive once again. Jonathan Isaac waited there for so long, and they did not get anything out of it. And you can see already what the consequences were. The Vi is so far behind on the Wukong.
Yeah, this is just so sad for the side of Blazing Pandas. It was such a nice setup, but there's no flash on the Vi, no ult on the Vi. And they just... The bot lane of Gucci played that so well, not stepping up, playing safe, being like, okay, we haven't seen a jungle anywhere, maybe he could be there, let's just play it a bit safer. And it just worked out so well for them. Even if, at the time that they finally stepped up a bit so they could force the fight, Wukong was already in the bot river, so they couldn't force it for too long, because Wukong would just have come down there, clean it up. Now it's a free Drake for the side of Gucci Yang. And the Wukong is it's just so ahead compared to the Vi. Especially the Vi so far hasn't done anything with the Dari. Dari's just like kind of stuck in lane, has a nice CS lead, but that's not what you want to do against Alessandra. You want to roam around. And now it's the first Drake basically for free to Gucci Yang.
Oh my gosh.
And
look at the jungle gold.
It's just so rough for Jonathan Isaac here.
Yeah, really rough for the Vi there, and it's like, you invest that much time, the gank has to work. You can't, like, the gank cannot be affording to fall, but the trade happening in mid lane. It goes in the favor of Rain D, as Lissandra, not the best 1v1 champion in the game, but nonetheless, decided to go for that potential trade. And yeah, Gloomy, you touched on something really important here. I think a lot of the teams we've seen in MSI, at Worlds, LEC, LCK, whatever, they pick this Ahri Vi combination to play it with the Ahri and the Vi. And crucially, as you said, the Vi is... Do you feel like this Vi is spending too much time playing for the Kai'Sa Rel instead of the Ahri?
I think it's overall good to play around the bot lane because Ahri alone is not gonna carry the game. But I think the Vi should at least do like 1-2 ganks to help the Ahri get out of lane.
Oh, and that's the Malphite value as that ultimate comes in. Mishi Darko fails the mechanics check, not able to flash away from it. As yeah, a kill once again going into the hands of Good Chi Yang, and you can see now Revilo, Supreme Ape, is making so much happen on the map. Dragon secured, and then makes a gank happen in top lane. The Wukong is just so much further ahead on tempo against this Vi, and you can see the effect it's having on the game.
Yeah, the Nas also losing, I think it was a double stack wave with a cannon wave. He's just losing so much there in top lane right now. The Wukong, I mean, he didn't get an assist, he used the R, which is overall good for the side of Blazing Pandas, which makes the Wukong like not be able to do stuff for some time, but they still get a free herald of it, which is still really good. And now it's just so behind at this point. It is the top side. I feel like the top side is just like falling dead without fighting back that much. The Vi tried to go in bot lane. Oh, there's not a fight in bot lane.
Another fight in bot lane, and Lurgs is going to get hand-shaken away, so the Q is going to miss. Hansa is level 6 and landing so many rockets. Lethal tempo already popped off now, and 3/4 does have the flash available. Lurgs is going to flash aggressively. You can see Rain D is making his move on the way to the bot lane, so this could be the first of 3 ganks to work for Blazing Pandas. The killer instinct is going to come through late today. The W isn't going to get popped. Actually, it does! Hansa is going to get a kill onto Lurgs, and potentially another, and 2 kills coming up for Good Chi Yang. A 3 versus 2 going absolutely haywire for Blazing Pandas, and Good Chi Yang will be able to get 2 kills. How on earth are these bot lane ganks working so badly for Blazing Pandas?
This is what I was like trying to touch on with that the Ahri should move bot, but she moved bot here, which was really nice. It was also good plans from the Kai'Sa, but crucially, the Ahri missed the charm. And that just gave enough time for the Jinx to get the kills, save the Renata. The Jinx maybe died, yes, but in the end it was like a two for one. No, yeah, 2-for-2 trade, no?
Yeah, 2-for-2.
Yeah.
2-for-2. And crucially, you can see here, Kanza was able to pick up the wave. So won't lose out too much in the farm department. And I think if you're good Yang, take a look at that gold lead. You are so happy with the situation of the game right now.
Yeah, especially you're like a Jinx. You're like, okay, I don't need to fight early that much. But now you're even in kills. You have an assist more. You're maybe down like 10 CS. But once you get to your like 2-3 items, you're just such a danger. And Blazing Panda recognized that, like, okay, we can't let the Jinx have the items. They try to gank bot. They try to deny her from getting that CS, but just nothing works out.
Nothing works out. Lumi, is this how you expected the early game to play out?
Not at all. I expected it to go completely different. This was just such a disaster, especially on the side of the bot lane. The top lane is just not fighting back. I feel like the Vi should have like tried to get in 1 or 2 mid ganks to get the Vi out of the Ahri out of the lane, and then they should try to move together to bot lane. The Ahri and the Vi itself are nice champions and nice to have, but not meta defining champs at the moment. What makes them strong is having them combined. But so far, in the last 12 minutes, they have never been together at a single point. But they're trying to move together right now.
Yeah, they are going to make a move onto the bot lane. And Lurks is going to miss out on the Q. He's going to get hit by the handshake. He's potentially going to get taken down. Lurks, what on earth are you doing? As Kanza's going to get the first kill of the team fight. The hostile takeover alongside the rebreathe teleport is going to follow through. More kills coming in for the Jinx. Kanza is going to go absolutely mental in this fight in the bot lane. And even with the Viari moving down, they do not win out on the fight. A 1v1 breaking out in the top lane. We'll see how this one goes as Ruzu still not using the unstoppable force and Mishidaka using his ultimate already. Now you can see if there's a fight with Jonathan Isaac and Revilo are there at the same time, the Wukong is just so much stronger.
Oh
my god.
Yeah,
Rebreathe potentially playing a little bit too aggressively. The bailout is going to come through and Revilo lands the final blow, meaning he's going to keep his mid laner alive. Lugs mispositioning once again. Ruzu teleporting in with the unstoppable force, trying to catch out Jonathan Isaac. He does have the cease and desist available. They are now entering under turret. This is a dangerous area for Gucci Yang, and you can see they are just going to back up for now. But as we said, the team composition for Gucci Yang, it is full disengage. And the engage from Blazing Pandas just can't do enough.
I feel like Blazing Pandas, they're just taking a step a bit too much. They're just like, they're trying to go like straight to the edge, but they're just going a bit too far, falling down the cliff, and every single time. It always looks so good, it starts so well, but then they just take that little step too much and it all crashes down, going so badly. You could see the desperation play, trying to get a big here, but the Renata is putting in so much work. How many bailout revives did you already have this game? It's such a disaster for Blazing Panda.
Yeah, not looking good for the Pandas here, but I think the scary thing here is the other games we've seen, the early game, you're still holding on to the hope of maybe some scaling in the late game. But the way I see this, Pandas get outscaled anyway, and there's going to be a potential catch onto Flay today. Beautiful glass cone bringing the Renata into the team. The bailout is going to get popped in, and this time it won't get a revive as Blazing Pandas, they bite back and find something of their own as it's Flay today that gets taken down in the mid lane.
This is exactly what you want to see from the Vi pick. You want the Ahri to be there with her instead of the Kai'Sa, to like just let the Kai'Sa farm. That's what you want to see on the side of Blazing Pandas here. Just the Vi moving around, trying to go for picks. They should not just try to straight up force team fights, especially. They shouldn't just like try to brute force onto them with the way, especially they're so far behind, and they just need to try to go for the picks with the Ahri, with the Vi, try to work together using the spikes. So you have an Everfrost on the Ahri, you have so much CC if you just combine these two. But if you just try to brute force straight ahead of them, it just won't work. You either need to try to go for a flank, or you need to go for the picks before you start a fight.
Yeah. Levi was utilized very well there. You can see if you can combo up and look for a pick alongside a big damage dealer on your team, it can be lethal here. But Reptile starting up now. Yang, the Vi ultimate isn't available, and I can imagine not much contest coming out. Richie Darko doesn't get the Mega Gnar out, and the Reptile focus now being moved. You can see Gucci Yang are in a bit of a sticky situation here because they are getting pinched by the Gnar, but the Gnar bar is timing out. Beautiful two-man Gnar against the wall. Lugs is going to follow up with an engage, but as I said, it's engage against disengage, and who wins that one? You know what it is. The Reptile does get secured by Jonathan Isaac, but their team fight does not go in their favor, and Gucci Yang, they're running all over their opponents.
Yeah, it's just at this. It was such a beautiful engage from it now, but the gold difference is so high. The disengage worked so well against the engage. Like Blazing Pandas would have needed to get like such a nice early lead, nice gold, then go for these picks, but it just didn't work out quite that well for them. As we see, there's a little pause.
Yeah, a little pause, some
jungle lag.
Apparently some jungle lag, but yeah, as you said, Gucci Yang, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is probably the most dominant game of the three that we have seen so far. As what's the route back for Pandas? Because, you know, as I touched on the previous games, there was always some form of scaling here, but for Pandas, I don't see any scaling options in comparison to what Gucci Yang have.
Yeah. Blazing Pandas definitely get, like, if it's just pure scaling, they get outscaled on every single role of theirs. But when I see what there's still a hope for, the Gnar has incredible side lane potential. The split push of the Gnar is really, really disgusting. If they can play a nice 1-3-1, 1-4-0, something like that, it's just, there's just so much you can do with that. I think the biggest hope, though, is if they can still just get some nice picks with the Vi, with the Ahri. The Kai'Sa, once she has also 3-4 items, she's basically an assassin, right? She will also just dash behind, one shot, and that's just the biggest hope. We need to try to get a little bit more gold, get these little wins. They're trying to go for these big fight wins, but they need to go for the little goals, like that.
Oh, this is exactly what they needed, and a massive shutdown is going to go into the hands of Jonathan Isaac as the Jinx is going to get taken down, and now here comes the rest of the Pandas. Reread going to try do what he can. Another shutdown going into the hands of the Ahri, but the Lissandra is doing just too much goddamn work. Rebreathe on the Lissandra is popping off like crazy. The bailout is going to come through. Can he survive? But now he's not actually going to get a kill, and just as he said, getting picked, Kaza walks into the jungle all by himself and gets instantly caught out. This is exactly what Pandas needed to do.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. These like beautiful picks. The Ahri just had so much value. It's reset after not the old reset, getting more stacks. She could just dash. Really nice try, especially from Rebirth there, getting a kill back, trying to also go onto the Ahri, but just stepping there up again a bit too much. I think with the help of Renata, he could have just ran out, but he tried to get the Ahri, get more back, and then just also dies there. And there was just so much gold. The Jinx shutdown sadly going onto the Vi, but it's still, you love to see it if you're a fan of Blazing Pandas here.
Yeah, you have to love that, and I think this is what everyone sings the praises of Pandas for. No matter what the state of the game is, they will always find a way to find some form of an advantage. But I have to feel the timing of this wasn't too great because, yes, they find a pick, but they find a pick in a way that they've used a lot of tools before a Dragon Spawn, and Drake Soul already locked in 19 minutes into the game for Gucci Yang, and usually with Cloud Dragon, it's conditional on the team composition, and I have to say, this is such a good team composition to have this Dragon Soul.
Yeah, it's just Soul Point, Cloud Soul. If they get the Soul...
Oh, actually, a catch on to Flay today, but that's not the Jinx, as a hostile takeover is going to be massive, and now this is absolutely disastrous as Ruju has teleported into the fight. Beautiful mechanics coming out from Sonic. He's going to dodge away from the Malphite ultimate, but look how much damage they have. It's nothing as Kanzo is going to be able to survive. Supreme Ape is going to get a kill onto the Kai'Sa. He's now in a 1 versus 2 against the Vi and the Gnar. He's going to get taken down, but the team fight is already won. It's 2 kills going into the hands of Gucci Yang, and Blazing Pandas, they try to look look for a pick, but unfortunately does not go in favor of them as Flay today didn't even fall down.
Yeah, it was such a nice try. They saw the pick, they thought they could go for it, but the hostile takeover was so amazing. The Malphite TP was huge. Gorgeous sidestep on the side here from the Kaiser, sidestepping the Malphite ult, but just everything just went wrong just a little bit again. Just once again, this little step too much. They were all there. They need to try to find them a bit more isolated. And they also need more damage, because here, for example, going for the Benjis on the side of Ahri to get the magic resist, get the defense against the Lissandra, but I feel like, especially if you're behind, you would much rather go for just straight up damage.
Yeah, I have to agree, but I think the Ahri build here with the Banshees is built to survive the CC lock of Rebreathe, as I mentioned in draft. The difficult thing about this combo into the Lissandra, I believe it was MSI where we saw Ahri of Vi resurging in the meta, and as a result Lissandra was as well, despite no boss being put into that champion. But it was because you know, you need those two to follow up with each other. In isolation, they're not that strong, but together, they are such a powerful duo. And Lissandra's kit literally prevents their duo from doing what the Ahri and Vi like to do. And the Banshees is going to be able to help Rain D survive one piece of CC, as you can see the control of the jungle is just being taken from Good Chi Yang. Jonathan Isaac just gets wiped off the map. The jungler of Blazing Pandas is down, which means Good Chi Yang will focus on the Baron. And we talk about picks. Jonathan Isaac, you're the one that's supposed to be doing that, but he finds himself picked off in his own jungle.
Yeah, getting picked there. I don't know what to say in that there. It's just I don't think what he could have done like much better. He had to stay around this side, especially since the Baron threat was up, but there's just so much gold on the side of Gucci. They're just playing it so well. So
well, and Lurg steps up to Ruzu, but aggressively, and he's having to use the W over the wall, and the unstoppable force gets dropped onto the rail. Lurg potentially looking for a flash over the wall, won't even use it as Supreme Aid gets another kill on the board. And Gloomy, on my screen, it literally just looks like Gucci Yang are running around the map and killing people left, right, and center. Now pushing down the mid lane. What can Blazing Pandas do here?
At this point, it's like really rough. Especially they don't have that much weight against these Baron minions. They're knocking on the inhib towers. Like the Gucci Yang is knocking on the inhib towers, trying to get these. And once they're super minions, it's just so rough for Blazing Pandas to do anything. Narc teleported to top lane to survive the pick, which was actually quite a creative teleport here.
Yeah, pulling out a bit of a SOAS, but it does mean Gucci Yang will just carry this wave into the bot lane, and well, nice TP into top lane for Mishidako to get out of a sticky situation. But for now, it will just be the escape tool for that. Gucci Yang will reset, and Gloomy, tell me the importance of this dragon.
It's the soul. I feel if Gucci Yang gets the soul here, there's just no way for Blazing Pandas to do anything. They can't really get a pick if Gucci Yang is just way too fast. Like if you try to engage, they pop an R and they just run around like they're full item Warwick.
You know, weirdly enough, I've got a bit of a spicy take here. I feel like if you're Gucci Yang, you prioritize a top lane push here. Give up this dragon because you have a Baron buff in your hands. You could basically take an inhibitor whilst that dragon is being taken down, and I think the risk here for Gucci Yang, the one way Pandas get back into this game is if the game gets stalled out to Elder and there's a flip, Jonathan Isaac wins the smite, and there you go, Blazing Pandas are in with a fighting chance. But nonetheless, will be the dragon focus for them, and for Blazing Pandas, different story this time around because they are 5 units strong as well, Flay today gonna try and play some deterrence on Mishidako. The dragon is gonna get absolutely shredded. This one's almost taken down, and the smite fight is gonna get won by Jonathan Isaac. Blazing Pandas win that one. Now let's see how the team fight goes. A beautiful Nara ultimate is gonna fly away the members of Gucci Yang. The Malphite ultimate is gonna come through. Lux is gonna get it taken down. Kamsa gets excited. The W is gonna land. Mishidako is next. They lose out on the dragon, but it looks like Gucci Yang will get everything else. A beautiful Lissandra ultimate, and this is what the value of the pick does. It completely negates the value of the Vi, as now Gucci Yang, they kill down 2 members. They are pushing down the mid lane. Beautiful smite steal coming out from Jonathan Isaac to try and reduce the soul sweep, but nonetheless it does mean that you lose out on 2 members of your team. You lose out on the inhibitor, and Gucci Yang, they are closing out this game very, very soon at this rate.
Such a gorgeous steal from Jonathan Isaac, but the question is at what cost? They're losing their top side jungle. They're gonna lose all the vision, setting up for the Baron around here. It was a nice steal. They do deny the soul, but they also denied their potential Elder, and they just lost so much on their side for it. They lost their inhib, and like I already said, they don't have that good clear against the super minions. They have the Kaiser, but the wave is so ahead. They can just easily collapse on the Kaiser here. She steps up. It's just a little bit too much. And I think once the Kaiser gets picked, I think it's just game.
Yeah, it could potentially just be game here as a mid lane inhibitor taken down. Whatever side Gucci Yang decides to push up next, it will be so difficult for Blazing Pandas to deal with it. And as we said, there is no general control mage to clear out this mid wave here. You know, you have an Ara whose wave clear is decent, but it's not like the likes of Orianna or Syndra, which gives so much room and so much space for Gucci Yang to push out a side lane. It seems like they will just, you know, stick around in the mid lane here, not necessarily picking a side to play for. But yeah, Gloomy. It feels like we're in the dying embers of this game. We're approaching that closeout. You know, how do you feel Gucci Yang will be? You know, if Gucci Yang are to mess this up, how would they do it?
Running into the enemy fountain. No, I don't really see a way for Gucci Yang to throw this game. Like, there's so much goal ahead, but their shutdowns are not that big. Like, the biggest shutdown is the Wukong with the 300.
Yeah.
Even if somehow Kaiser gets a pentakill ace here, in some magical reason, he will get a lot of gold, yes, but I still feel it will be so rough. Because for Blazing Pandas come to work against theirs, they not only need to be even in gold, they need to be ahead. And especially at this point, even if they would be ahead like 1 or 2k gold, it was just, they just got outscaled at this point.
Yeah. Oh, well, actually, Bruiser is just going to go absolutely ham onto Mishi Darko, and Kanza lands the Super Mega Death Rocket to finish off the Gnar. Mishi Darko is taken down. There is no top laner available for Blazing Pandas. Rebreathe with a beautiful 3-man engage. Lurgs follows up with a beautiful engage of his own. This is all under the Blazing Pandas turret, so a potential win for them. But Gucci Yang, they're just too goddamn strong. Shut down. The Kanza has actually been taken down here, so Blazing Pandas could potentially win this out. Rain D took down so many kills. Salix is going to get a shutdown onto the Wukong, and Gucci Yang, they go a little bit too aggressive, and Blazing Panda, they get some gold in their pockets.
Yeah, they did get the magical ace. Sadly not a pent on the Kaiser, but it was a magical ace. But like we've already touched on, the shutdowns were not that big. It was a lot of gold, but they're still down 3k gold. The Baron is up. I'm not sure if they have enough time to get to the Baron. The Wukong's up in 15. The Kaiser deals quite some damage, but they need at least a Gnar in the base to not get it completely run down.
Yeah, it will be the Baron take here. You can see teleports available for the solo laners of Gucci Yang, and they 100% know that this Baron is getting taken down, and the teleports are coming through. Blazing Pandas, you're on a timer to take this down. Even the Kaiser is low HP, and the Malphite ultimate is going to come through. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to finish off Sanic. Jonathan Isaac now next on the menu. Lissandra ultimate gets popped down, and just as you said, they will be able to get the Baron, but at what cost as members go down? And Gucci Yang, this does mean that it is probably going to be the Dragon Soul secured for them, and unfortunately, unfortunately, the Baron buff only onto 3 members now, and well, the mid lane push is going to come through here. They will try to push down the mid lane. Could this be a potential, you know, end angle for them? They don't have the Malphite ultimate. The death timers aren't that long because Sanix is up in 10 seconds. This might be an ill-advised play coming out from from Gucci Yang, as once again the focus is going to come through, but once again they fail another tower dive. Gucci Yang, they seem to have forgotten what macro is. They've lost all plans in their minds, and they're going to fall down once again. And what was such an easy game to close out now becomes even more difficult for them as they try to go for the end. They try to go for the Nexus. They don't even get a single Nexus turret. They might potentially even lose out on this dragon. And Gucci Yang, they seem to be choking at the end game of this game.
Gucci Yang, I don't know what they're doing. They probably just want to get this game over with. Maybe pizza's done in the oven. But they just overfall so badly. Like first the bot dive, now this dive. They're underestimating the damage of the Ahri. The Ahri now with a 1000 shutdown potentially. But if they get the pick onto the Ahri now, it's just so much gold again. They still have a really strong Jinx, so if they play around that. The Jinx is still 10-3-11, almost full, not almost full, but she's still missing 1.5 items. But the Jinx is still incredibly strong. But now you just really need to be careful about that Ahri. She's just, it's a 3-item Ahri, almost 4 items, I'm pretty sure. This is just really dangerous now.
Yeah, that
flip so much.
That has to be the scariest thing for Gucci Yang here, is you were in the face of no Fed members, but the Ahri 8-1 Rain D on this pick here is a massive threat. And you know, just as we said, the Vi Ahri combo was not working out for Blazing Pandas. It just wasn't doing what it was meaning to do in the early game. And here, with the slip-ups of Gucci Yang overstepping on 2 separate occasions, and I have to say, it was essentially the same mistake. A random tower dive in bot lane, a random tower dive in mid lane. Gucci Yang, they slip up, give over a massive string of gold, and someone pointed out in the Twitch chat, crucially, Blazing Pandas, they just went from 5 to 6k down to 100 gold up, which is insane if you think about it. And I mean, the implications now for the rest of this game is that we were in the face of a situation where it was basically done and dusted. Gucci Yang were on match point, and now out of mistakes of themselves, their own errors have led them to this position where they are now going to have to refocus and recenter their attention to playing as good as they can, because, well, Luzu is now getting faced down by a push through from the top jungle, and the Malphite is going to get taken out. Mishidako is going to get that kill, and just as we said, Blazing Pandas, they found themselves in control of this game.
Yeah, you must be really, especially if you're at that point of the game, if you're Gucci Yang, once you throw such a lead, it's mentally so hard to recover. I think, just factually speaking, I think Gucci should still win the team fight. But you're just stressing yourself so badly. You're like, oh god, no, we can't lose this game now. We flew so badly. No, I think they're now in their own head. Like, I feel like they're like they're forcing too much at this point. They're just trying too much because they're in their own head after throwing such an immense lead.
Yeah, they might potentially be, and Blazing Pandas, they somehow have found themselves in a bit of a winning position here, with Rain D at the helm of the Strength of Pandas, doing so much work in these team fights. He's already got 4 items completed. Rebreathe only stock on 3 despite having a massive farm lead, and that's the implications of the shutdowns. That's the implications of what Gucci Yang have done to themselves, because let's remind us, let's remind everyone in chat watching, 5 minutes ago, the game was not, maybe 10. 5-10 minutes ago, the game was not looking like this. The game was looking, we were discussing how do Gucci Yang throw this game, and they managed to go and do it. We didn't have an answer at the time, and you know, I guess they were wanting to answer the questions themselves, as they're finding themselves in a gold deficit. Of course, important to note that usually at this point in the game, gold deficit isn't significant, as most core items have been built already. You can see the Jinx already on 4 item, Kai'Sa already building towards that 4th item, Ori on 4 item, Lissandra, you're not really going to build anything else that's going to impact your game significantly. You're still going to do what Lissandra does essentially. But yeah, I have to say, if Blazing Pandas are to win this game after the early situation, it's going to be really rough. But we'll see how this team fight plays out as Jonathan Isaac is going to get caught down by Supreme Ape. And the Vi, it's an important member for Blazing Pandas, gets taken down straight away. And the Modified Ultimate is going to whiff out, but Mishi Darko is going to be in the face. And look at the Jinx damage coming through. It is just too goddamn much as Kanza is going to get reset. And Rebreathe is going to flash forward onto Sanix. Double kill coming in from Supreme Ape. And the team fight win, just as you said. Great comeback coming in from Pandas, but the Jinx is just too goddamn strong.
Yeah, it's still very close, especially compared to the beginning, but Jinx is just so strong at this point. She just melts through everything. She's just untouched. She it's just so dangerous. It's like she just did so much damage with her rockets, with these items. She's on a 4-item spike, and now they're just getting a free Baron off the side.
Yeah, Baron being taken down now by Good Chi Yang, and Jonathan Isaac doesn't spawn in time for this, as the Jinx will just shred this through. And well, I think it's believe they're waiting. Oh, they won't have time because they want to shove this down. Resets coming in now, and I believe they will even make it in time for the Dragon here. Good Chi Yang, they are in such a good position now to try to close out this game. And yeah, we asked about the earlier Dragons, but I have to feel this one now is going to be game deciding to see who wins this game.
Yeah, I mean, the Drake is uncontested, which is fine. Overall, if you're Gucci Yang, it's just like, it's okay. We don't need it that badly. We're not going to risk losing the game over it. We have the Baron buff. We're just going to take the waste. Rebreathe, going top, catching that wave, getting that gold, closing the item advantage between him and the Ahri. You just want to try to push for the waves and get the Hourglass on the Lissandra for more survivability, the Lord Dominic's Regards on the Jinx, and the next fight, whoever wins that fight wins the game. And that's why you just want to be just a little bit extra careful to be at the maximum strength you can be for the next fight.
Yeah, the scary thing for Blazing Pandas here is if you drop this next team fight, you might not potentially come back from this because the Baron buff is there. The Sandra is going to come through. Mishi Darko, you see the damage of Kanza on the Jinx. He is so massive in this team fight. And, well, we'll have to see as they barrel down this top lane turret, and the push is going to come through. What can Blazing Pandas do? It doesn't seem like they have enough wave clear to deal with this Baroned up minions of Gucci Yang. Lurks hanging around the side. There is vision of him as the Kaiser W is going to land. You can see Jonathan Isaac and Lurk. They're trying to look for something. They're trying to catch out the members of Gucci Yang. But Gucci Yang, they're playing very disciplined, not giving them any room or any space to look for anything. Rebreathe will just eat over the wall to get to safety. And they've got that top lane turret. Objective done. Check that off the list because they've pushed down one lane. Now resets are going to come through, and the way usually teams like to play this out, they take down one lane, they get the reset in, and they Baron buff up another wave to push down another one. So far Blazing Pandas no response to the Baron push. What do they need to do, Gloomy?
I actually feel
this might be what they need to do as Supreme Ape is going to come under some heat. Then Renata W is going to potentially try to bail him out. Can they get the kill in time? No, they won't be able to. Rebreathe is going to finish off Jonathan Isaac, and the Renata ultimate is going to come through. Rebreathe playing this team fight absolutely beautifully as the Lissandra mid laner is going to catch up members of Blazing Pandas. Counter, it's going to follow up with the damage. They're going to push through this top lane. This could be potentially match point, and the 17-year-old mid laner is going to catch up Blazing Pandas members in this team fight win. As Counter is going to try to push forward. Lurks is going to get taken down. This is going to be match point for Gucci Yang.
Thank God for Gucci Yang that they still won that game. I think they would have been mentally destroyed if they lost here. I actually just wanted to say that I think that play was good for Blazing Pandas because Gucci Yang just lost like 5 waves in bot lane. But for some reason the Kaiser was like, I don't want to win this game anymore. And just dashed aggressively into all enemies.
Yeah, dashed aggressively, and you can imagine they were probably looking for the catch onto Supreme Ape there, but without realizing, hang on, he might have his entire team with him right there. They weren't necessarily thinking about the potential of a teleport of the Lissandra coming in, and you could see they were caught out, and once again, Blazing Pandas, it's the same story. Their bot lane, they just overstep. They make these hyper aggressive plays. And when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to playing against the best of the best in the SLE, it is biting them in the back completely. And match point now for Gucci Yang. There's do or die now for Blazing Pandas. They are one game away from elimination, and for Gucci Yang, they are one game away from progressing through to the quarterfinals. Gloomy, what does this mean to this series and to this matchup?
I think this is really if we just talk about like tempo, all this stuff, like mental tempo, I forgot the word. But it's just so good for Gucci to won that game. It's such a long game, it's really exhausting. And if you just Blazing Panda, you were like, they were so close to the upset of the playoffs, in my opinion, winning that game by being so behind. This would have been such an upset. And they were so close to greatness. And I'm pretty sure their voice chat is pretty quiet right now.
Yeah, could be. And well, Gloomy, for now we will head into potentially the final break as Game 4 looms on the horizon. Blazing Pandas have one last chance to get back into this, but Gucci Yang, they sit on match point and they sit waiting for that potential to progress through the SLE playoffs. But for now, we will take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon. Whoa, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this amazing series between Gucci Yang and Blazing Pandas. It is currently 2-1 for Gucci Yang. Gloomy, what a game we had in game 3. But, you know, let's kind of be honest. We were in the middle of a game where it 100% should have ended in a complete stomp. What happened was Blazing Pandas, they held the front. They bit back against Gucci Yang, and they almost completed the comeback in that game because they were starting to get dragons, they were starting to get barons, and I think it goes to show Blazing Pandas are not a team you can underestimate at any point in a game.
Yeah, they played that so well to even get this close to the almost comeback. The punish, the oversteps so well, and then get the playoffs using like Gucci Yang was giving them a finger, but they were taking the whole hand. They were just taking everything they could and just punishing Gucci Yang for the mistakes so much. Gucci Yang, I think they were a bit stressed. Like they played like they had a timer, but they didn't. They were outscaling anyways, and they were just stressing themselves, trying to force, trying to end, and it just ended so badly for Gucci Yang. And Blazing Panda was just like, okay, thank you, I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. And well, Blazing Pandas, they unfortunately obviously dropped the game. Gucci Yang were able to close that out, but it wasn't easy, as you said. Gucci Yang, they didn't necessarily make light work of Pandas as they should have necessarily, but yeah, Gloomy, for the rest of this series, how do you imagine this game to go, this next game?
Personally, I don't know. There could be so much. Either the next game will just be a Giga Stomp because Blazing Panda is just mentally over, because I can imagine after such a long game being so close and then still losing can be extremely mentally taxing. On the other hand, it could also be boosting for Blazing Panda. Like, yeah, we threw early game, it would have been go next anyways, but we're so good, we still almost got it. I feel like the next game will probably be a stomp from either side, because I feel like on both sides they could just make themselves to bring themselves down pretty badly. I feel next game, both teams are very evenly matched. I think the next game is just about mental.
Yeah, I have to agree. And more on that whole both teams being evenly matched thing. There isn't much separating these two rosters in terms of ability and skill. I think one thing I have to point out is Kanza, the last two games. I know I criticize him a lot for this, and a lot of people in the SLE do. We see what this man can do when he is not cooking a random build. When he's not cooking that Trinity Force Varus or a Trinity Force Zeri, he's one of the best players in. You saw that last game there on the Jinx. What was it? I believe his final KDA was something like 13, 3, and 15, which in a competitive game is absurd. To be able to hit double digits on both kills and assists, 328 CS. He did 36k damage in the game. The next highest was Sanix on 26k. He did 10k more damage than the second highest. If Kanta runs a normal build, he is the hyper carry of Gucci Yang. He is the main threat for their team. And for Blazing Pandas, well, they're already banning out, like you can see, they're banning out his entire champion pool. You have to look out for this guy.
Yeah. I hope for my eyes that they're also gonna start banning the Varus, because I don't want to ever see the Trinity Varus again.
Right. That makes both of us, buddy. As bans come through, you see the Fiora ban coming out that could potentially spell a tank take here, as Jarvan gets locked in, and we saw Revilo. Supreme Ape had such a good game on the Jarvan in game 2. He's going to lock that in once again, and a key in the champion in this game, in this series, has been the Syndra. It's going to go over to Rain D this time around, and how important is that for this game?
Picking the Syndra here is really, really good. Because I feel like from what we've seen so far, Rebreathe is not playing the good counters into the Syndra. He goes to handshake with the Victor usually, which is what was this was his approach so far in the playoffs. He's just gonna handshake the mage matchup into the Victor, which is overall losing. He goes for it again. I feel like he's not playing the really good counters into the Syndra, so just picking it away is probably the best thing you can do against him.
Yeah, that is an option, but nonetheless, it does get picked away by Rain D, and Rebreathe will run it back on this matchup here. And as I said, the thing about going to match point in a best of 5 is you have so much breathing room, you have so much space for error, as Kanza is going to lock in the Aphelios. I believe this is the first time he is taking this champion in his hands at this split. Well, I mean, we've seen what this champion can do in many scenarios at Worlds. Such a lethal champion when operated well. The DPS, it equalizes that of the Jinx, but also has the utility of something like the Ashe with the purple gun. So yeah, Mishidarko locks in the Gangplank, and for those who don't know, Mishidarko is a bit of a Gangplank player. He mains this champion. He's borderline a one-trick. He's going to be able to lock that in. You can see Blazing Pandas, they know the stakes, they know the pressure of this last game, and they're pulling out all the stops.
I think there aren't that many Gangplank players in the SLE, right?
Nope.
I think... I know my top laner played it like 2 times. I don't think I've seen that many Gangplanks. I think it's an incredibly powerful pick if you know how to play it. So, right now on both sides we have two of these champions where you have to be so well to make it work. We have the Aphelios, we have the Gangplank. Mechanics will be extremely important this time around. I don't know which top laner they really want to go here, because so far Gucci Yang has opted for the tanks mostly, and you can't really go tank into Gangplank because of his true damage burn. You usually want to try to like match the fighting. I think Irelia is an incredibly good pick. I'm not sure if Gucci Yang plays it, but Akshan makes the game for Gangplank pretty unplayable.
Yeah, there's a lot of champions that can get rid of the Gangplank barrows really well, but I mean, we'll see what Ruzu wants to take into the GP as more bans coming through. It is going to be the Vayne taken away from Sanex, and well, with I guess extra top lane bans from Pandas, they know what Ruzu plays and they know the potential threat that he can lock in against the GP here. What do you expect Gucci Yang's composition to round up with? Because so far it looks very well rounded. You've got an engaged front line. You have 2 massive DPS backliners that scale super well into the late game. What else do you think Gucci Yang needs to round up their team comp?
If Blazing Pandas lock this area now, they definitely need something with point and clicks, you see. They do go for the Xayah, so I could see something more pokish, maybe like a chase top lane. I'm not sure, once again, if Gucci Yang plays it, but they can't play a tank in top lane, not against Gangplank. I feel like if you go for a tank, you're gonna be like, okay, I may go 0-2, I completely sack top lane, but I will be there in late game.
Actually, Malphite getting hovered here, and I think most cases I'm a big fan of the Malphite. This one might be a little bit ill-advised because you're against Xayah, who can defend against the Malphite ultimate really well. He does lock it in general, and it will be against Mishidarko's Gangplank. You said don't pick a tank into this GP, but Ruzu might potentially be shooting himself in the foot here by locking in the Malphite. But nonetheless, a fantastic engaged tool, and I think the focus here, you take down this Syndra, and there's a lot of burst damage missing from Blazing Pandas as it Flake today, hovering that Bard pick. And speaking of Bard, such a good champion into Gangplank and Syndra. You can negate that initial burst, scatter the weak, and Gangplank barrel gets blocked up by the Bard ultimate. And if you can time that well enough, you can protect your entire team in regards to that. More importantly, Jarvan goes for the massive engage onto the enemy backline. You ultimate that Cataclysm, and then your carries can just burst through the Vrel, because at the moment, that's the only frontliner for Pandas.
Yeah, I feel like they should just move the Rel to support and go for another tank jungler.
Oh my god. Briar gets locked in for Jonathan Isaac. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, this might potentially be the first Briar pick of the SLE. And listen, I've seen this champion in solo queue a lot, and there's a lot of times where I'm watching it and I'm sort of asking myself, who in the design team let this through? Who approved this? Because, yeah, this champion, kind of OP.
Yeah, especially you have so much variety with Briar. There's the Infinity Edge crit build, you can go for full lethality, you can go for a bruiserish build with Stride Breaker. There's just so much you can do if you wanna. I'm looking at Jonathan Isaacs, OP.GG right now, and he's mostly played lethality and bruiser, so I'm not expecting the Infinity Edge version to come out here. Um, on the side of Blazing Pandas, you definitely want to pick the Bruiser one. You need more tankiness. You already have a lot of burst with the Syringa, with the Gangplank, and if the Rel just if they can just burn through the Rel with something like the Victor, the Battle before all of that, um, there's just nothing there. So you definitely want to go for the more like bruiserish build here, but Briar's a really exciting pick here.
Yeah, really exciting pick here. And I will fact check myself. It is the second Briar of the SLE this split, not the first, but it will be Jonathan Isaac taking that. And well, taking a look at the two-team compositions, I like the exciting picks coming out from Pandas, but as a draft in a whole, like I'm kind of looking at it. You have a triple backline into a Malphite Jarvan combo. This is very scary for Pandas if they get caught out in a death pool situation.
Definitely. I also favor the draft on Gucci Yang's side. I like Blazing Panda's draft more because it's exciting, but I favor Gucci Yang's draft for the win. Definitely. It's just so easy to play the Gucci Yang draft. The Blazing Panda, it's quite hard. As much as Briar can be really stupid, but hitting that R over the entire map against a coordinated team, it's not that easy.
Yeah, it's not that easy at all. But I mean, I think one thing for Pandas and their team composition, which is I'm slightly confused about, is of course this Xayah pick. You have a Rel, you have a Briar. Briar literally in her kit has an ability which prevents her from backing away. She has to go forward, she has to go in, and Xayah, notoriously known as a champion that struggles in a team composition where she has to follow up and engage. She likes being played into. Of course, it works really well into the Jarvan Malphite, but in terms of playing with her team composition, not the easiest for Sanix here. But I think a lot of this game is resting on Meshi Darko on this Gangplank, the top side of Blazing Pandas, which is interesting because I feel like last game it was the top side of Pandas that was on fire. Actually, the last two games, the top side of Pandas struggled a lot, and this time around, they're putting a lot of, I guess, pressure on Meshi Darko and Jonathan Isaac to make this one work.
Inside of mid lane speaking, from the top side Fury Free, I feel like on Blazing Panda, the early game, the mid lane usually went better over the last 3 games. The laning phase was just piloted a little bit better. Rebrief usually came back through the mid game, late mid games, early late game. I feel like he is not trying to contest for the mid prio, so Blazing Panda, they can just move earlier usually.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case for them, but I think in general, well, I mean, hang on. I think in general with this draft, Gucci Yang, it just looks easier to play.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about Briar or Gangplank to know whether or not these matchups are good for them or whether or not this is a really free team composition for them to play. All I know is that Gucci Yang's team composition, it just looks so like we've seen this before. This is their bread and butter. This is easy to play. I think you can replace the names of players and they'll be able to play this in a similar fashion. It's very straightforward, and I think when it comes to SLE levels, usually the team with an easier draft to play has a massive advantage.
Yeah, also was our downfall in a lot of games. We tried to overcomplicate it in drafts and then we just got out simplified.
Yeah.
Talking about that Briar, I feel like overall I don't find Briar to be that good of a champ. I find it to be quite she's a bit of an int magnet in my opinion. I feel like Briar likes to int a lot. I also don't find her. If Briar has a good game, she seems like the most broken champion in the world. But she's just extremely coin flippy, and I feel like in a competitive environment, you usually don't like that.
Yeah.
But I think against the Gucci Yang combo, the Briar pick makes sense because outside of the like, they don't have that really hard lockdown against that Briar. And if they try to use all their CC on the Briar, they still have the Gangplank and Syndra just bursting away everything else.
Yeah, I really do think that's a very good take. But I mean, yeah, Briar is not a champion I'm too known for. But when it comes to interactions with the Jarvan ultimate, how does that work for the Briar?
I think she just runs against the wall if she's in her frenzy. I have not seen the Jarvan Briar matchup so far. Um, we yeah, I have not seen it before really. When we tried to play it, it got banned in the scrim. So I think if she's in frenzy, she will just walk against the wall, but I'm pretty sure she can jump over it.
Okay, she can jump over it, and I'm assuming the Briar, is it the W or whatever stops the knockback of Briar? Works really well inside of the Jarvan Cataclysm because obviously you get pushed into a wall and you get knocked up, and Briar does definitely like that. So we'll see if Rebreathe we'll see if Revilo or Supreme Ape accidentally shoots his own team in the foot with that one. Yeah, Gloomy, I'm going to throw that question again. What is your prediction? Who is going to take this game?
I think Gucci Yang will win this. Their team comp is just so easy. If Blazing Panda is able to pilot their team comp well, I feel like their draft overall is better. But from what I've seen, I don't think Blazing Panda is good playing that type of draft.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to agree with on that one, but yeah, I'm in favor of Gucci Yang. One thing I will say, Kanza on the Aphelios. I know Aphelios. Sorry, I know Kanza plays on locked camera. I don't know if anyone knows that. Aphelios is a champion who there's so many interactions with weapons. It's very difficult to play this champion on locked camera. I'll say that. I know that as an Aphelios player myself, but I mean, we'll have to see how that one plays out. But in terms of the backline of Gucci Yang, I'm taking a look at Blazing Pandas. It's going to be so difficult for them to get onto this Victor Aphelios and team phase.
Yeah, that's where the Briar just needs to land these gold ultimates. She needs to position well, combine it with the slow of the Gangplank ultimate to like make it easier to hit. I feel like that is their big hope in the team fights. If Briar gets a gorgeous 4-man fear with the while they're inside of the Gangplank ultimate, I think that is just an automatic vibe. But it's just the dream scenario. Like with you always have these combos where you have the dream scenarios, but it's just not that easy to actually execute.
Yeah, like on paper it's very easy, very simple, but like landing a good Briar ultimate here is so difficult because you're essentially like the front line, Jarvan, Malphite, and even the Bard. They're going to be standing in front of this Victor Aphelios. It's going to make it so difficult for a Briar ultimate to land. I mean, for you, what is essentially your win conditions for both team compositions?
For Gucci Yang, it's definitely I think the Aphelios Victor, and I feel like for Blazing Panther really needs to get the Briar going. I don't see Xayah doing much against the enemy team combo except for Malphite. Syndra struggles a lot against Jarvan and the Malphite as well. Gangplank I think can do a lot here if he doesn't get like zoned away. He needs to find a way to get onto the Aphelios, but the Aphelios just outranges him, and I'm not sure even with the movement speed, with the orange, if Gangplank actually can reach the Aphelios that well. So I think what Blazing Panda really needs is that good Briar ultimate, and then hope that Bard doesn't have his ultimate to counter it.
Yeah, I think, well, speaking of the Bard ultimate, I feel like Flay today on the Bard here is someone we haven't really talked about too much, but how crucial is he to pull the strings for Gucci Yang here?
I feel like the Bard is they can win even if the Bard doesn't play that well, but I think Bard is their best answer into the enemy team combo, but I think the draft of Gucci Yang is so well rounded that even without, if the Bard just has a normal game, not an outstanding game, it can still work.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. And Glimmy, we are in game, and let's remind everyone of the stakes here. This is potentially the last time we see Blazing Pandas play. If they bow down to this Yang, this is potentially a chance for them to move forward into the playoffs and break into that quarterfinal position. Glimmy, what is your prediction? Who's going to take... Wait, have I already asked you?
Yeah, you asked me.
All right.
I said I think Gucci Yang is gonna take it.
Yeah, you think
Oh,
Yang.
is there gonna be a fight?
Potential invade coming through here. But this is a Malphite and a Philios. Is not the strongest level 1, but they win it out nonetheless because, well, I guess Azaya and Rel also not that strong on the level 1. What's the early game looking like for this one?
Good question. I think early game is definitely favored for Blazing Pandas, but I also fought it last game and didn't turn out that well. But I think the Syndra just has so much more value compared to the Victor. The bot decides which team wins the early game. He can single-handedly win the early game for Gucci Yang. But if he doesn't pop off, I feel that Blazing Pandas early game is just so much better.
What the hell? You know what?
I feel like they don't like Xayah.
Yeah, classic Pandas right there. As they, well, they spam ping one of their teammates and see what they do. Jonathan Isaac in an, Sanix in an interview last week mentioned that Jonathan Isaac as a player is a really good jungler in terms of keeping the mood up and making sure that the teammates, the mentality is still positive. How important is that right now, and how much do Blazing Pandas need to keep their heads cool? Oh my god.
I think
Damn.
that's so disgusting. No, I think mentality, like I said, I think mentality is the most important thing after last game. It's just really, really important here. Last game, if you like don't have anyone to keep up the mood, it can just break your entire series.
Can just break your entire series. Mishi Darko on his signature gangplank, and you can see a specialist in the SLE on his champion. We have a few of those here in the league, and when they get their hands on them, they know exactly what to do. You can see Ruzu already brought down to very low HP in this matchup here. A very scary situation in the top lane. Oh, Mishi Darko using a tower shot.
That's why I think you should never play a tank into the gangplank. He's just gonna destroy your life. Also want to mention, Jonathan Isaac opted for the Hail of Blades on the Briar, which usually indicates the lethality build.
Yeah, that's usually what it means, and it means that well, for Briar, you know, you seem to know a lot more about this champion than I do. What is Briar like into tanks here? Because I can imagine this Jarvan and Malphite is going to be really, really chunky to deal with in the late game.
Yeah, especially with lethality build. Usually, I think the Ruza version of Briar can quite well deal with them because she can fight long, and if you're able to fight long against a tank, you usually win. But with the lethality build, I don't think she can really fight against the Jarvan or the Malphite. In her head, she probably just wants to one-shot Victor and Aphelios, but I'm not sure she's properly able to do it. I think she will just die with her build before she even arrives.
Yeah, she might potentially do that, as we see Priority getting taken for the Gucci Yang bot lane, and Revilo of Supreme 8 will just channel the lead forward here. And farm lead in bot lane, farm lead in mid. So at the moment, the lanes for Gucci Yang going pretty decently, and you have to be happy with that. It seems like they're able to get priority as Briar now arriving in the top lane. See the camera pans over. What can Jonathan Isaac do? The Halo Blade's putting good value, and Ruzu does have the flash available, and the camera moves down back into the bot lane. Lurg is going to go in with the engage. The bar stun isn't going to land, but you see the damage of the Aphelios means that Lurg has to run away. So an even trade because Panzer is still full HP, and Blaze today will be able to pick up some of these health bars. Health shrines, should I say. Ruzu didn't die to the gang, but, you know, forcing Ruzu out of lane means that Mishi Darko will be able to pull really, really far ahead in the CS.
now with the Sheen on the Gangplank, it's just he still has to teleport. You just got a free reset. Still 12 CS ahead. It's just so hard for the Malphite now. For everyone that has ever played against the Gangplank with a Sheen, just knows it's just so rough. Especially if you're a tank. As Malphite, you wanna Q slow, then step up and chunk the enemy with your W auto attack. But if you try to do an auto attack fight against the Gangplank, he will just burn you to death with his passive.
Yeah, it's a rough situation indeed. But you know, I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, Gangplank isn't necessarily a champion. I think that. Well, actually, Flake today is going to get a portal in for his jungler. Lurks and Sanix, now they're going to get knocked up by Revilo. Supreme Mate flashes forward to dodge away from the stun. First blood landed in for the jungler of Good Chi Yang. Comes up flashing forward, and there's a double kill coming in for Supreme Mate. Good Chi Yang will secure the first 2 kills of the game.
Good Chi Yang coming in and showing Blazing Pandas how you do an early bot lane gank. But it's just...
That's toxic.
I'm sorry. It's just so well played from Play today. He just baited them, played 2v1, was like, oh no, I'm a poor little bard in distress. Please, don't collapse on me.
Yeah.
The bot lane of Blazing Panda fights him. They were like, okay, let's not overgreed too much, but it's already too late. Portal comes in, gorgeous gank from the Jarvan. A beautiful double kill. And also forcing out the flash from the Xayah.
Yeah, flash down for both bot laners of Blazing Pandas, and I think the most important thing here is Jonathan Isaac and Nishi Darko. They have pulled away with leads on their individual basis, but the gold lead in the hands of Good Chi Yang, and we saw that Lurks and Sanix, they've dominated bot lanes throughout the entire season. One thing that they've fallen victim to is playing a little bit too aggressive. Moments like that, you could almost tell Flay today knows the inside and outs of these players, and just being like, I know for a fact if I hold this wave here, they're going to chase me. They're going to get pissed off about it. Lurks is going to step up aggressively. Sanix is going to step up aggressively. He saw a Velo pathing down there, opened up the portal, and that started the 2 kills coming in for this Jarvan. And yeah, Supreme Mate off to a stellar start. Off the back of Flay today's baiting, so well done from them.
Yeah, definitely. It's also, as Briar, it's also like rough for the Briar. I know I talk a lot about the Briar this game, but I feel like she's so important here. Now with the Jarvan having these 2 kills, he can, if he wants to, just permanent bait the Briar and just with the help of his, actually his solo lanes are quite even, but I feel like he can still himself just invade with this gold lead that he potentially has.
Oh, nah. Nishi Darko is just gonna get a solo kill onto Ruzu. I can't lie, whilst you were talking, I was kind of looking at my screen going like, Ruzu, what are you doing, mate? You were just eating Q after Q, and walking up to the barrel was not a good idea. And that, you know, that top lane specialist, Nishi Darko and the Gangplank gonna solo kill Ruzu in the top lane.
Yeah, which it's just on paper just 1 kill, but it's just so much. Like Malphite getting the ultimate, using the ultimate, which means he just has to play so behind because now he's so susceptible to ganks without his ultimate. Gangplank still can just TP, getting the wave, he's ahead 14 CS. Now the solo kill, which is also so much mental damage, and this can just snowball so badly against as a Gangplank against a Malphite.
Yeah, so badly. And Nishi Darko, I've seen this guy play the Gangplank, and one of the cleanest I've ever seen, and getting that solo kill is going to be massive here. He did use the flash, but, you know, as a Malphite, you don't expect the Jarvan to be visiting your lane anytime soon, but one person who is Jonathan Isaac, as he shows up there. Lurks and Sanix now the focus for Good Chi Yang. Play today does have that Bard portal available, so we'll see. It will be the Bard ultimate, and Supreme 8 will come through. A beautiful flag and drag cataclysm combination as Kante is going to get his first kill of the game. Jonathan Isaac now arriving in the top lane. Hammerpants mid lane as a little trading drops down. The wave is going to get pushed into the top lane of Good Chi Yang, and so Herald gets pinged out here for Blazing Pandas, but the bot lane of Blazing Pandas is on fire right now.
Such a beautiful gang, such a nice CC train, and
great scatter the weak to push away members of Good Chi Yang as Herald is going to get taken down here. Can't really see the health bar of it. See, Rebreathe actually brought down to quite low HP. It is 1.6k taken down. The smite is going to go through. Actually, Jonathan Isaac managing to secure that. Now, the slow come in. Beautiful stun against the wall from Flake today, meaning that Rebreathe will pick up the kill. Ruzu now using the Malphite ultimate, potentially taking down Mishidako, being brought down to low HP. Revilo going to EQ over the wall, and with no support available, no teleport for the Syndra. Now, the wave is going to get pushed in. Michidaka, what can you do? This guy's goddamn good on this gangplank. The Briar ultimate is going to land on Flake today. Jonathan Isaac will follow this, and we'll see how they play this out. What the hell? This Briar just got one shot. He didn't do anything. He's just gone. He's just disappeared off the map after taking the ultimate. He just spawned.
And that's exactly what I meant with I feel Briar's a bit of an int magnet. You just... If you hit the ult, there's no turning back. You go in, you either kill or you either die. It's very coin flippy, and you just very susceptible to inting.
Very susceptible to inting because, yeah, Jonathan Isaac died off the back of taking the Herald, spawns, uses the ultimate to defend his gangplank, and then dies straight away. So 0-2 on this Briar pick. Now, what the Blazing Pandas bot lane did really well there was they pressured out Kanza on that bot wave to make sure he wasn't able to pick that up. So, bit of a farm lead now coming in for Sanix, but I think with the kill in the hands of an Aphelios, we can take a look at the gold graph here. It is, you know, it's actually even. So, with the bot lane of Pandas being able to take down plates and denying farm from this Aphelios, they will even up the AD carry situation, but one situation that isn't so evened up is the jungle situation here, as well, Jonathan Isaac once again finding himself caught out in no man's land, having to flash away to safety, so he will get out for now, but you can see this Briar is struggling in this game.
Yeah, it's just, if you start falling behind with Briar, it's just so rough. Herald not even getting a charge. It's just such a disaster for the side of Blazing Pandas. I feel like they were just hoping more out of the Briar pick, but now second Drake for Gucci Yang here. The Malphite slowly getting his item.
Actually, Porter's being taken down into the bot lane, and I don't know if you saw, a bot ultimate was used, which forced the ultimate out of the Xayah. The Briar ultimate isn't going to land. Rebreathe gets a combo in his face, puts down the Chaos Storm onto Rain D, so the two control mages will just trade rotations of spells, but Rebreathe is the one to lose that out on that one. Rain D does have the flash available, so I'm curious to see. Oh, Ruzu playing aggressively onto Mishidako. The stasis comes out, so we'll see if Mishidako can respond. His flash is coming up very soon, but instead it's going to be a fight in the bot lane. Lurks doesn't have his flash available. Rebreathe gets a solo kill onto Rain D in the mid lane, and a fight going in the hands of Gucci Yang in the bot lane. Mishidako having to flash away from Ruzu. Supreme Aim lands another flag and drag, and Jonathan Isaac has arrived in the bot lane. He will get a shot down onto the Jarvan. Rebreathe teleporting in, trying to finish off Jonathan Isaac. Flake today, what can you do? He will finish off that kill, and Gucci Yang, they are dominating this game.
I just looked at the minimap and Syndra tower dived the Victor. Which went very bad for them. The gorgeous teleport for Victor there for the bot lane, and just everything went just... It was nice tries everywhere on the side of Blazing Pandas, but just too much. It was a gorgeous teleport on the side of Victor. Nice answer to the tower dive from the Syndra. Top lane, nice not getting solo killed. And I'll describe that, but just amazingly played on every side of the map.
Yeah, every side of the map is going so well for Gucci Yang so far, and well, we saw this matchup. There's Victor Syndra in game 1, and we saw that Rain D completely dominated there. As you said, Rain D this time going a little bit too aggressive, finding himself solo killed under the Rebreathe's turret. And, oh, actually, he's going for an EQ. Rain D does have the flash available, so let's see how they can time this. Great flash away from the Syndra, but a Syndra without a flash is such a vulnerable target. You can see Flake today's Bard is one of the best bards I've seen in the SLE.
Yeah, this bard is just putting in so much work here. It's just every great play here, he was there. the amazing bait bot lane on the back of Bard, this fight in the bot lane, Bard. He's just everywhere, and he's a menace.
Such a menace indeed, and we see Hex Slash being channeled out. This is a 3v3 break-in out here. So Revilo is going to arrive to this one late, so Shutdown coming in for the Rel. Unfortunately doesn't go into anyone's significant hands, and Jonathan Isaac will respond with an ultimate of his own. I believe a teleport was cancelled out by Rebreathe, but instead the bot lane of Gucci Yang get taken down. I'm a little bit confused on what Revilo was doing there. I feel like he was sleeping at the wheel, kind of waiting in the bush whilst the play was being made. Didn't make the move, and instead it's going to be the bot lane of Blazing Pandas who benefit off this, and they will get the turret. Oh, actually, I'm going to have to keep talking because the fight is going to continue. And Gucci Yang, once again, they're just throwing away the lead. And Blazing Pandas, they bite back into the game.
Yeah, just really great answers from Blazing Pandas here. Getting the tower now after the great pick into great fight. I feel like canceling the teleport was not the right choice here from Rebreathe because he just uses ultimate, which makes him a lot more susceptible in mid lane for 1v1 fights. And I feel like if you just let the Syndra teleport bot lane, not much there would have changed. They've gotten the tower anyways, they've gotten the kills, and I feel like Victor just could have gotten a lot more in mid lane there.
Yeah, a lot more as well, that's the thing about the Pandas. You can make as many plays as you like on them. They will continuously find angles to punish you. They won't stop fighting you, regardless of how behind they are in the game. And, you know, they are sitting on a gold lead. I have to imagine a lot of this is just Gangplank passive, as opposed to gold lead across the team. Because, well, I mean, the Blazing Pandas bot lane must be very far ahead off the back of that bot lane players. Yeah, you can see Sanix ahead now. The only lead for Good Shi is in mid lane. And when you think about what was happening not that long ago, like maybe 2 minutes ago, it's crazy to how Blazing Pandas can turn around the state of a game this quickly. Now, what's important and what's in front of them is this Dragon, Gloomy. And we've seen repeatedly Gucci Yang have been on the ball when it comes to taking these early dragons. And for Blazing Pandas, they can't afford to get this one.
Yeah, Blazing Pandas would definitely want to. Oh god. They will definitely want to contest the dragon. They want it for themselves. It's going to be a 5v5.
Oh, Zaya ultimate already used, and the Malphite is going to go in onto Sanix. But you see, Supreme Ape is just going to face check the Gangplank, and he's going to get absolutely taken down. The Jarvan, I feel, has had such a good early game, but he's absolutely slept in this mid game here. Kanza is just going to walk melee range to the Syndra. Gucci Yang, what the... God, what in God's name are we doing? Because we are just walking in to Blazing Pandas, who have now gotten this insurmountable lead over them, and they are looking in cruise control of this game.
Yeah, Gucci Yang is going for the content round this series because they're just playing like they're so stressed. They're just in these moments. It feels like they're not the same team. At the beginning, they were so coordinated, playing so well. But then they have these moments where they're just like, it looks like my solo queue experience, the way they're playing together as a team in these fights. It just feels like there's a switch, this like brain on, brain off, and they're just playing so stressed, so uncoordinated, like, I can't explain what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, very, very well played by Blazing Pandas in general, because you can see they had such good setup for that objective take. They were just faster than Gucci Yang to respond to that objective and set up for the entry of the Jarvan, and the patience from Mishidako to hide into that bush, wait for that Jarvan to step into range of a barrel, and he was just completely blown up. And Jonathan Isaac, he is still not strong, but you can see he does get work done on this map here. Well, Mishidako now potentially in the face of a gank, and Mishidako will have to flash away. And one thing to note is this Gangplank is so goddamn strong. You see one barrel takes so much HP. Rift Tower is going to get dropped here. Personally, don't like the usage of this because this just pushes more farm into the Gangplank, but nonetheless, it is a turret take. So Gucci Yang will be happy with that. I think the crazy thing is, oh, actually, fully engaged is going to go into the Gangplank. This is actually going to be really good for the Victor, as Supreme Ape is... Oh, gosh, what on earth? Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's
It's great.
Huge shot off
Great.
Victor.
I just don't know. Sometimes it's a bad thing about me. Sometimes when people do weird things, I've got this reaction where I just can't like not. I just go like, what was that? But,
It was a bit weird, but still a huge shutdown going to the Victor, which he will definitely be happy about. They really, really need to hope that Reeve steps up to the level that he had in the series against Black Lotus.
Oh my god, look at Rain D. The damage from the Syndra is so incredible. But yeah, I think the big thing now is it's all about the objectives here. It's all about the objectives, and whoever can get to this Dragon Soul is going to be in such a good advantage to win this game.
Could you show the Syndra passive actually quick?
Yeah.
By clicking on her. Yeah, she's really close to her execute, which will be such a big power spike for the Syndra. It will make the team fight so hard. 14 passive stacks away, she has the QWE already evolved. And I feel like she may only be 1-1-3, has a little bit less gold than the Victor. I still think that Syndra as a champ at the moment will still have more value in the straight up team fight than the Victor here.
Yeah, potentially might, as Jonathan Isaac is going to try and find a catch onto Flay today, forcing him to take a portal out to safety. And one thing I have to say is Pandas on the Aphelios has been a bit of a quiet unit on the map. He's having to pop the Ghost here. Blood Ultimate was attempted to be used defensively, but instead it will just be a turret take for Blazing Pandas. And well, I mean, I've got to say, Blazing Pandas are playing the map beautifully in the mid game. This is the strength of the Pandas. They really do strive in this particular part of the game, and right now they are in very cruise control of this game 4. And Mishi Darko is really scary on the gangplank.
Yeah, this gangplank is just so strong, and I'm still unsure. There's like a 5k gold lead at this point for Blazing Pandas. They're playing the map so incredible, and I feel like even if it would come to just a straight up 5v5, which on paper should be favorable for Gucci Yang's draft, I feel like this gangplank is just so strong that Gucci Yang would just get vibed by him. And so it would be really rough around that Baron and the next Drake that is coming soon.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, if you're Blazing Pandas here, Mishi Darko, you're kind of looking at this and going like, listen, I'm going to absolutely pop one of my opponents if I can get a massive barrel onto this Aphelios or the Victor. We talked about how this guy is going to be so crucial to Pandas moving on into this game, and well, for him, as I said, he gets one barrel onto the backline of Gucci Yang, and he's gonna come home to his wife and kids as a hero. He's had such a good game on the GP here. He's 2.5 items completed, and he's got to be looking at himself in this game, feeling so comfortable, so confident to walk up aggressively into these fights. And you can see Gucci Yang not confident to contest this dragon here, knowing that priority was already taken by them. And for Gucci Yang, what's the plan here? Because he was so far ahead in the early game, dropping the ball. Not a good look so far.
I feel like Gucci Yang should just play patiently, waiting for the power spikes off the Aphelios.
Ooh, actually, Jonathan Isaac is going to go aggressively onto the Malphite here. That might be potentially ill-advised, as now Lurgs 1 versus 5 into the enemy backline. Ruzu is going to play sacrifice as Gucci Yang, they seem to be winning out in this team fight. Play today, going to take out one of the barrels, means he won't get one shot by the gangplank, and Jonathan Isaac might be a little bit trigger happy with that ultimate as he kind of goes into his own demise there. Gucci Yang, they bite back a little bit. Now Sanix under pressure. Beautiful play coming in from Flay today as Sanix is forced to flash away. Supreme Ape now trying to get a Cataclysm onto anyone, but it's not landing. Look at the damage coming up from Rain D though. He is going to land a beautiful Scat of the Week onto the Jarvan. He will survive for now using the... well, not the Stride Breaker, but the Gore Drinker to get himself to healthy standards, and will survive. But in the end, Gucci Yang, they do win out 2 for 1, but it does mean Blazing Pandas get Baron priority.
After that weird play from Jonathan Isaac, both these teams just had such a beautiful dance. It almost looked like a dance, the way they were fighting against each other.
Yeah, and well, that Baron gets absolutely shredded down, but you can see the recalls are coming in. Mishidoko, he got cancelled. He's gonna get taken down. He's able to flash to safety for now, but they're gonna take the magical portal. Reprieve with the damage. That's a massive shutdown going over to the Malphite. That's not the target you want, but instead, that's gonna be a beautiful Bard ultimate. Lurgs now in danger. What can he do to get out of this? He's not gonna be doing anything as Rebreathe is gonna pick up the kill, and Gucci Yang they're biting back. They are so focused on closing out this series, but Blazing Pandas, they still have the gold lead, and more importantly, they secured the Baron buff. And it's gonna be on 3 members, crucially. 2 solo laners have that in their pocket. So, despite dropping 2 members, I think they are very happy with the overall situation.
Yeah, they're definitely happy that they at least got something back. Sad that the shutdown got onto the Malphite, but if you're Gucci Yang, you're still happy. It could have been worse. Oh,
Mishidoko getting caught out, and this is exactly what Gucci Yang need to do. Look for the picks. Jonathan Isaac, that's a 1 key target to find an ultimate on, but he's done the same thing. He's just gone in and died as he's going to fall down. 1 in 5 on the Briar. Not a great performance from him, but it's going to be Rain D playing defense on this mid lane turret. He's going to do it successfully as the Syndra is able to hold down the fort. It's going to be really difficult for Gucci Yang to push through against the Baron minions. But if you think about what Blazing Pandas have done with this Baron, it doesn't seem to have amounted to much here. As Gucci Yang in a great spot after the disastrous mid game. They brought themselves back, still behind on gold, but they are ahead on kills for now.
yeah, MidGD on the gangplank tried to go for a beautiful flank, but got spotted by Flay today, and they just instantly turned on him, which they thought the flank is gonna work. Jonathan Isaac uses the Briar ult to be like, okay, we're gonna surprise them, flank into Briar ult into boom, but they got spotted. The Briar ult, if it lands, no matter what, you're gonna go in. And Gangplank was dead. Briar went in alone after that, which on paper was a good play. Turned out disastrous, only because Flay today was standing there in the brush and was like, oh, hey, I see you, Gangplank.
Yeah. Well, the scary thing for Gucci Yang, obviously, is a lot of these fights, Mishidoko wasn't able to do much damage. He was kind of caught in the heat and in the middle of these fights himself. And the scary thing for Yang, it's easy now to get ahead of yourself and be like, look, we are starting to win the fights. Rebreathe is starting to do crazy amounts of damage here. But the problem is, like, if Mishidoko is able to get barrels off, these fights are very different. They look very, very different for Gucci.
Yeah, I also feel like you want to be very careful now. Syndra right now got the death cap in base. I feel like for the side of Blazing Panda, this game, Syndra has been a little bit of an unsung hero. Rain D did so much damage in all these fights. So close to get all these kills. There was just a little bit missing every single time. But now he has the Rabadons. Now he's gonna deal so much more damage. I think he's gonna be full with his passive, having the second Rabadon as his passive, or at least be really close. He's gonna do such immense damage here, and it will be very dangerous if you're not playing around the barrels, zone control from Syndra. You will never want to play in choke points.
Yeah, never want to indeed, as well, 2 dragons apiece. This is going to be Drake's sole point, whichever team can get this, and it started out by Gucci Yang. They are defending out the entry points as oh, actually, Blast Cone taken, and they're going to find a catch on Kanza. Jonathan Isaac is brought to low HP. Beautiful Bard ultimate is going to protect his jungler, but look at Mishidoko. His brows are doing so much damage. He's got front line, though. He's going to get taken down by Rebreathe, and the fight is being won by Blazing Pandas. They are going to take the fight. They're going to go on Dragon Soul Point, and they are going to win this massive team fight.
Beautiful team fight on the side of Blazing Pandas. It started with a gorgeous 2-man stun from the Syndra. The Gangplank just hit barrels after barrels. It was just an explosive festival. It was 6 Dream, but it was just so gorgeous. Fight going so well. Now they're getting so much. Getting that Drake on Soul Pond now for the Blazing Pandas. Getting that bot wave here as well. Taking jungle camp. just so much gold for Blazing
Yeah.
Pandas here. They're once again on 6k gold lead.
Everything is going in the way of Blazing Pandas so far. I'm gonna have to be a little bit critical towards this Aphelios. I'm looking at his gun rotations and I'm kind of wondering how has he ended up, like, I saw him have white, purple. If anyone knows anything about Aphelios guns, purple and white are very far away from each other in the rotation. So to having end up as white and purple is, I think it's a big lack of understanding of how the champion works. I feel this isn't a champion that you can kind of just pick up left, right, center, or it's not a champion like what I know Kanza plays. You know, Kanza is a Sivir, Jinx, traditional AD carry player. The way Aphelios works, you need to be careful. It's almost detrimental. You know, the way you do your weapons rotations, it's so crucial. Like that team fight there, let's say he's got red white, don't fight. Let's say he's got blue purple, and it's completely different. It's not the same team fight, but instead he's having to play a team fight with white purple, which doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it was just really weird weapon choice. Like getting white purple is just really rough.
I don't actually know how that happens. You know, I'm trying to think about it. Because
it feels like something you have to want to do. Like, they're so far apart. Baron for Blazing Pandas getting grabbed for free.
Yeah, Baron started up and we saw how this one went last time. The bot ultimate is going to get used. It's just going to go onto Sanix. And the focus is on the Gangplank, but he's not that squishy. So Mishidako is going to survive just for now. None of the carries has been able to arrive to this fight. Play today is going to get taken down. Mishidako is just going to survive. Now, Kaza does have the good weapons, so the Aphelios will be able to do good damage here. Jonathan Isaac is going to get taken down. Rebreathe gets absolutely one shot, but Blazing Pandas are too goddamn far ahead, and they're too goddamn strong. They win out on the team fight. They get the Baron. They will push through the mid lane.
I feel like Gucci Yang just used way too much on the Gangplank. Using Malphite only on the GP is like never worth it. He's extremely tanky, especially with his orange. I feel after that, the team fight, once again, really beautiful done by Gucci Yang, but they just didn't have enough fuel in their gas anymore. They use so much, the goal difference is so big. They can't just use these ults for something like a little bit. It was like a little mosquito flying onto the Gangplank basically. They can't use it for that because they're so behind in gold. They need every little tool they have.
Yeah, they do, and right now we are the dying ends of this game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so close to silver scrapes. This might be a 5-game series, and I really do believe I don't see a world where Gucci Yang can close this one out. If I'm being honest, I'm kind of watching Kanza and this Aphelios and his gun rotations. I'm still like, I've been trying to figure out in the background for about 5 minutes now how someone actually does end up with white purple. And I just think he's just not comfortable enough on this champion to be able to play out these team fights. And I'm curious to see how much damage he was able to do at the end of this game, because I mean, respectfully, I haven't seen him do much in these team fights. And you know, for Gucci Yang, they sent a full engage onto the Gangplank and he didn't even die. So I think this is a really concerning situation for Gucci Yang, but we'll see how the rest of the game plays out.
Yeah, definitely. It's really hard for Gucci Yang to do anything here. The Aphelios.
Oh, and actually, there's going to be a full engage onto Rain D, but there's no follow-up from the carries. Mishidako is just going to get the first kill of the team fight. You see Lurgs flashing away to safety now. Ravilo is going to flag and drag onto Lurgs, and we'll see Mishidako being brought to low HP, but Rain D with a massive scatter the weak, landing onto key members of Gucci Yang, and the rest of Blazing Pandas will push through the entire team composition of the Gucci Yang squad, and Blazing Pandas, they will even up the series 2-2. They have been here before. Take us all to silver scrapes, ladies and gentlemen.
What a game. What a series so far. This is just every second stressful to watch. It must be. It's beautiful. Early game was so well by Gucci Yang, but they just punished every little mistake so well, and they got themselves such a big gold lead. Even with some mishaps from that Briar, they were just overall playing it so well. And like I said, I think Randy is an unsung hero this game. He held the game together in times where the GP and the Briar were dead. I think Randy is definitely my MVP. He pulled in so much work.
So much work, and Randy on the Syndra is gonna be able to carry his team and even up this series. But Gloomy, we are going to go into the final break of this series. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because you know what's about to happen. It's gonna be Silver Scrapes. Don't go anywhere. Game 5 will be coming just around the corner. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Hello guys, welcome back. Oh gosh, I have to say my ears are on fire because I have to listen to it, to play it on my PC, for it to play through the stream. Anyway, we're back. Game 5. Gloomy.
Yes.
This is game 5. This is do or die. At the end of this game, we are saying goodbye to one of these two teams. What is your prediction?
I feel after the last few games that Blazing Pandas has a slight edge, because I think the biggest issue this series for Gucci has been that they're, even if they get leads, they play the early game really, really well. They just step forward a bit too much sometimes. They're just a little bit too aggressive. And I think the biggest problem, in my opinion, Gucci, is I think there's a little bit of champion pool issues. I feel like most players are a little bit limited with what they can play.
Yeah, you can see that in the draft, Blazing Pandas are able to adapt and play a variety of champions, whereas the same can't be said for Gucci Yang. You can see the holes that when it comes to a best of 5 series, they do struggle to adapt, and they do struggle to play out a series in a way that can catch their opponents off guard with these team compositions. As I mean, let's be honest, I think they have been picking the same drafts basically every game. Most games they've just had this one team composition, they've run with it. And of course it has worked for them when they've won, but they have worked with it. It has worked for them when they've won, but you can see when they lose and as the series adapts, Blazing Pandas do have the number. But Gloomy, I need to so crucial for the draft. Oh, hang on. There you go. I need to point something out, which is so. Revelo Supreme 8 is left. So the starting jungler of Gucci Yang is not playing this for reasons that cannot be said. All I'm saying, I'm gonna put the Gucci owner hat on right now and say I am low-key pissed, but it's fine. It's fine. It is what it is. And instead, it will be Fravius subbing in for this last game, and the Jarvan, it does get locked in. Can we turn off Silver Scrapes? We're not turning off Silver Scrapes. Okay,
I feel like what's happening in the draft now again, we've seen Ori bans on blue side, which I think is a big weakness. If you have to ban Ori on blue side, that's usually not a good sign. And now Syndra picked up again from Blazing Pandas, which will probably lead again into the Victor for Rebreathe, which just overall Blazing Panda likes that, right?
Yes, they do, and well, Syndra Jinx locked in already for Blazing Pandas. I think the scary thing here is Syndra has a 100% win rate in this series, and so does Jinx. And it's now. Oh, right, I see. Sorry, it was turned up from the B woo woo, but I didn't turn it back down. Thanks. But yeah, so the Jinx, Syndra both have a 100% win rate in this series, and well, we said Gucci Yang having a lack of champion pool options, but the Xerath locked in, showing a bit of diversity for Rebreathe.
I'm not sure if Xerath really what you want to pick here.
No.
I don't like Xerath into Syndra. It's a really nice answer into the Azir. Kind of picked again for the side of Blazing Pandas. They picked it in game 1, and now they could either go again for the super safe bot lane, or potentially flex it into the top lane.
Yeah, could potentially flex it into the top lane. But I think, well, for Gucci Yang draft-wise, it's looking decent in a way of... Okay, Blazing Pandas, Syndra Jinx, very scary carries. But I think Jarvan is one of the best champions into these carries. You kind of lock them down, you get the Rumble on top of the Jarvan ult, and the Syndra Jinx is just... like, they melt. And you pair that with the Xerath ultimate. I think the laning phase isn't great for Xerath. The Syndra does win out in the lane, but I think, you know, most of the cases with poke champions, they hit like 2 items and they're kind of full build anyway, right? So not too concerned about winning out in the lane phase exactly, but yeah, we'll see how this goes. So far, is there a particular side you are favoring?
Definitely Blazing Pandas. I think Syndra Jinx is just so crucial this series so far. But I really like to see that Gucci Yang is trying at least something different. They're not there. They still have gas in their tank. They still have their spirits up. They're trying something different, and they're either going down fighting or they're gonna win this.
Yeah, they are. And well, we talk about the stakes of this game, and let's repeat it. If you lose this game, your SLE journey is over. It is done and dusted. Maokai locked in for Jonathan Isaac. And if there's a statement to be made, this is it. Jonathan Isaac, this is his signature champion throughout the series. Last game, we saw Mishi Darko take that gangplank. This time around, it will be Jonathan Isaac taking his signature champion. And taking a look at the draft, Blazing Pandas are getting everything that they want as a... Well, speaking of everything, we have a bit of a death ball composition and a misfortune locked in, meaning if this Jarvan gets an ult onto Jinx and Syndra, they are dead.
The best thing the Blazing Pandas could do here is flex the Tahm Kench top lane and lock in a Leona.
Yeah?
I think that would be incredible draft adaptation, because if they pick the Leona, Misfortune has really, really rough time to play here. Our team used to play a lot of Misfortune. And I know there's some champs we couldn't play against with Misfortune.
Okay, yeah. Well, obviously, easier said than done. I think the most important thing here is... wait, oh, sorry. Did you say Flex Tahm Kench top and pick Braum?
No, Leona. Braum is also a possibility.
Yeah, Braum is also a possibility, but obviously that is conditional of if your top laner actually plays Tahm Kench, and I don't think Mishi Darko does, so he will just lock in the Camille into the Rumble here. I have to be honest, for Pandas, this last pick was so important to make sure you get something that can help your team survive this death ball composition. They've gone for the Camille, which stays on side lane. It doesn't join the team fights. It doesn't join up in the middle of this hectic 5v5s. It likes to stay on the side, and I can imagine Ruzu probably won't care about side laning. He will teleport into the middle of a team fight, drop his equalizer, and follow up with his team. So I think Blazing Pandas, their draft still looks great, but this Camille pick is leaving me with some question marks.
Yeah, there's... outside of the Nautilus, there's no like real tank for the Camille to abuse her Q on. Which I'm a bit confused by the Camille. I mean, maybe they're just trying to be like, okay, they want to death ball us, we're just gonna play side lanes. We have Syndra, we have Jinx, we have an amazing wave clear. We can just play around the waves, we can just push you mid. Our Camille is gonna push you top. You have to answer her or you're gonna lose your base, and the moment you answer her, we're gonna punish you with Scatter the Weak into Jinx rockets.
Yeah, I believe that is the case right now, but for Blazing Pandas, Gucci Yang, I have to say, the thing about Pandas, they seem to have gotten everything that they wanted. I think, you know, Lurgs and Sanix took this bot lane in game 1 and they played it so well. Rain D on the Syndra has played 3 games of it in this series and will take it once again. Maokai locked in for Jonathan Isaac. Blazing Pandas are on comfort, and when we talk about game 5, a series defining game, comfort is what you want to be on.
Definitely. It's all just, well, in general, they're all just extremely good champs in this matter at the moment. I'm confused how Maokai went through to second rotation and how he has dropped in value so much this series. I believe that Maokai is still such a strong jungler with such easy gank setup, and especially they have so many immobile champions here this game. They have the Xerath, they have the Misfortune, and the Maokai is just gonna be like, okay, here, take my ultimate, I'm gonna dash on you, you're gonna die.
Yeah, exactly. As well, Maokai is a big threat. I think you know, genuinely one thing to be really scared about Blazing Pandas is usually you'll have a jungle pick that can prevent this death ball and this Misfortune. Maokai, his form of engage isn't necessarily like balls to the wall. I think Maokai's engage style is to play it a little bit slow, wait for that ultimate to hit, and then you go in. But looking at Gucci Yang's composition, that's the complete opposite. Gucci Yang's composition, just say, fuck it, just go in, press R, kill enemy. And in terms of the wombo combo, there's not much to stop it from what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, not really. Can be quite dangerous. Especially what I also see in the Maokai. I feel like if Blazing Pandas feel like it, Maokai can just level 3 mid lane and Xerath just always dies here.
Yeah, exactly. Xerath is really sitting duck in the mid lane here because you're up against Syndra. This is not a good matchup for Xerath. I need to preface that. It's really important because oftentimes when this Syndra has been picked, Rebreathe has answered with the Victor, and this time is going to be answering with the Xerath. And Xerath is not a counter pick to Syndra. Not by any means. Syndra can find multiple kill angles onto the Xerath. Your Scatter the Weak does reach Xerath when he is in the lane phase. It's one of the rare situations where a poke champion can get outranged by one ability, and it is the Syndra Scatter the Weak. And if that stun lands on you, Syndra lands a W and Q, you lose that trade. Xerath can't answer back fast enough to trade back. So yeah, the mid lane matchup, once again, maybe potentially a lack of champion pool for Rebreathe, but yeah, Rain D getting the favorable matchup on the Syndra again.
Yeah. I definitely feel something like an assassin would work so well for Gucci.
Yeah.
It would be so good into Syndra, like playing like the LeBlanc, playing like the Akali here, it would be so good.
Well, I think...
Potentially with the Silas, I think.
Yeah, Silas, a fantastic pick into Syndra. One of Syndra's worst matchups is Echo, but obviously it requires you to play that correctly. I have seen... It's not easy, because Echo is a specialist champion. But yeah, nonetheless, we have a draft in front of us now. Gloomy, give me your prediction. Who's going to take Game 5?
I feel Blazing Pandas is gonna win it. I just think their draft is so much better. They have the momentum and they just played it so well the last few games.
Yeah, they are pulling out such a good performance here, and already starting out in a way that I think like this was supposed to be the early game of today, and we were supposed to have other games after this, but this is overrun, of course. I'm super excited to see how this one goes. I don't want to throw out a prediction, but I do have to say Syndra has been such a critical pick in this series, and Blazing Pandas has it. It's got 100% win rate in this best of 5. Alongside the Jinx, you're combining 2 champions with 100% win rate in the series, and you're setting yourself up for success. Alongside that, Jonathan Isaac on his signature champion, I really think Blazing Pandas will be taking this one.
Yeah, also believe that. I don't think it's unwinnable for Gucci. I feel like I just think they don't have their head in the game completely. Blazing Pandas is really on fire for the last 2 games, but I think that there's a bit lack of concentration on the side of Gucci.
Yeah, a little bit of lack of concentration, and I need to emphasize one point. Gucci Yang are not playing with Supreme 8. Revilo has gone for a date, and instead it will be Previous stepping in. He's not even the coach of Gucci Yang. He is essentially a guy in our community, of course. For those who know him, he is an LFL coach, but not a player. By no means is this guy a player. He hasn't played the game in a while. He's sitting in Emerald. This is going to be a tough task for Gucci Yang. They're playing in with a sub, and this is game 5 of a series. This could be critical for their split to be ending tonight.
Especially what you also have to think is what it's going to do to your players mentally if you play with a sub here.
Yeah, well, Gucci Yang, obviously, they've got 100% win rate when it comes to subs playing for them, but...
What? Thank you.
But nonetheless, it is a different sub playing this time, and yeah, well, I think I'm really excited to see how this game goes. I actually want to ask you a little bit of a different question. When it comes to these 2 teams, is there one team you like over the other?
I mean, I can say I don't really have experiences with Blazing Pandas, but I have a lot of positive experiences with Gucci Yang. People would assume I hate Gucci Yang because they knocked us out of playoffs. But I like Gucci Yang more personally, but that's because I know the players a bit more.
Yeah, that was a nice little insight. Shout out to them. I think one thing, regardless of what happens today, these 2 teams can hold their heads up high as 2 of the strongest teams we have in the league, and it's sad to know that one of these 2 will have to bow out to the league at the end of this game. But you know, that's the harsh reality of competition. At the end of this one of these guys will be going home with the end of the split, and yeah, I think these 2 teams have been so great this split, this season. 2 teams that hold so many household names of the SLE, and it's great to see them come back. Let's not forget, this is a community at the end of the day. Let's sit down with each other, appreciate each other, and pat each other on the back. You know, if it wasn't for the spirit of the competition, this wouldn't be exciting to watch. You know, the 41 people watching in the Twitch chat right now, this wouldn't be interesting to any of you if it wasn't for the standard of gameplay and the level of competition that these two players bring, and the entire community as a whole. So big shout out to the SLE in general, and big shout out to the way it's grown to where it is today. As I'm excited to see how this one closes out. How do you expect this one to be played?
I think it's a game 5. I think both teams are a little bit exhausted because playing 5 games of League of Legends can be quite draining. I think it will be a bloodbath. I feel both teams, especially with the way it got played the last 4 games, I think the way more and more the games played, it turned bloodier and bloodier. I think this will be a feast of vermin game.
Yes, I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one because, yeah, like I said, there is a really, really sketchy situation here because, yeah, I believe these two teams, like, we get two sides of the coin here. These two teams are either gonna play extremely conservative. They're either gonna, be like, oh, game 5, if we drop this one, that's it, it's over. But there's the other side. What if these two teams just say, bun that, let's just fight head to toe, let's just duke it out and play aggressive. Yeah, I hope to see that it isn't boring, and I hope to see that it is close. But some of the nature of the games, especially game 1s to 3, is that they were quite dominant from the winner. And I think last game was the first one where it was very back and forth from both sides until the end of the game.
Game 3 wasn't that dominant from the winner. Like, they were dominant till they threw. And I feel like that was the start of the spiral into the bloodiness.
Yeah. I have to say, it is a big spiral potentially awaiting us here. And Gloomy, if you were playing with BLE here, how do you think your team would approach this game?
Just fight. My approach, I probably would be, they're exhausted, we're exhausted. Let's fight and have at least a good time. Because I feel at some point you won't have the full mental capacity to play good, perfect League of Legends. And I feel at this point it's just important to at least have fun.
Yeah.
So you're not like completely dying. So I'd be like, let's have fun, let's fight, and let's make it a good time.
Yeah, I think this is that's a really nice way to put it. And like I said, at the end of the day, SLE is a community. We're all friends here. We're all trying to look for a good time. I know certain individuals, take the competition aspect as their priority, but I think the beauty of the SLE is that we all get along, and it's a nice little chatter, a nice little banter going around. And I know these two teams, they converse a lot, they communicate a lot with each other, and this is a slight grudge match / rivalry. And as a Gucci representative, I have to admit, I think the rivalry with Pandas is probably bigger than our rivalry with, other teams that claim that they've got a rivalry with us. But I think, yeah, I have to admit this one is one of my favorite games to always approach in any split. The matchup against the Rain D plus Sanix plus Lurg squad. To me, it's a much bigger rivalry than the other matchups. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, I'm quite new to the SLE, so I don't know a lot about rivalries. I just know this series so far has been an absolute banger, a pleasure to watch, a pleasure to cast, and I hope Game 5 will be just as fun as the other games, and I hope they ended on a bang.
Yeah, I think this is gonna end like an absolute banger because, well, we are on the horizon for Game 5, and let's not forget, the loser. I feel like I'm repeating myself, guys. I'm just trying to fill the time. Someone went to the toilets for some reason at the end of draft, and it's like you can just go to the toilet. Whatever. We've been waiting here for ages before the game to start. But the game is now finally started. I've filled in the time successfully. Now my throat is on fire. So let's go into the game. Woo! Wait, who's on? Yes. Yes. Alright, now let's see what happens in level 1. And guys, as you can see on your screen, that is not Supreme 8, that is Previous, who is a coach, not a player, a coach. And yeah, it's how much do you think this changes the dynamic of the game? Oh my god. Oh, I might have to stop myself here as yeah, you can see Blazing Pandas, they are expecting an invade. They've pinged out the position perfectly without any vision of where Gucci Yang is. So they know exactly what is going on here, and they might start to encounter each other. Mishidoko, though, he's in trouble. He's going to get found in the bush with 5 members of Gucci Yang, and the first blood is going to go into the hands of Previous. And Blazing Pandas, they did not hold their ground. They got impatient, and Mishidoko is going to be the first one to fall.
I was talking about a bloodbath, but I didn't expect it to happen at minute 1. It was... Yeah, I mean, definitely really bad for Blazing Pandas here. Good thing is that Michi at least didn't use Flash or something, trying to somehow get out. It was a kill on the Jarvan, the substitute, which, depending how he plays, maybe won't make a big difference. Because out of my experience playing against Gucci Yang substitute junglers, it's usually it's like not the gameplay that they bring a new edge to. It's more about how they approach the game. Because I feel like in the last series against us, BLE, the Gucci Yang just approach the game completely differently than they do now with their main jungler.
Yeah, it could be the case. We'll have to see how that one goes out. Obviously, their last jungle sub was an absolute goat of all time.
I think he's a bit overrated, to be fair.
No, I am overrated. Don't get that tested. I think I'm the most overrated player in this entire league. I'm not even a player.
I think I take the award after my first series against Reki Race. I got so overrated for 1 week.
Nah, you played good. But, I mean, obviously, enough about us. We're not the main characters here. Let's focus on what's in front of us. And we see already... Oh, Rebreathe at the fancy feet. We see already... Now, interestingly enough, we did mention that... actually, 1v1 happening out in the top lane. Mishidoko is not winning this one, as Rozo is going to flash forward for the first... Well, not first blood, actually, but the 1v1 kill. It is traded 1 for 1, and Mishidoko does have teleports. He will benefit more off that than Ruzu will. Did fall to the turret, but yeah. Okay, we asked each other, are they going to stalemate this? Are they going to play safe, or are they going to, like, completely brawl it out? And I think we have our answer.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited. I love these scrap for me once, but overall, Michi D is just, like, happy about this, no? Ruzu used the burnt the ignite and his flash. He's extremely susceptible to ganks. Which Jonathan Isaac right here is about to trying to abuse.
Yeah, this is really, really scary for Ruzu. If he has to die here, his game is done and dusted. But, well, we've seen this before from Jonathan Isaac, where he kind of just stands in for a lane gank for about 5 years whilst the enemy jungler conquers China. He's not going to do it this time. He is actually going to recall, but yeah. Well, I think in general, this does benefit Ruzu because of the wave state. We can see wave state is fantastic for him, and he isn't going to lose out on farm. And well, Mishidoko, he's not behind necessarily, but I don't. Oh, actually, Lurgs is going to cancel out the recall from Flay today, but a beautiful Spider-Man hook is going to get Flay to safety. Yeah, I mean, crucially, there's 700 gold lead for Gucci Yang right now. 4 minutes into the game is quite a lot. So yeah.
Yeah, it's Also, now with the wave is top lane, even though Michidi had the teleport was there first, the wave is so good for Rusu, their top lane. So Camille just can't step up here. Mid lane is also going surprisingly well for how unfavorable the matchup is, in my opinion. Nice cancel there, nice try to kill Flay here on the Nautilus, but with a gorgeous buffer, he did escape it. So overall, if you're Gucci, it's not much yet, but you're happy.
Yeah, you're really happy with the way things are going. Well, Jarvan is Kravis. He's going to start up this Cloud Dragon. And, well, with priorities in basically every single lane surrounding this Drake, you can't imagine much contest coming out for this, for the first Dragon of the game.
This first dragon giving over. I think in every single game, the first two dragons were kind of uncontested. Usually the team that got the first dragon lost. But let's not jinx it here for them.
Yeah, well, one important thing is Dragon being taken means that Ruzu is under pressure here. You can see Jonathan Isaac doing that thing. He is sitting very patiently, but Ruzu actually spots him on the ward. I'm not sure if he does, but he will use the Equalizer to get the wave in. Michi Darko going to go with the Hextech Ultimatum. Jonathan Isaac follows up with the root, but with the Ignite pots, Michi Darko kind of in danger here. Ruzu could potentially outplay this. We'll see how this one goes. Jonathan Isaac playing it patiently. Michi Darko hanging in the weights. Ruzu, he might overheat here, and it's a beautiful wait for timing and summoner spells. Not summoner spells, but cooldowns as the kill is going over to Michi Darko. Ruzu really disrespecting the camp coming in from Jonathan Isaac and will fall down. But on the bottom side, we see a different story because it's going to be Lurgs under heat. The kill is going to come through for Kanza. Flay today now stepping forward onto Sanix. Pravius does not have the mana, but Kanza is going to flash forward aggressively. Doesn't quite finish off the kill. Pravius not enough mana to get the last hit onto Sanix. But nonetheless, it's the bot lane of Blazing Pandas getting pushed out.
Yeah, I gotta say, beautiful from Ruzu. Even though he died here, he took so much time with dying. He made so much space for the jungler of this jungler of Gucci here to just force a play in bot lane and just punishing them. So, yeah, Jinx losing so many minions here, Kench dying, all that stuff. It's really good.
Yeah.
Even though he died here, I don't think it's that bad of a death. He still has a CS lead. Camille maybe got a kill, but you're happy if you're Gucci for that play.
Yeah,
once again,
you're extremely happy, and you're not upset about that at all. And you know, like I said, simple as that. We all know how the game works. All you need to do is take a look at the gold lead, and it is sitting in the hands of Gucci Yang. And you know, despite the support from Jonathan Isaac, despite Michi Darko playing with teleport, it is Ruzu sitting even, and with this wave pushing in, it's a small lead for him. It's completed those plated steel caps. I still call them tab eyes, but I think one important thing to point out is the game is quite even, slight lead to Gucci Yang, and they haven't even started wombo combo yet. Because when they do, it's going to be really scary.
Yeah, definitely. The wombo combo is like so dangerous of Gucci. I feel that
yeah, Jonathan Isaac is going to walk over a ward, and Ruzu and Pravius will collaborate with each other to try and catch out the Maokai. Cataclysm is going to go down, forcing the flash out of the Jonathan Isaac, which means he's going to have to run away. And, well, Gucci Yang, you can see how aggressive they're playing. So hard on tempo, meaning that they will push Jonathan Isaac out of the Herald Pit. They secured the Dragon on the bot side, and they're going to be able to secure the Herald Pit.
Yeah, I also just gotta. I think Ruzu uses his ultimate so well so far this game. The one ultimate to take the wave. He did step a bit too much after that, but then here the snipe again. He just has really good control over how he uses his ultimate.
Yeah, really good control indeed. And speaking of control, it seems like Gucci Yang are controlling the early game very, very well for now. But you know, one thing to note is the Blazing Pandas team composition. Not much of it comes online in the early parts of the game. There's basically scaling on every single lane. Camille scales, Jinx scales, Syndra scales. At this point in the game, Blazing Panda's team composition isn't that strong. One thing that Blazing Pandas do extremely well is when it comes to the mid game, they will just take the fight to your opponents. As well, Mishidako in a 1v1 now with Ruzu, and Ruzu doesn't have the ultimate available, so Mishidako might just get a straight up solo kill as Ruzu once again finds his wave in a bad position, and the Camille goes on to a killing spree.
Yeah, this top lane is just a pure fiesta. It's just solo kill after solo kill. The depth that Rusu got there maybe had much more impact than I at first thought it would have. Mickey D is just abusing it really well that he got these 2 kills now. Now it's first.
But Hook coming down onto Lurks in the bot lane, and that's the wombo combo. The Misfortune is going to finish off the Tahm Kench, and just like I said, they get this death ball rolling. You are going to die in that wombo combo, and you won't be able to do anything about it. There is nothing on Blazing Pandas to stop the wombo, and we see now a chase onto Jonathan Isaac from Pravis and Flay today. Oh, beautiful knockback, meaning that the Flag and Drag isn't going to land onto the Syndra, and this is going to be into the jungle of Blazing Pandas. The flash away from the Jarvan is not going to be enough as Thanix is going to get excited now. Resets come in. Rebreathe is now going to be the focus. He's going to get taken down, and once again, Gucci Yang, they play so aggressive in the enemy jungle, and they are going to drop kills to massive carries on the enemy team.
Yeah, I feel like they're doing the mistake they're doing in so many games. They're doing like one good play and then throwing it basically away. They take 1 step ahead and 2 steps back.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, it does mean that they will drop this dragon, but the gold lead isn't... Oh, actually, Pravis might potentially look for a steal. He won't for now. Ruzu was able to get plates in the top lane because Mishidako teleported into the bot lane. Glimmy, I need to point something out. There's a top laner with 100% kill participation. This isn't supposed to be happening.
Yeah, this feels more like 2018 League of Legends with a high kill participation top laner. But it's great to see, seeing top laners moving around the map. He's seeing, okay, in lane I struggle still. I may have the lead. I may have angles to kill him solo. But just farming, I struggle, right? And so he sees that, and so he's just like, okay, you know what? If I can just outfarm him, I'm just gonna make the game for the rest of the enemy team nightmare.
Yeah.
Roos doesn't have the TP to answer it. He's playing for the aggressive ignite, and Michi D punishes that so well.
Yeah, he's punishing it really well, and he's moving all around the map here, making so much happen for his team. And despite the 1 kill advantage, Gucci Yang, they still are in a gold lead. I can assume a lot of that is off first strike on the Xerath and plates in bot lane, plates in top lane as well, so they are winning out on that front. But still, I think I need to emphasize Blazing Panda's team composition is they don't scale. Oh, actually, that plant did not spot out the Maokai in the bush, and Rebreathe is just going to fall, and a small micro mechanical mistake from Flay today, who's the one who took the plant, didn't cover the vision of the bush there, meaning that his mid laner will fall. And gold lead, still nothing to separate for now, but more kills going into the hands of Pandas.
I feel like even if it did spot him, I don't think it would have made that big of a difference. It's a Seraph without a flash, and that's exactly what we said early. The moment there's a CC on the Seraph, if Maokai and Syndra are both there, he just can't breathe. He's not going for the tier, which means he's not gonna get the Seraph's shield to give him at least a little bit of survivability. He's just want to go balls to the wall, full damage, which is overall I think good for the team combo. It just he can struggle quite a bit here. It's really rough with Seraph to play against the Syndra Maokai combo.
Yeah, really rough indeed. As well, game is looking good for Blazing Pandas, but it's not looking bad necessarily for Gucci Yang. As oh my god, you see Mishidako with that Divine Sunderer completed. This Camille is doing so much work onto this Rumble. And especially because the Rumble ran the Ignite, you expect some of that value to come through and power through the lane phase, but it's all been Mishidako, it's all been Ruzu falling behind at this opposite number here, and well, I think a lot relies on the bot lane of Gucci Yang. This is their strength, these are the carries of their team, and this time around it will be on them to see if they can bring this one home.
Yeah, it's still a really close game. It's 500 gold. I think everything is possible, especially if we look 2-0 Misfortune, 2-0 Jinx. Right now at the point, I feel Gucci needs to force a little bit more because they're even overall in Misfortune and Jinx, but Misfortune just brings more value at this point of the game than the Jinx in a straight up team fight. So I feel the next Drake will be quite crucial.
The next Drake is going to be essential. And we need to remind ourselves the way this Gucci Yang team composition works is actually Sanix is going to get full comboed. They will trade evenly for now as Nice plays aggressively, but the Maokai ultimate is going to come through. Kanza is in danger here. He's going to flash away from the Maokai. Ghost pops from the Jinx. This Misfortune is going to go down as she tries to catch the wave, and Sanix goes on a killing spree. That's going to be massive for the player of the game because Kanza now just lost both his summoner spells. Oh, and this is looking so good for Blazing Pandas in this early game.
Extremely greedy play from Kanze here, not just ulting the wave, but also trying to get damage on the Jinx. If he just ults the wave, there's no way he can be dive. Really, really greedy and just getting punished extremely well by Blazing Pandas from that.
Yeah, he's been punished massively, but a Herald dropped in the mid lane, meaning it will the push will come through. You can imagine this turret is good as gone, and no Makai ultimate available, so we'll be able to get the turret. And well, despite losing a kill on the bot side, they managed to get themselves a turret in the mid lane, and I think considering the situation, not a bad outcome for them. You can see more trading happening up in the top lane, and I think for Ruzu, I'm not sure if you want to take this, buddy. You've been losing out on the 1v1s, and he keeps trying to go for them. He has racked himself up a farm lead, so I'll be interested to see if he's able to complete his mythic item after he gets this recall off. But yeah, Gloomy, so far the game is all Blazing Pandas running the show.
Definitely. Maybe something with James. Rusu hits his rocket belt. He's now moving down to also fight with the Drake. Michi has teleport, so he's probably gonna grab it's gonna chunk the tower. And this Drake is gonna be so important for the rest of the game. The Jinx is worth a lot of gold. The Camille is worth a lot of gold. If Gucci Yang can get picks, can play these death ball team fights, then they're just gonna drop the Drake.
Yeah,
okay.
But, well, you say how important it is, and apparently to Blazing Pandas not important at all, as they give that one up because they know by giving up this dragon, it allows Mishidaka to push through that top lane. No teleport available for the Rumble, which means they will trade the dragon for the turret. So they will go 2 turrets up, and you can see at the gold lead, it was even for so long, but with these turrets going down, it will pull away now with a small advantage. And yep, the focus for Gucci Yang seems to be this bot lane play here. They will spot out play today with the plant. They have sent Rebrief down to respond to this, but he will just leave and cast the wave mid lane, so...
I'm not sure if I like that they just blindly go for the top tower here. It's like, yeah, you got a tower, but the thing is, both Cyclone towers got taken.
Being dropped down from Jonathan Isaac, but instead it's Pravius who is flanking onto the Jinx. He's gonna land, not gonna land the knockup. There's Coach Mechanics right there, but he will use the Cataclysm onto the Maokai, and it seems like Gucci Yang will find the pick onto the enemy jungler.
Beautiful pick, exactly what they need right here. They just need to slowly get their picks, get their gold back again, and then force these death balls. They still have incredible firepower here with their combos of ultimates, all that stuff. They're so strong if they get it off. And they just need to make sure to not get picked before anything happens. They need to stay together, be a death ball, and get their picks themselves. Force these fights that they are strong and go into their good habitat.
Yeah, well, Mishidaka will find a catch onto Ruzu here. You can see Pravius is nearby, so Mishidaka is in a 1 versus 2, but I don't think he knew that. Massive damage and a super mega death rocket is going to land pinpoint black sniper accuracy. Pravius is going to EQ forward, and Coach Mechanics, I haven't seen one of these hit. He's actually going to land one, but the Tom Kench E is going to protect the top laner. Mishidaka is going to fall now. The shutdown going over to the Jarvan. Rain D going to try to land the combo. He's going to finish off Kanza, but Pravius on the Jarvan is doing work. Double kill coming in for the J4, but Sanix has arrived onto the team fight, and the knockback from Maokai is going to take away Pravius' life. Rebreathe has arrived onto the team fight. What can he do? That's a poke champion, so the answer is nothing. Ghost gets popped by Sanix, and the team fight win goes over for Blazing Pandas.
It looked so well. I mean, Blazing Pandas got a nice pick there first. Then it looked so good for Gucci Yang, but then the Jinx just comes up and it's just cleanup hour.
Yeah,
and
clean
now
up
he's getting
hour, now rebreathe, getting focused on the mid lane. Great flash to go over to the wall, but this Zerath is good as dead. Gets rooted up by the Maokai. He hits what he can, but Sanix with a beautiful movement dodges away from absolutely everything. And so, Blazing Pandas, they are finding their feet in this series. Sanix 5-0 on the Jinx, and you have to feel they are in cruise control of this game.
Yeah, I feel with the draft of Gucci Yang, it's really rough to. They have this really strong death ball, but it's really hard to get this death ball onto the Jinx if she positions well. If they just try to jump onto the Jinx with the Jarvan, she's just getting eaten by the time Kench. Then Jarvan's standing there, no ult up, they're getting denied the death ball, and Jinx is gonna just re-hit, and she's now so strong. 2 items, pretty close to the third, I'm pretty sure. She's just so strong and running away with this game.
Running away with this game indeed, and well, we are moments away for some crucial team fights to be happening. This Jinx is so strong and does have flash available as well, and you can feel Sanix is really comfortable in this situation. He is in cruise and prime position to carry this game and carry Blazing Pandas. I think Sanix, he's had a decent series, but not the same level of performance that we come to know that he can output. And this game, he is really stepping up. He is really coming up to the plate and showing why he is one of the best AD carries we have in the league. But it's not just over yet. I think this next dragon, Gloomy, we said the last one was important, but I think this one is way more significant.
Definitely. I'm pretty sure this time Blazing Pandas doesn't just gonna drop it for free unless they're gonna trade it for a Baron. But I feel like they don't want to just let to give Gucci Yang these free breaks all the time. Soul, even if it's just a wait, which soul is it? Camp Tank? Yeah, it's Camp Tank.
Yeah.
Even if it's just a Camp Tank, which is per se the worst soul in the game, it's still a soul, right? It's better than not having a soul. And I don't think you just want to give them the soul for free. You're should be in such a controlling position, even though Gucci Yang is having the mid priority and.
Oh, and actually, Pravis is going to go aggressive, but he's not going to find anyone significant. And we talk about Wombo Combo. The Wombo Combo has to land. Beautiful stun, landing onto the Syndra. Super Mega Death Rocket, bringing members to low HP. Equalizer isn't that good. And a stun going to land onto the Nautilus of Flay today. Unleash Power doesn't finish him off for now. Lurk's trying to step forward aggressively. You can see Mishi Darko in the side lane is pushing through so much of these turrets. And with Gucci Yang, their team compositions thrives in the Wombo Combo, but they didn't layer their ultimates together. It was 1 by 1, which means Blazing Pandas, they will find themselves onto this dragon here, and it looks like it will go to them.
I like the idea behind the play on the side of Gucci Yang. I like trying to force something. They had the mid push, they had the priority. They tried to force something a little bit. Oh, I'm gonna.
Oh, and actually, yeah, Miss Ghostblade pops and Lurgs is gonna get caught out. This is what the support of Blazing Pandas is known for, and it seems like Gucci Yang have found a catch onto the Tahm Kench. And it's exactly what they needed to kick off the momentum once again back into this game. They are very far behind, but with the support going down, it looks like the Baron is going to get started up here.
Yeah, I starting the Baron here is still kind of cocky. They may have gotten the pick on the Tahm Kench, but they're still behind quite some gold, and they're going to take a lot of damage, chunking a lot, and they're just going to reset it. Not going to risk any flip.
Reset it. A very scary situation there because yeah, there were 4 members of Blazing Pandas, and you have to remember, this Jinx is so goddamn strong. Really hard to get onto her. I think the crucial thing now is this Jinx doesn't have flash available. You can imagine this Jarvan, Pravis will have that in his knowledge that Jinx does not have flash, and it will be coming up. It's not even halfway down through the cooldown, but that will be the focus. How important is it that there is a catch onto the Jinx now? Before this flash comes back up.
Yeah, they definitely need to abuse that little window they have. The Jinx is such a big issue for them, and she's worth so much gold. If they can get like a kill on the Jinx on one of their carries, it can be just so game changing.
Ooh,
especially now.
Well, Baron actually getting started up by Blazing Pandas, and whoa, this Jinx is so fed, so this is gonna get absolutely shredded down. Gucci Yang, they use their rights of the arcane, and it's gonna land onto key targets. Sanix eating 2 of those Xerath ultimates, eating a 3rd, and this Jinx is brought down to half HP. Mishidako going to find an engage onto Kanza. Previous almost being brought down to his knees, but crucially survives. This fight is split up. This is going to be massive for the rest of the game. Rebreathe gets caught with the stun. That's going to be massive. Mishidako finds a flag, and the Xerath is taken down. The Xerath got split up with the rest of the team, and he's being brought to his knees, and the Baron is going to get focused up now. You can see a recall is coming through. I don't know if Gucci Yang knows this is happening. They cancel the recall of Mishidako. He's been brought down to low HP. Previous does have the Cataclysm available. Nautilus ultimate being dropped, but the Rumble ultimate wasn't that good. The bullet time is massive, and Jonathan Isaac gets taken down. Previous goes forward, Cataclysm onto Lugs, and he's gonna get taken down. Rain D's next on the menu. The hook isn't going to land. Sanix trying to recall into a bush, trying to find his safety net. If Sanix dies here, that is 700 gold over to the hands of Gucci Yang. So he's gonna get the first kill of the fight. Shut down over to him, but Kanza is gonna pick up 1,000 G's, baby, as Rebreathe teleports into the fight, and this game is so back and forth.
What a fight on both sides. For 1 second, I thought Gucci's winning, then I thought Blazing Pandas is winning, then I thought Gucci's winning, but now, especially with the Jinx pick at the end, you're so happy if you're Gucci. I gotta say, Rebreathe, he may die at the start, but he played it so well. While the rest of Gucci Yang could just focus alone on the Camille, doing a lot of damage, forcing her to reset. He was Rebreathe was standing alone, 1v4 in the backline, almost got the Jinx, hit everything, did so many nice sidesteps. He did so much damage in a 1v4. At the end, he stepped up a little bit too far, wanting to go for another Q, and that is what led to his death. But he played that so well this fight. Little break here. ADC disconnected.
My mic was muted.
Oh.
Yeah, well, yeah, as I said, I have to agree. Rebreathe is being so crucial in the build-up to the fights. Unfortunately for Xerath, this is just such a difficult game to play against the team composition of Blazing Pandas. But I think what's important here is Kanza is getting absolutely untouched in these team fights. And weirdly enough, Gucci Yang can get onto Sanix easier than Blazing Pandas can get onto Kanza, and that's going to be massive for the outcome of this game. And well, Sanix was sitting 7-0. He was a 7-0 Jinx. Kanza, off the back of that shutdown, is only 2,000 gold behind. Wait, yes, is only 2,000 gold behind. And you know, when we talk about how far ahead Sanix was, like look at the items, 3 items to 3, and he's managed to get himself back into the game just off that shutdown. And so, yeah, this Misfortune is online. This Misfortune is doing massive amounts of damage. And I want to point out, Ruzo's equalizer was horrendous in that team fight. That was an awful equalizer there. And we see the wombo combo of this Gucci Yang team composition. If they land all their abilities on top of each other, it is lethal. It is absolutely devastating for the enemy team composition. But for Gucci Yang, you can see, if you're Blazing Pandas, if you find a catch, if you find a pick off the back of Rain D's Scatter the Weak, that's even more detrimental to the enemy team composition. That's even more damage that you can put on top of your opponents. And well, with Rain D here, this is one of the quiet Syndra games he's had over the series. But if you're him, you're kind of sitting comfortably because you're scaling slowly. You're Rain D, you're sitting there. I'm building towards this Void Staff here so that I can take down the front line that's in front of me. And once that's completed, that's where I will become an absolute machine in these team fights.
Yeah, Syndra, when that's completed, full passive stack, she's just gonna be so massive. Also gotta say, Mickey D, he was so dangerous this fight. Gucci Yang still needed 4 members to keep him kinda down. They still were unable to kill him. Thank God they reset his TP, his reset, so he couldn't TP back in. Thank God for the side of Gucci Yang. So otherwise, he would have just teleported back in, and it would have been just a straight cleanup. This Camille is so strong and so dangerous right now.
So strong and so dangerous indeed. As there is an unpause, and we are going to head back straight into the game, into the action. We're going to get hit. Oh, what the hell? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
What's going on? It says 0.
Hmm?
Oh!
Um,
And we're back, baby.
yeah, we're in Nightcore League of Legends gameplay with the way as fast it is.
Yeah. I'm just speeding up to real time. And yeah, we're back. Kanza has reconnected into the game. Really intense series happening in front of us here. Listen, there's not much separating these two teams right now. How do you expect this dragon fight to go?
I hope it will be such a close bang of team fight like that was up there, but I feel like with how much gold the Misfortune just got, if Gucci is able to do their combo, I feel they just gonna sweep away Blazing Pandas right now. The Syndra isn't that strong at this point. She doesn't have her Void Staff. I also don't like her choice of boosts this game. I feel like right now is this window where the draft of Gucci is so strong, and Blazing Pandas will have to find a way to just interrupt the combo.
Flake today is going to miss out on the hook. Jonathan Isaac, that was a sitting duck on the Maokai. He will pop the ultimate. And let's see, Flake today and Previous will block out the members of Blazing Pandas. And that's going to beautiful equalizer playing defense. But that's a key ultimate use. That's the massive ultimate down now for Gucci Yang. And now what that means is that Blazing Pandas know that's their safe entry into this Baron pit. Flake today is going to get rooted up by Jonathan Isaac. But Kanza's ultimate is shredding the front line. But so is Sanix. Sanix is going to have to kite away from the Jarvan. Previous is going to get taken down. Rebreathe. And Kanza is going to try to fight in the back line. But it's Blazing Pandas. They're winning out on the team fight. They're going to take down members of Gucci Yang. And it looks like Blazing Pandas secure Dragon Soul Point. They are going to push down this mid lane. And the team fight win goes to them. The barrel buff is their focus now.
It looked so good. It was such a massive ultimate from Kanza. But once again, it looked good, but it was not quite enough. The damage was just so insane from the Blazing Panda gang right there. They just threaded through. They couldn't get fully on top of the Jinx. She had flash up, and it just ended as a little bit of a disaster for the Gucci Yang roster here. And they're also getting the Baron here for the Blazing Pandas. They got the Drake. They're getting the mid tower. They're getting so much here, and the gold lead is now 7k.
The saddest thing is you saw Jonathan Isaac was face checking the bush. If that hook landed from Flay today, this would have been an absolute free catch. That Maokai would have been taken down. But nonetheless, they survive Blazing Pandas. They get themselves Soul Point. They get themselves the Baron buff. And now they are in the end game. They are looking to close this one out. They are looking to bring themselves further in the tournament, and Gucci Yang, they are now facing the chopping block. This could be the end of their split. This could be the end of their story. Gloomy, what do they need to do from this point on?
They need, I think right now they need to try to make something. They need to get on top of the Jinx. They need to get another big shot down into something like the Misfortune. The problem is, with the way oh, I'm gonna get.
Oh, and actually, Pravis is going to find a catch onto Rain D, but a beautiful flash away. You can see the rotations are coming through. Members of Blazing Pandas are starting to make their move towards this fight. Pravis landing another knockup, but not finding the kill. Kanza is gonna get found out by Mishi Darko. He's gonna take him off the map. Rebreathe isn't even here. Mishi Darko now fighting Ruzu and Pravis by himself. The flame spitter is not gonna spit his flame, and Gucci Yang, they are falling piece by piece. The South wasn't even there to finish off any members, and that was a 4 versus 5. And Blazing Pandas, they are starting to take over the game. They are starting to show some dominance. They are making their statement to close this one out.
It was a really nice try, but the teleport that came in, and it was so crucial. There's just such a big gold diff, and I feel like they just gotta scale at this point. Misfortune can be really, really strong and obnoxious in the mid game, but Jinx is just such a menace in the late game. Syndra has I think, so much more value than a Seraph, unless in certain matchups, Maokai, Jonathan is doing wonders. And my biggest surprise is how well the Camille is working this game.
Yeah, the Camille is doing so much work, and we talked about it in the draft. We were looking at like this Camille doesn't really provide much in this team composition. You know, it feels a little bit out of place with what Blazing Pandas draft wants to do, but in the end, he's finding catches onto this Misfortune. In the face of this massive front line, he has to get through. He's getting the flank. He's getting on top of Kanza, and there's no support from Gucci Yang to keep this Misfortune alive. He's the main damage threat right now. Rebreathe just is too weak. It just isn't doing enough on the Xerath, and Kanza is too important to this team composition for him to go down. Mishi Darko doing so much work to finding the catches onto this Misfortune.
They're just, you can see Blazing Pandas, they're on fire. Their heads are fully in the game. They're on a 2-game, they're one last game, and they're just having so much momentum. They're just playing on point right now. Everyone is doing their part so perfectly.
Yeah, so perfectly indeed. And for Blazing Pandas, this is so crucial for them. This was a matchup that they were favored, but not an easy feat. They weren't as favored in this matchup as the other ones that they had against them. And for I mean, in this particular scenario, of course, Gucci Yang, they were a strong contender for the title, and to wipe them out, for Blazing Pandas to take them out before the quarterfinals is a massive statement for their bid for the title. And yeah, I have to say, Jonathan Isaac on the Maokai, what a game. I feel like this is the kind of man who pulls the strings, but Sanix, this is a man who I feel like when he drops the ball, it looks pretty rough, but let's be real, when he's on point, he is so goddamn good, and he finds such good plays, and there's a catch onto Ruzu. The equalizer is good. It's actually going to find onto Sanix. Jonathan Isaac is going to get the first kill of the team fight, and it looks like Gucci Yang, they are in danger here. The bullet time is going to go through loads of members of Blazing Pandas, and it looks like Gucci Yang, they seem to be winning this out. Carter flashes forward in melee range. That's not how you want to play that one, sir, as he's going to go down. Blazing Pandas, they win out another team fight. This could be the game-winning push. This could be the end of the game. Let's see how they play this one out. Let's see how they do. They are now going to hit the base of Gucci Yang. This could be the end. Rebreathe is going to be able to clear the wave out, but that team fight was detrimental for the split and for the split of Blazing Pandas, because Blazing Pandas now are looking to close out the game.
This was so close, but Blazing Pandas has so much P for the Jinx. The Jinx had to flash, almost dead. Kiting was on point, and beautiful Tam Kench ultimate. Now, Chemtech Soul for the side of Blazing Pandas. I feel like the Syndra TP maybe was a little bit too much. But overall, really gorgeous try from Gucci. They got a lot. They got more than I think they could have hoped for. They played it really good, but I feel like the Jinx was just too strong, and they needed to pull out faster.
Jinx is too goddamn strong, and Gloomy, I want to remind you, we mentioned Syndra and Jinx, these two champions have a 100% win rate in this series, and they are both on the side of Gucci Yang, and they are looking good. 5-1 on Rain D, 11-1 on Sanix, and the way the fights have gone, there's a wombo combo team composition on Gucci Yang, but unfortunately they're playing with a sub. It doesn't seem like the wombo combo has ever happened in any team fight. They haven't been able to layer their ultimates on top of each other. I think the equalizers coming out from Ruzu have been subpar at best, and it's just not enough. Blazing Pandas right now, I'm not gonna lie, to me, this game is basically done and dusted. They've got the Dragon Soul in their hand, Chemtech Dragon, the Jinx is 11-1. I don't see a world where Gucci Yang come back into this.
Yeah, it's just so rough. I feel like, especially with the way both these teams drafted, the way the Blazing Pandas has this 10k gold lead, this hyper fed Jinx, the Syndra almost has her death cap. I feel like no matter how well they do.
And actually, that's the wombo combo here, but Kanza is going to get one shot by Rain D, but they actually managed to take down the Jinx, but Michidoko, he's split pushing in the top lane. He's looking to end the game by himself. Gucci Yang, I don't think they've realized, but beautiful flash from Fravors, going to dodge away from one of the Qs. Michidoko now going to take down one Nexus turret. He's going to try to get Blazing Pandas to the quarterfinals. Rebreathe gets stunned up. The Nexus is going to go down. Blazing Pandas, they've made it to the quarterfinals and they've taken out Gucci Yang. Goodbye, good night, see you later, Gucci Yang.
What a game, what an end, what a series. Oh, this looked so but Michi D was just like, yeah, no, we don't have to fight. He just played the end of the game like it's a World of Warcraft raid. I don't need to fight anyone, I'm just gonna PvE away. He just ignored everything, went for the Nexus, and just got them the crucial win.
Yeah, crucial win for Blazing Pandas as they qualify for the SLE quarterfinals, split 5, and this is massive for this roster coming into this series. They were the favorites, don't get me wrong, but not by much. They had a struggled series up against Solaris Eris. Gucci Yang had a fantastic series against Black Lotus Esports, and nonetheless they were still the favorites and they came out on top. And let's not forget, they were facing a Gucci Yang on match point. Gucci Yang were one game away from knocking out the Blazing Pandas, and in the face of all that pressure, the entire squad of Blazing Pandas, they stepped up in a massive way and were able to close out the series, and massive congratulations to them. I'm seeing in chat Rain D interview. I don't know if I can do an interview because we need to hop into the next series because this one overran like crazy. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
Go next series. Okay. Oh, okay, gotcha. Cool. Unfortunately, look, that's toxic. Unfortunately, we won't be able to get an interview because the next series has already started and we want to catch up to that as soon as possible. But we want to say a big congratulations to not to Gucci Yang because they're knocked out. See you later, bozos. But good congratulations to Blazing Pandas. They progress into the tournament and they continue the SLE Split 5 story. Now, storylines aside, Gloomy, congratulations on completing your first cast. Huge congratulations. Yeah. Any closing thoughts before we quickly switch to the next one?
I just want to say it was such an amazing game. Well played to both of these teams. Congratulations to Blazing Panda. My condolences to Gucci Yang. Report the date, but it was such an incredible series. This was just hype pure.
Yeah, so hype indeed, and unfortunately it will mean the end of the line for Gucci Yang. We say goodbye to them, but we have another series on our hands, so thank you all for watching. If you are still in the chat, stay tuned. There is more action incoming.